I want to talk to you about what our country is up against and what we're going to do about it. Our homes, our nation, all the things we believe in are in great danger. This danger has been created by the rulers of the Soviet Union. For 5 years, we've been working for peace and justice among nations. We have helped to bring the free nations of the world together in a great movement to establish lasting peace.
Carrying a nuclear warhead for a distance of more than 1,000 nautical miles. Each of these missiles, in short, is capable of striking Washington, D.C., the Panama Canal, Cape Canaveral, Mexico City, or any other city in the southeastern part of the United States, in Central America, or in the Caribbean area. Additional sites not yet completed appear to be designed for intermediate range ballistic missiles capable of traveling more than twice as far and thus capable of striking most of the major cities in the Western Hemisphere.
If you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Tear down this wall.
The Cold War. The Cold War was a period of global geopolitical rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union and their allies, the capitalist Western Bloc and the communist Eastern Bloc, from 1947 to 1991. Now, when we have mostly learned about school, there wasn't any major war between the USSR and America. Just spying, threats, and nuke tests. My God, that rhymed. Bars. Cause most of my time I was in school, we always just learned, oh well, they just spied on each other. And it was some small wars over there. Nothing important. Well, it was many wars, mainly proxy wars between America and the Soviet Union, each supporting different sides alongside other wars that were involved with the Cold War, and with 20 million deaths during the entire of the Cold War. I had came across this Iceberg on Reddit by Hinata28. I hope I said it right because I have no idea how Reddit username works. And this one is a very interesting iceberg because someone who had studied the Cold War a lot when I wasn't growing around in high school, I always loved it. Alongside this iceberg pretty much adds other unknown conflicts, which is very interesting. So I'm gonna go very detailed about this iceberg too, and sorry if I get some name wrongs. Also, some of the wars listed in the iceberg kind of go beyond the Cold War, meaning they started out in the Cold War, but they kind of reach all the way to the end of 2000. So yeah, alongside there's gonna be some disturbing stuff I'm gonna talk about in this video, so I'm gonna have to censor it, of course, alongside real discussion advice. So this is gonna be very long, of course, so grab some snacks, a drink, a blanket, or anything. Get your friends too, if you have any. So yeah, let's start. Hello, sorry for another interruption. Okay, so Tier 1 is mainly about countries and allies that fought mainly in the Cold War. So it's going to be very short, mainly because I don't want to get in a very, very detail about what they did, because I'm saving that for the other tiers. So sorry if I sound a little rushed and I leave out some information. That's because I'm saving that for the other tiers. So don't get mad at me in the comments. So I don't know what else to say. Let's go. So in Tier 1, it's not any wars, but it's mainly about countries that is mainly involved during the Cold War, alongside many alliances. With the blue standing for Western Bloc countries, also known as the Capitalist Bloc, alongside the Freedom Bloc, or the American Bloc. With which is countries alongside organizations that pretty much were like anti-communist and was backed by the United States and was mainly supported by the United States. While the red is the Eastern Bloc countries, meaning countries that are like well supported by the Soviet Union, alongside countries that have like many like well organizations like tied to communism. And gray stand for non-aligned countries that were like really not really aligned to any side of the bloc, but they still were kind of neutral, but sometimes did like supported like each different sides like for their own gain. To start this list, I'll be going over the Western Bloc first, starting with NATO. Mainly because majority of the countries listed like on the Western Bloc here are part of NATO, so I'm gonna start with that, alongside the United States, but still. NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is an intergovernmental transnational military alliance of 32 member states, with majority of them being in Europe and 2 of them being in North America. It was founded on April 4th, 1949. And during the Cold War, NATO operated as a check on the threat posed by the Soviet Union, as the alliance remained after the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. So pretty much NATO works kind of like this. It pretty much defends like every like country in Europe and North America from a Soviet invasion. So pretty much if like the Soviet Union had invaded Europe, every single country will have to like go to war with the Soviet Union. And after the Soviet Union had dissolved in 1991, it had gained well many members alongside military operations in the Balkans during the Kosovo Air War, the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa. And the countries that are involved in NATO in Tier 1 is the United States, United Kingdom, West Germany, France, well, kind of a bit, but France had left for a bit, but meh. But the 4 members in the list of the Cold War is Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Greece, Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, and Turkey. And still to this day, NATO is still active in many military operations around the world and gaining more members around the world, with its latest member being Sweden. United States during the Cold War. The United States was one of the major superpowers throughout the Cold War and was pretty much in charge of the Western Bloc. With its massive fear of communism throughout the Cold War, the Red Scare and McCarthyism had led to investigations and accusations of suppressing communists in the United States government and society, with like many people, like ordinary people, being like arrested, had their citizenship like removed and tortured, and in some cases even killed. Alongside being in an arms race with the Soviet Union with many nuclear weapons, the space race of who can like send like satellites to space, manage the moon, but Soviet Union kind of sent like a whole probe to Venus, so that's very impressive. Alongside engaging in numerous of proxy wars, such as the Korean War and Vietnam, to prevent communist takeover in Asia, fearing the domino effect. As throughout the Cold War, America would be very, very intervening with many like wars throughout the world to prevent communism from spreading. The United Kingdom and Cold War. Now, the United Kingdom had played a significant role in containing the Soviet Union in its communist ideology while being a heavy ally to America and NATO. But the UK significantly increased its defense spending during the Cold War, mainly throughout the 1950s and 80s. France was also another founding member of NATO during the Cold War. But in the mid-1960s, France would soon leave NATO until 2009, with that rejoining NATO. The relationship with the USSR and America with France was a bit complex. While asserting independence from the United States, France also thought to maintain a relationship with the Soviet Union and play a Mediterranean role between the two blocs, until the invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Soviet Union in 1968 had strained the relations with them. Alongside decolonization, when after World War II, many colonies owned by European powers had soon started getting independence. With many colonial wars, like the Algerian War and the Indochina War, which France had got involved with. East and West Germany. I'm gonna add these here both because I don't want to go back to back when I talk about them, because they're very similar. So yeah. So after World War II, Germany was divided into 2 sections. Well, technically 4, but it's complicated. So the west side of Germany, or the Federal Republic of Germany, was divided by 3 nations: United Kingdom, United States, and France, while East Germany, or the German Democratic Republic, the GDR, was occupied by USSR. But there was a bit of a weird confusion, mainly because the capital city, Berlin, was located in the East German side, meaning that it was probably going to be controlled by the Soviet Union. But actually, no, it was also divided by the Allies after World War II, with the east side of Berlin being controlled by the Soviets, and the west side of Berlin being controlled by America, United Kingdom, and France. And both of these countries would soon be part of many tensions during the Cold War, like the Berlin blockade, which was the start of the Cold War. In 1948, the Soviet Union had pretty much blocked all Western imports to Berlin, meaning a lot of people were starting to starve. So the United States and the United Kingdom and France would soon do an airlift over Berlin delivering food, which had upset the USSR and pretty much one of the reasons why the Cold War even started. And later on, the Soviet Union would even try to restrict many access to East-West Germany. But in Berlin, people can just literally walk over to West Berlin and just be in West Germany and can even travel abroad for higher education, more opportunities and more freedom, which had upset the Soviet Union and the East German government, where they had pretty much well constructed the Berlin Wall, which divided Germany into half. As many people had said that the Iron Curtain had descended upon Europe, which had divided the East and West with the Berlin Wall. And people had crossed the Berlin Wall, which is estimated around 5,000 people had crossed over the Berlin Wall to 1961 to 1989. And people had crossed the Berlin Wall in many ways, by simply just walking, before the wall even came up, digging through tunnels underneath Berlin, swimming in rivers, using hot air balloons. And then one crazy story is when a German soldier in the eastern side had stole an armored personnel vehicle and literally drove through the wall, and he survived. But throughout the 80s, there were many protests of trying to unite all of Germany and cooling down the Berlin Wall, which in 1989, the Berlin Wall would soon collapse as both sides had just came together when the borders opened, came together partying and celebrating, and a year later, Germany would still be reunified in 1990. Australia and the Cold War. Australia had aligned itself with the United States and other Western nations part of the Western Bloc due to the fears of communist expansion in Asia, which had led to Australia being in many conflicts like the Korean War and the Vietnam War, alongside many military alliances like ANZUS, which I'm about to get into in a minute. South Africa. South Africa had played a significant role in the Cold War, mainly after the decolonization and independence of South Africa. The apartheid regime in South Africa was feared by the fear of communism, and because of the United States would even support South Africa during the Cold War, even though they were doing apartheid, and many anti-apartheid liberation movements would actually be supported by the Soviet Union. And during the whole Cold War in South Africa were engaged in many wars and covert operations across Southern Africa, such as the Angolan Civil War, the Rhodesian Bush War, the Mozambican Civil War, South African Border War, even supported the United States in the Korean War. Israel. Now, in the early years of the Cold War, Israel was very neutral to the East and the West. At first, in its early years, by adopting a non-alignment and pretty much trying to be neutral to both sides, but alongside seeking benefit from the Western and Eastern blocs. However, Israel was soon shifted towards the West, particularly after the Soviet Union had supported for many Arab states in the expansion of U.S. containment policy in the Middle East, especially seeking more United States support, while the Arab-Israeli conflict became more intertwined with the Cold War rivalry with the Soviet Union backing Arab states like Egypt and Syria, while the United States became Israel's primary ally by giving Israel many weapons. North and South Korea. Once again, I'm adding these two here together because their history is very similar and kind of explain why. Okay, so after World War II, when Japan had occupied Korea, it was split under two rules. By the North being occupied by the Soviet Union and implemented a communist government, while the South being occupied by the United States, it was implemented with a capitalist government. And both of these two countries, Soviet Union and America, have both wanted Korea to be reunified in the future, but while under their government ideologies. As North Korea was supported by the Soviet Union and China as a communist state, while South Korea was supported by America and its allies as a non-communist state. And this division had fueled the Korean War from 1953, which I'll explain later, which was a major proxy war, until it will lead into a stalemate, which is still going on to this day, but there'll be many border clashes alongside North Korea even sending a submarine to South Korea later on. And throughout the Cold War, both of these countries have been ruled by very crazy leaders, with South Korea leader even being very harsh on communism and executing people, while North Korea controlled by the Kim dynasty, who is still in control of North Korea at the time I'm talking about this, and they are very, very harsh on their rules. North and South Vietnam. Ever since 1887, Vietnam was part of French Indochina, and during World War II, it was occupied by Japan until Ho Chi Minh had led an insurgency against the Japanese. And after World War II, France would come back for Indochina, and there would be the first Indochina War. And after which, Vietnam would be divided into two, with the Communist North and Capitalist South, both ruled by harsh dictators. As North Vietnam has supported many communist guerrillas known as the Viet Cong in the south, alongside the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was a network of tunnels and roads that was supplying many communist rebels in South Vietnam. The United States didn't really like this, and fearing the domino effect, meaning if South Vietnam failed, then many countries in Asia would soon follow communism. So throughout the years to 1955 to 1970s, America would send advisors, weapons, and soon troops in 1960s to Vietnam, which would be the Vietnam War, which would soon become a proxy war with the United States and Soviet Union, as they both supplied both sides alongside sending troops and weapons. Even China had gotten involved a bit. But the Vietnam War would be a totally new war to America, as many young Americans were fighting in jungle environments, but with the enemy using guerrilla warfare, alongside the whole war being filmed on television, by showing many children and American troops dying, which had made a negative impact on the U.S. government back at home. Now the Philippines. The Philippines had become a crucial American client state due to its strategic location in South Asia, alongside being a territory at one point. The Philippines had also faced internal struggles with the communist insurgency, which U.S. actively support in suppressing during the Cold War. And this period also saw the rise of Ferdinand Marcos, who authoritarian rule that was supported by the United States was marked by human rights abuses and corruption, who in 1972 had enacted martial law, citing the need to combat communist and subversive forces. And this period has saw the suppression of dissent and human rights abuses, alongside the Philippines also assisting in the Korean War and Vietnam, alongside having many military bases that will be a good defense perimeter in East Asia. Anti-Soviet communist states or socialist states in the Cold War. Now this here refers to countries that are communist and socialist, but don't really like the Soviet Union and don't really agree with them. And these countries were China for 1961, Democratic Kampuchea for 1978, Romania in 1964. Even though it was still an Eastern Bloc country, it didn't participate in many activities in the Warsaw Pact after 1964. Yugoslavia from 1948, when Joseph Broz Tito, who I said it right, had broke away from Soviet influence in 1948, adopting a new form of socialism. Somalia Democratic Republic from 1977, Albania Soviet split from 1956 to 1961. The Five Eyes Alliance. The Five Eyes Alliance is a secret intelligence agency comprised of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, United States, and United Kingdom that had gathered many intelligence from the Soviet Union alongside other Eastern Bloc countries during the Cold War. And the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance is still going on to this day. ANZUS Alliance. The ANZUS Alliance is a defense agreement between Australia, New Zealand, and the United States that was made in around the end of World War II, alongside the early stages of the Cold War. In ANZUS, we support in many wars such as the Korean War, the Indonesia-Malaysian confrontation, the Malayan emergency, and the Vietnam War. as New Zealand and Australian soldiers also fight along American soldiers in Vietnam. The Central Treaty Organization, or CENTO, formerly known as the Middle East Treaty Organization, MITO, or also known as the Baghdad Pact, is a military alliance of the Cold War that was mainly occupied by countries in the Middle East alongside the United Kingdom, such as Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, Turkey. It was formed in 1955 as a primary purpose to prevent the spread of communism in the Middle East, particularly in the region bordering the Soviet Union, which was Iran. But there were many internal reasons that weakened the alliance, like Iraq withdrawal from 1959 alongside the Iranian Revolution in 1979, which was made CENTO completely dissolved. And soon later on, those two countries, Iraq and Iran, would even go to war with each other in the 80s, which I'll explain later. CETO, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, comprised of 8 member nations: United States, United Kingdom, France, Australia, New Zealand, Philippines, Thailand, and Pakistan. It was formed in 1954 by United States, France, Great Britain, New Zealand, Australia, and the Philippines, Thailand, and Pakistan to pretty much prevent the spread of communism around the region. But it had no independent military command or standing force, and the treaty only called for counter-solution in an event of aggression, not automatic military action like NATO. And even though it was called, CETO, standing for Southeast Asian Nations, majority of the nations were Western-dominated countries and only had 3 Asian members. It was perceived as Western colonialism. And soon in 1977, it would be dissolved. The Commonwealth of Nations. Now, the Commonwealth of Nations is an international association of 56 member states, the vast majority of which are former territories of the British Empire, from which it developed their connection to the use of English language and cultural and historical ties. And throughout the Cold War, majority of these nations in Asia, and Africa, and the Caribbean, and parts of Latin America would soon gain independence as the process of British decolonization, which had led to large membership, including countries various in sizes and development needs. And many of these countries will even be part of the Western Bloc, such as South Africa, including the United Kingdom, supporting America. While many of these countries be part of the non-aligned movement, which pretty much means they're like neutral throughout the whole Cold War. It played a crucial role in the Cold War by providing many spaces for former colonies to express their own identities and agendas when they had gained independence. A majority of these countries too, listed here, will be involved in many wars throughout the Cold War. Now onto Eastern Bloc. I have labeled some Eastern Bloc countries already, like North Korea, alongside North Vietnam and East Germany for reasons, but here we are now going into the Eastern Bloc. Starting with the Soviet Union. Now, I need to give y'all a little historical context before we go. The Soviet Union, or Union of Soviet Republics, commonly known as the Soviet Union, was a transcontinental country that spanned from much of Eurasia from 1922 until it dissolved in 1991. Now, it was a successor to the Russian Empire after the Russian Revolution alongside the Russian Civil War. Led by Vladimir Lenin, who had passed away in 1924, Joseph Stalin would soon come to power, and he was very ruthless by contributing to a massive famine that killed millions alongside the Soviet labor camp system of the Gulag. And soon after World War II, geopolitical tensions with the United States that had led to the Cold War. Alongside the Soviet Union being one of the world's largest superpowers at the time, including the second country in the world behind America to get nuclear weapons. Which had there been many close calls to nuclear war during the whole Cold War. And the Soviet Union would even be in charge of, the Eastern Bloc, including have its own version of NATO, called the Warsaw Pact. The Warsaw Pact was a military alliance that was established in 1955 by the Soviet Union and its Eastern European satellite states to counterbalance NATO. But unlike NATO, majority of these countries didn't support the Soviet Union in many wars, like the war in Afghanistan, but instead was used as a defense, mainly if NATO invaded, let's say, Poland, and every single country in the Warsaw Pact, such as Albania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Romania, will all go to war. But it did intervene in many interventions with its own member states, such as the invasion of Czechoslovakia and suppressing many protests in many satellite states, but will soon be dissolved in 1991. after the fall of communism in many Eastern European nations alongside the Soviet Union being dissolved. The People's Republic of China. Now, before World War II and during World War II and after World War II into the beginning of the Cold War, China was in a brutal civil war, like a very brutal civil war. They had a pause during World War II as both sides, the nationalists and the communists, would soon work together and stop the Japanese invasion. But soon after World War II, they went back to fighting, in which the Communist Party had won and they set up the People's Republic of China, led by Mao Zedong. Now, in the early days of the Cold War, to 1940 to 1950, the Soviet Union and China have formed an alliance, alongside sending military aid to China, and both countries helping the invasion of South Korea with North Korea. But the alliance was soon dwindled down after the death of Joseph Stalin, and when Nikita Khrushchev had pretty much started to de-Stalinize the country, and many disagreements over leadership in the communist world had led to a major rift between the PRC and the USSR in the 1960s, known as the Sino-Soviet split, where it transformed the Cold War into a bipolar conflict to a tripolar conflict one, with China becoming a third force in a global struggle. Alongside China and Soviet Union, we even have a couple of border clashes too. Even had created opportunities for China to improve relationships with the United States, like events like the ping pong diplomacy, the panda diplomacy, and President Nixon's visit to China, which he has said this.
Golden age. Among them, a pair of ear stoppers used by the emperor to keep from hearing criticism.
You put the stopper into his ears so that he couldn't hear the criticism.
Give me a pair.
And China will have many internal struggles, such as the Great Leap Forward. It was a major economic and social campaign led by Mao Zedong, lasting from 1958 to 1962, as it aimed to rapidly transform China into an industrialized socialist society. But it had led to many economic collapse, alongside agricultural disruption and a severe famine that lasted from 1959 to 1962, with the death toll range and vary to 15 million people to 55 million people, making it one of the largest famines in history. Cuba and the Cold War. Now, Cuba and the Cold War have played a major part in the Cold War. After the Cuban Revolution, led by Fidel Castro, Cuba would soon turn into a communist country. But this had worried the United States, and Cuba would soon be placed on a trade embargo, and many Cuban refugees would come to America. And in which America would soon back an invasion made by the CIA called the Bay and Pigs invasion, which was a total failure. After which Cuba and the Soviet Union would even support each other, and even Soviet Union would even deploy nuclear missiles that was aiming towards the United States and Cuba, which had started the Cuban Missile Crisis, which was a 13-day standoff where America and the Soviet Union was on the brink of nuclear war. And Cuba's economy has soon become heavily reliant on Soviet aid, but when the Soviet Union had collapsed, it had resulted in a major economic crisis for Cuba. And Cuba will also even support and even invade Angola in the Angolan Civil War in the 80s. Czechoslovakia. Now, Czechoslovakia was a Soviet satellite state and a member of the Warsaw Pact. It had experienced many periods of oppressive rule and liberalization attempts, most notably during the 1968 Prague Spring, which was reforms aimed at a greater freedom and socialism with a human face, which had alarmed many Soviet leaders and had feared that it would spread to other satellite states and soon it would be invaded. And it had remained under communist rule until 1989 of the Velvet Revolution. Poland. Now, Poland was occupied by the Soviet Union after World War II. It was implemented with a communist government in Poland, as the Polish People's Republic had become one of the founding members of the Warsaw Pact. It even had its own secret police, Ministry of Public Security, the UB. Poland was soon transitioned to a democracy completed in 1991, influenced by other countries in the Eastern Bloc that contributed to the end of the Cold War. Bulgaria. Now, Bulgaria was a loyal and close ally to the Soviet Union, often described as a model satellite state. As it was known as the People's Republic of Bulgaria, it was ruled by the Bulgarian Communist Party. Alongside, as the Bulgarian Secret Service had even worked with the KGB and even assassinated Georgy Makarov. who was a writer who was killed in London in 1978. And the story of his assassination was very wild because he was fatally poisoned with a toxin that was diverted by castor beans that was implanted in an umbrella, which was one of the very crazy weapons that was used during the Cold War. And soon, in 1989, it will transition towards democratic reforms. Ethiopia. Now, Ethiopia was very complex during the Cold War. At first, Ethiopia was an ally to the United States before switching to the Soviet Union. As Emperor Haile Selassie, Ethiopia's longtime leader, maintained a strong alliance with the United States, as Ethiopia had received American military aid and economic aid, becoming one of the largest recipients of the United States in sub-Saharan Africa. But due to famine and government corruption had led to the removal of Haile Selassie in 1974. A military junta known as the Derg had seized power and declared intention to establish socialism, which had soon aligned with the Soviet Union. But Somalia would soon invade Ethiopia for territory ambitions in the Ogaden region of Ethiopia. Well, I said it right, which is populated by ethnic Somalis. What was really strange was Somalia was supported by the Soviet Union at one point, which is strange, which I'm about to explain. While Somalia had initially aligned itself with the Soviet Union and received significant military and economic aid, the support also helped Somalia build a large army and establish many naval bases that the Soviet Union can use. When the Ogaden War had happened, many shifts in alliances had changed, with the United States supporting Somalia. But with the decline of Soviet support and when the Soviet Union had fully dissolved, Somalia would soon be in civil war, after which. Angola. Now, Angola had become a major battleground for the United States and Soviet Union in its proxy war when the country had gained independence from Portugal in 1975, which had triggered a massive civil war that had lasted all the way from 1975 to 2002. As the war had two sides, the People's Republic of Angola, also known as the MPLA, that was backed by Cuba and the Soviet Union, alongside Democratic People's Republic of Angola, or UNITA, alongside FNLA, that was backed by South Africa and the United States. Even both sides had sent troops, with Cuba sending many troops alongside South Africa sending troops there too. The Congo. The Congo was in a crisis that lasted from 1960 to 1965, where it was a period of intense political turmoil and conflict in the newly independent Republic of the Congo. As the Congo crisis had saw both sides, the Soviet Union and the United States, supporting opposing factions, as the United States had feared communism under the Eisenhower administration, feared the expansion of communism in Central Africa, and viewed the rise of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, who soon would be kidnapped by the United States, and would soon assassinate him. But the Congo crisis had caused a major humanitarian crisis in the Congo, which is estimated around over 100,000 people were killed in this conflict. Grenada. Grenada had played a significant role in the Cold War due to the Socialist Revolution, resulting with close ties to the Soviet Union, alongside which ultimately led to a U.S. military intervention in the country. In 1979, the New Jewel Movement, or NJM, which was a Marxist-Leninist party led by Maurice Bishop, had overthrew the regime of Eric Gary and established the People's Revolutionary Government, or the PRG. And the PRG implemented social and economic reforms aimed at prioritizing a socio-economic development, education, and empowering working people. The PRG under Bishop had established close ties with Cuba and the Soviet Union, and this relationship had included diplomatic recognition and substantial military and financial aid, and the U.S. perceived its alignment as a potential threat to interests in the Caribbean, fearing a Soviet military presence and the spread of communism inside the Caribbean, in which in 1983, Operation Agent Fury, which the United States would soon invade Grenada, and the assassination of Bishop, establishment of a hardline military government. Cambodia, or Kampuchea. In the 1960s, a small group of Cambodian communists, including Pol Pot, had formed the Party of Kampuchea, or the Khmer Rouge, which would be involved in internal conflict with the Khmer Rouge being supported by North Vietnam and China, had fought against the Lon Nol government that was backed by the United States. As the Khmer Rouge would soon take over Cambodia in 1975, and they had implemented a very harsh regime. By renaming Cambodia into Democratic Kampuchea implemented radical policies based on a brutal and extreme version of communism, which had led to the seize of private property, many people being moved to the countryside, alongside people like being forced to work. People would be killed for their ethnicity, alongside if they were labeled as a traitor, they'd be tortured. And this period was known as the Cambodian genocide, which had resulted to the death of 1 to 2.2 million Cambodians through executions, forced labor, which had resulted in Vietnam invading Cambodia in December 1978 to overthrow the Khmer Rouge, alongside establishing a new government, the People's Republic of Kampuchea, or the PRK, but it lacked widespread international recognition and the conflict had continued. Lao People Democratic Republic. Now, the Laotian People Democratic Republic during the Cold War was a battleground for proxy warfare, alongside being involved during the Vietnam War, as it became a covert theater during the Vietnam War, which was called the Secret War. As Communist Pathet Lao, that was supported by North Vietnam, Soviet Union, and China, would be war with the Royal Lao government that was being supported by Thailand, South Vietnam, alongside the United States, in which, during the Vietnam War, the United States had sent many special forces into Laos, alongside bombing Laos, which had made Laos the most bombed country in the world. And America had dropped 270 million bombs in Laos in the span of 9 years. And majority of these bombs have not been detonated yet, and it's very horrifying because somebody, like a child, can just be playing and they just trigger the bomb. And in 1975, the Pathet Lao had gained control of Laos, abolishing the monarchy and establishing the Laos People Democratic Republic. South Yemen. Now, South Yemen, or the People Democratic Republic of Yemen, had become a significant player in the broader geopolitical in the Cold War in the Middle East. It was the first communist country to ever exist in the Arab world, after North Yemen had soon became a Shia-dominated kingdom after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, while South Yemen was a British protectorate and later a Soviet-backed socialist republic. And with its radicalization underneath Soviet influence, it had led to being described as a laboratory for Soviet foreign policy, particularly promoting socialist ideas and supporting revolutionary movements in the region. But with many rivalries with North Yemen that was allied with the West and Saudi Arabia, it had led to many military confrontations and proxy wars throughout the 70s and 80s, until in May 1990, Yemen would soon reunify. Syria. Now, Syria during the Cold War was not a traditional member of the Eastern Bloc, but had formed many alliances and close alliances with the Soviet Union, led by the Ba'ath Party, as both Soviet Union and Syria have provided with many military and economic aid, including weapons, training, and financial assistance, which had made it a very key ally in the Middle East during the Cold War, especially as a strategically important for the Soviet Union. Even established many military bases in Syria. Even when the Cold War even ended, Syria and Russia, which is formerly the Soviet Union, have remained close allies. Well, until 2024, which we all know what happened. Okay, now the non-aligned movement. The non-aligned movement was an organization of countries who had declared themselves neither with the Western Bloc or Eastern Bloc, mainly just neutral. But these countries did gain a little bit of support from both sides a bit, but never fully supported them. By this, I would start off with Yugoslavia. Now, Yugoslavia was another communist country and had allied itself with the Eastern Bloc, but with tensions with the Soviet Union, led by Joseph Stalin, had quickly emerged Yugoslavia to pretty much go independent with the Tito-Stalin split in 1948. And with the aftermath of the split, Yugoslavia had adopted a policy of neutrality and became a founding member of the non-aligned movement in 1961, along with countries like India, Egypt, and Indonesia. And India will also be neutral throughout the Cold War, but had made closer ties with the Soviet Union while professing non-alignment, as India developed a strong strategic, military, economic, and diplomatic reasons with the Soviet Union, especially years later of the Cold War. But India had faced internal conflicts throughout the Cold War and external threats, particularly from territorial disputes with China, with the Sino-Indian War in 1962, and the Indo-Pakistani Wars, which Pakistan was part of the non-aligned movement, but had many close ties to the United States, and was even considered a part of the Western Bloc at many points. Especially when Pakistan had joined CEDAW and CENTO, regional security alliances aimed at countering Soviet influence in Asia, alongside during the Soviet-Afghan War, when Pakistan had played a crucial role in supplying support to the Mujahideen with many weapons, alongside training many Mujahideen fighters in Pakistan. Albania. Albania had become a communist state after World War II and was soon closely allied with the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin. But after Stalin's death, Albania was soon, break away from the Soviet Union, especially after Nikita Khrushchev de-Stalinization efforts began in 1956. As Hoxha, if I said it right, who was a staunch Stalinist, had viewed these reforms as a departure from true Marxist-Leninist principles and accused Khrushchev of revisionism. As the Albanian-Soviet split had accumulated in the termination of relations in 1961, and soon Albania would ally itself with China when China had also split with the Soviet Union. Alongside implementing a strong isolationist foreign policy by being very mistrust of the Soviet Union and Western powers. The Arab League. The Arab League is a regional organization of Arab states, particularly in Middle East and parts of North Africa, to strengthen relationships with many member states and promote cooperation and work toward common goals, while upholding independence and sovereignty of each member. It was founded at the end of World War II, where many Arab states would soon gain independence from many powers in Europe, such as France and England. Many Arab nations, particularly under leaders like Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, I hope I said it right, sought to establish their independence from foreign powers and avoid aligning themselves with the United States and Soviet Union, to pretty much have a positive neutrality. But throughout the entirety of the Cold War, there would be another Cold War, within the Cold War. I need to stop saying that. The Arab Cold War. It was a period of rivalry between more conservative Western-leaning monarchies, led by Saudi Arabia, and national republics, led by Egypt, that had adhered to Arab socialism and was supported by the Soviet Union. Alongside many proxy wars in regions like in Yemen, where Saudi Arabia and Egypt had supported opposing sides in the Yemen's civil war, fed into a broader Cold War competition between the United States and USSR. Alongside many Arab states would soon leverage their materials like oil to put their own agenda during the Cold War. The United Arab Republic, or the UAR, was formed in union of Egypt and Syria in 1958. As the UAR had promoted Pan-Arabism, hope I said it right, a vision of united Arab nations under a single banner, which had included opposition to many Western influence and colonialism. But in 1961, Syria would soon leave the UAR, which had made Egypt its only country in the United Arab Republic. And after the 6 Day War, in which Israel had pretty much defeated all the Arab forces and took many territory from Syria, Jordan, and occupied Palestine, alongside occupying the Sinai Peninsula, it was soon, dissolved in 1971. Egypt. Under Gamal Abdel Nasser, hope I said it right, he had initially sought military aid and equipment from both superpowers, but eventually it became heavily reliant on the Soviet Union, especially as the United States and Britain had withdrew their support from the, hope I said it right, Aswan High Dam project, and later under Anwar Sadat, Egypt shifted its allegiance to the United States, becoming a key ally in the region. But Egypt would have a major factor in the Israeli-Arab conflict in the Middle East. With Nasser had made close ties with the Soviet Union and his support for Palestinian guerrillas had led to increased tensions in the armed conflict, and the United States, on the other hand, had supported Israel. Until with the Camp David Accords in 1978, which was a framework for a peace treaty with Egyptian President Anwar Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, hope I said it right, I really hope I said it right, which was a major step into peace with the Arab-Israeli conflict throughout the Cold War. Libya. Libya had played a complex role in the Cold War, particularly after 1969, which was a coup led by Muammar Gaddafi. Before the coup in 1969, Libya was a kingdom under King Idris had closer ties to the West, particularly the United States and United Kingdom, where the United States had access to Relis Airfield, a crucial training base, and provided aid to Libya. But during the 1969 coup, Muammar Gaddafi had led an anti-Western stance led to the closure of American and British military bases and nationalization of foreign oil interests, which Libya had moved closer to the Soviet Union and other Eastern Bloc countries, even though Libya was considered, neutral. But it became a significant customer for Soviet weaponry, often used to support anti-imperialist movements around the Third World, with Libyan actions gaining support in groups in Uganda, Lebanon, and Nicaragua, where they were seen as allied with Soviet goals and weakened Western influence. But most of these groups were Libya that was getting reference to. Most of them was involved with terrorism, which had led to many strained relations and ultimately the United States bombing Libya in 1986. And despite ideology differences, with Gaddafi being heavy anti-communist, Libya and Soviet Union have formed a pragmatic partnership based on mutual interests, with Libya oil wealth and Gaddafi ambitions to become a major leader in the region, and provided opportunities for the Soviet Union to expand its influence in the Middle East and Africa. Iran. Now, Iran throughout the Cold War is a bit, complicated a bit. Throughout World War II, Iran was, split up by the British and Soviet Union, in which in 1946, the Soviet Union had initially refused to withdraw the troops from Iran, supporting the separatist movement. And diplomatic pressure from the United States alongside the actions of the Iranian government eventually led to the Soviet withdrawal, which was one of the first incidents of how the Cold War even started. And the CIA and British intelligence orchestrated a coup to overthrow Democratic elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, who had nationalized the Iran oil industry, and his actions was driven by fear of communist influence in the region, designed to protect British oil influence. So the United States and Britain in 1953 had did a coup and removed him from power, and instead implemented a Shah. And the Shah was very pro-American and even supported the Baghdad Pact, which had joined CENTO in Puma to fight against the Soviet Union. Well, in 1979, there would be a revolution, mounting internal oppositions and anti-American sentiment that accumulated into the Iranian Revolution, which overthrew the Shah and established the Islamic Republic. In which, because of this, there will be many tensions between the United States and Iran, alongside the Iranian hostage crisis that lasted from 1979 to 1981, which ended the United States' alliance with Iran, which was a strategic loss for Washington in the Middle East. But the revolution also increased tension in the region, particularly around Iran and Saudi Arabia, as it also fueled the rise of political Islam as a significant source impacting global politics, with Saudi Arabia being very, anxious since Iran had got rid of their king and they pretty much thought that they would be next. The Palestine Liberalization Organization, or the PLO. Founded by a meeting of 422 Palestinian national figures in Jerusalem in May 1964, following the early decision of the Arab League, issued on May 28, the PLO founded charter sought a one-state solution within the boundaries of mandatory Palestine, with the right of return and self-determination for Palestinians. The PLO, even though it was non-aligned, but still had many support from many Arab states alongside the Soviet Union. And the PLO was seen by some as a participant in the global anti-colonial struggle, fighting alongside other liberation movements. And the PLO activities in quest for Palestine statehood were intertwined with the broader Cold War competition for influence in the Middle East. For the Soviet Union, they did provide support, but the ultimate goal for the PLO wasn't necessary to establish a Palestinian state, but rather have their own advance for their own interests in the region. So Soviet Union didn't really cater. As with the Cold War, would soon shift diplomatic avenues, and eventually with the Oslo Accords with Israel and the PLO. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is still ongoing. Hey there, while I was editing this part right now, I saw that the Iceberg had got an update. It added new conflicts to the list, alongside a new organization to the non-aligned movement. The organization is the Organization of American States. The Organization of American States, or OASS, or OEA in Spanish. Now, it is an international organization founded on April 30th, 1948 to promote cooperation among members states within the Americas. So such as countries that are in, Latin America, like Central America, South America, and, North America. And during the Cold War, it had played a key role in shaping the regional security and political dynamics in the Western Hemisphere. Established in 1948, the OAS aimed to strengthen peace and promote democracy and encourage cooperation among member states in the Americas. With most of the organization's actions during the Cold War were often aligned with the United States policies, by having an anti-communist agenda that was sworn to counter the current threat of communism in the Western Hemisphere, mainly in Latin America. But when the Cuban Revolution and Cuba soon became a communist country, the OAS had pretty much, voted out to exclude Cuba from the organization, to pretty much like keep it isolated. Alongside fostering military cooperation among states, particularly in the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the Rio Treaty. When the Rio Treaty established a collective security system, when an attack on one member state will be considered an attack on all. But there will be many internal wars within Latin America, alongside other like forces like the Falklands War, that will pretty much, well, kind of not involve the whole, like, everybody joining together to fight each other. And even though they're mostly aligned with the United States, most of these countries didn't really supported America or the Soviet Union throughout the whole Cold War. They were just like in their own thing, by many facing internal reasons, alongside many military coups and civil war. And since we are on the top of the Cold War, I think I'm just going to add this here. Most of these countries mentioned in this tier will also possess nukes during the Cold War, except North Korea and Pakistan, for they had got nukes in 2006 and Pakistan in 1998. The countries who have nukes during the Cold War will be United States, the Soviet Union, United Kingdom, France, India, China, Israel, and South Africa. Which South Africa was the first country in the world to pretty much create nukes and dismantle all their nuclear weapons. And during the Cold War, it is approximately believed that over 2,000 nuclear explosions were conducted during the entire Cold War. The United States and Soviet Union were responsible for the vast majority of these tests. The United States conducted like around over 1,000, and the Soviet Union conducted like around 715. And many nuclear weapons have been, in many broken arrow incidents, which mean like many of them have pretty much like fell out of planes around the United States and in other places around the world. And there have been around at least 32 official broken arrow reports, and most of them have been found. And for the Soviet Union, we don't know how many like nukes they had lost, alongside other countries who probably had lost other nuclear weapons that we don't know about. So just be careful where you flick your cigarette at in the world. You might start World War III in an accident. First tier is going to be well-known wars. Also forgot to mention in the intro the Iceberg, which I don't know why. So the Iceberg came with these little points and colors that were based on comics too. So blue stand for, Western Bloc countries, Western for Eastern Bloc countries, and gray for non-aligned. And the bright red would be wars the Eastern Bloc had won, while light blue is what the Western Bloc had won. And cyan would be one that ended well in a ceasefire, alongside yellow standing for internal reasons like a civil war, a coup, or a revolution. Violet stands for interbloc wars, meaning wars that happen between a country that is neither Eastern or Western, or part of the Western or Eastern Bloc, and one can be neutral and both can be neutral. And purple standing for stalemates, meaning nobody had won. Alongside these little letters like DC, meaning direct conference, meaning a large country is fighting another country. PC stands for proxy war, which is a proxy war where two or more opposing powers use third parties to pretty much like fight each other, but not really fight each other, kind of. And SC, or settlement treaty, is a type of treaty that resolves disputes or conflicts between parties, often like involving in exchange of territory, recognition of rights, or concessions. It's a formal legally binding agreement that aims to end a conflict and establish a new peaceful relationship between people who signed it. Now, let's start with the first major war in the Cold War, the Korean War, or most notably, the Forgotten War. Now, before we get into this, I'm gonna give it a little context. Now, Korea, the entire Korean peninsula, was occupied by the Empire of Japan, as the Empire of Japan had diminished the influence over China over Korea in the First Sino-Japanese War from 1895, and then a decade later, after defeating Imperial Russia in the Russo-Japanese War, Japan had made the Korean Empire its partnership with the Eurasia Treaty, and then annexed it with Japan-Korea Treaty of 1910. And many Korean nations had fled the country, with the provisional government of the Republic of Korea was founded in 1919, and that is China. but had failed to achieve international recognition and failed to unite many nationalist groups, alongside having a fractious relationship with the US-based founding president, Sigmund Reed. And in China, the National Revolutionary Army and the Communist People Liberation Army, aka the PLA, helped organize Korean refugees against the Japanese military, which had also occupied parts of China during World War II. The national-backed Koreans, led by White Yai Pom-sok, had fought in the Burma campaign, and the communists were led by, among others, mainly Kim Il-sung, who had fought the Japanese in Korea and in Manchuria. And at the Cairo Conference in 1943, China, the UK, and the United States had both decided that, in course, Korea shall become free and independent after World War II. And then at the Tehran Conference in 1943 and the Yalta Conference in February 1945, the Soviet Union had promised to join its allies in the Pacific theater within 3 months of victory in Europe. And the USSR had declared war on Japan and invaded Manchuria on August 8, 1945. And on August 10th, Soviet forces had entered northern Korea and secured most major cities in the north by the 24th of August. And Japanese resistance was very light, having fought Japan on Korean soil, and Soviet forces were really well received by Koreans. On August 10th in Washington, U.S. Colonel Dean Rusk and Charles H. Bonesteel III were assigned to divide Korea into Soviet and U.S. occupation zones and propose the 38th parallel as a dividing line. This was incorporated into the U.S. General Order No. 1, which responded to the Japanese surrender on August 15, explaining the choice of the 38th parallel. Rusk even observed, even though it was further north, it could realistically be reached by the United States. In the event of a Soviet disagreement, we felt it was important to include the capital of Korea in the area of responsibility of American troops. Joseph Stalin, however, maintained his wartime policy of cooperation on August 16th, and the Red Army halted at the 38th parallel for 3 weeks to await the arrival of U.S. forces. As on September 7th, General Douglas MacArthur issued Proclamation No. 1 to the people of Korea, announcing U.S. military control over Korea south of the 38th parallel and establishing English as the official language. During military control, and Korea was administered by the United States and Soviet Union Joint Commission as agreed at the Moscow Conference to grant independence after a 5-year trusteeship. Waiting 5 years for independence was unpopular for many Koreans, and riots broke out, and the Communist Party supported the trusteeship, while Kim Koo and Sigmund Rhee had led the anti-trusteeship movement against the United States military and the Soviet military. And to contain them, the USAMGIK, I hope I said it right, had banned many strikes across Korea and outlawed the PRK, Revolutionary Government, and People Committees on the 12th of December, alongside declaring martial law. As soon as the United Nations would soon held an election to create independent Korea, as stated in UN General Assembly Resolution 112, the Soviet authorities and Korean communists have refused to take part in the election. And the final attempt to establish a unified government was thwarted by North Korea's refusal due to concerns about division caused by an election without North Korean participation, and many South Korean politicians have boycotted it. In 1948, South Korean general election was held in May, where Sigmund Rhee was elected as president of the Republic of Korea, aka South Korea, and it was established as a government on the 15th of August 1948. And the Soviet Korean zone occupation, North Korea, the Soviets had agreed to establishment of a communist government led by Kim Il-sung in the 1948 Korean parliamentary elections that took place. And this here was the last real elections in North Korea, so yeah. The Soviet Union had soon withdraw its forces in 1948, and the United States would soon leave Korea in 1949. But in China, the Chinese Civil War was soon resumed after World War II, while the communist government had pretty much was supported by North Korea and the Soviet Union, and would soon take over China. After which, China had promised to support North Koreans in the event of war against South Korea. And by 1949, South Korean and U.S. military actions had reduced indigenous communist guerrillas in the South from 5,000 to 1,000. However, Kim Il-sung had believed widespread uprising had weakened the South Korean military, and that a North Korean invasion would be welcomed by much of the South Korean population. As Kim began seeking Stalin's support for an invasion by traveling to Moscow, to pretty much persuade them by helping him in the invasion. And Stalin did not think that the time was right for a war in Korea, as China was still embroiled in this Chinese Civil War, while U.S. forces were still stationed in Korea. And by spring of 1950, he believed that the strategic situation had changed, as soon Mao Zedong had pretty much secured victory in China, and U.S. forces had fully left Korea. And the Soviets had detonated their first nuclear bomb, pretty much breaking the U.S. monopoly, and in which the United States didn't even intervene with the Chinese Civil War. Alongside sending aid to China and North Korea through the Sino-Soviet Treaty Friendship, and in April 50th, Stalin had permitted Kim to attack the government in the South, under condition that Mao will agree to send reinforcements if needed. And for Kim, this was the fulfillment of this goal to unite Korea. But Stalin made it clear that Soviet forces would not openly engage in combat to avoid direct war with the United States. Also, fun fact, they kind of did, because there's many reports of, Soviet pilots actually fighting American pilots during the Korean War. As soon on June 25th, 1950, the Korean People's Army had crossed their parallel behind artillery fighter, and it justified its assault with the claim that the ROK troops, aka South Korean troops, had attacked first, and that the Korean People's Army were aiming to arrest and execute the bandit trader Syngman Rhee, as fighting began on the strategic Organ Peninsula in the west. And on June 27th, we had evacuated Seoul with some of the government, as on the 28th, the Republic of Korea had pretty much blew up the Hangang Bridge across the Han River in an attempt to stop the KPA. But when the bridge was detonated, it was 4,000 refugees who were crossing it, and hundreds were killed. And on that same day, Seoul had fell to North Korea, and some South Korean National Assemblymen remained in Seoul where it failed, and 48 had soon pledged allegiance to North Korea. And this invasion had even shocked America, as the Truman administration was very unprepared for the invasion, and Korea was not included in the strategic Asian defense perimeter outlined by the United States. And soon the United States would soon intervene alongside many countries in the United Nations, making it, the United Nations' first ever combat ever. As Douglas MacArthur, who was a Pacific general in World War II, would be in charge of American troops in Korea. In 1950, the Battle of Osan was the first U.S. engagement in the war. A small forward element of the 24th Infantry Division was flown in from Japan, and on July 5th, 1950, Task Force Smith had attacked the KPA at Osan, but without many weapons capable of destroying KPA tanks. The KPA had defeated the United States with 180 American casualties, and the KPA progressed southward, pushing the United States forces at Pyeongtaek, Chohan, and Chachuan. I really hope I said that right. In which had caused America to pretty much retreat to Taijan. The KPA captured in the Battle of Taijan. And the 24th Division had suffered over 3,000 dead and wounded, and almost 3,000 troops were captured, including its commander, Major General William F. Dean. By August, the KPA steadily pushed back the ROK in the 8th United States Army southwards, and the impact of the Truman administration defense budget cutbacks were nearly felt, as U.S. troops mostly fought with guard actions and facing a veteran and well-led KPA force, and lacking systemic anti-tank weapons. As soon as the Americans had retreated, and the KPA advanced down the peninsula, and by September, the Union forces were hemmed into the corner of the Southeast Korea near Busan. As soon, Kim Il-sung will have soon believed that the war would end by August. In the result of the Battle of the Busan perimeter, Union forces had withstood KPA attacks meant to capture the city at the Nakhon-Boj, the Pohondong, and Taegu. As the United States Air Force entered the KPA logistics with 40 daily ground support sorties, which had destroyed 32 bridges, halting daytime and rail traffic. As many KPA forces were forced to hide in tunnels by day and move only at night to deny any military equipment and supplies to KPA, the United States Air Force had destroyed logistics depots, refineries, and harbors, while U.S. Navy aircraft attacked transport hubs. And soon at the Battle of Icheon, Douglas MacArthur had recommended an amphibious landing at Icheon near Seoul, behind KPA lines, as a combined U.S. and Marine Corps and ROK force would be involved in the battle. As by September 17, the amphibious force had faced a few KPA defenders at Icheon, as military intelligence, psychological warfare, and guerrilla reconnaissance and partisan bombardment had facilitated a light battle. However, the bombardment had mostly destroyed most of the entire city. And on the 27th of December, MacArthur received a National Security Council memorandum from Truman, reminding him that operations on the North State Parallel was only authorized at the time of such operation, as there was no entry to North Korea by any major Soviet or Chinese Communist forces. As by soon, Seoul was soon be captured by United Nations Command and were even driven the KPA past the 30th parallel, and ROK forces pursued by the KPA northwards, and soon United Nations forces will even push KPA forces all the way up near the Sino-Korean border near the Yalu River near China. And the countries who would fight alongside in the Korean War would be America, South Korea, Turkey, UK, South Africa, Canada, Philippines, Thailand, France, Belgium, Colombia, Australia, New Zealand, Luxembourg, Ethiopia, but mainly America doing all of the major work, as over 1 million troops from America have fought in Korea. But since American forces had pretty much put Korean forces near all the way to the border of China, China had attempted to warn the United States through its embassy in India, as they would intervene if US forces had crossed the Yalu River. And the United States did not respond because they had thought it was like a big lie. But soon, October 5th of 1950, the People's Republic of China had pretty much committed over 2,000 troops to combat in North Korea. As the PVA-13 Army Group had launched the first phase offensive on the 25th of October, attacking advancing UN forces near the Sino-Korean border, as this decision made solely by China had changed the attitude of the Soviet Union, which soon would allow Stalin to pretty much allow Soviet air forces to provide air cover for Chinese troops, and has supported more aid to China. In which soon, the deadliest battle in the Korean War, the Battle of the Trojan Reservoir, which was a battle against the United Nations and the United States and China, which China forces would soon recover major parts of northeastern Korea and cause the United Nations to evacuate and withdraw from Hangnam. As the battle was fought over some of the roughest terrain during the harshest winter conditions of the Korean War, as the temperature had pretty much went as low to 36 Fahrenheit or 38 Celsius, and had pretty much created a considerable danger of frostbite. And soon in January 1950, when Chinese and North Korean forces had recaptured Seoul, pretty much making the second time when Seoul had pretty much failed. And soon and later on in 1951, General MacArthur would pretty much recommend pretty much a full invasion on China, and even use nuclear weapons against China. Yeah. But this decision was very controversial because Truman did not want to make the Korean War until World War III and had the Soviet Union get involved. So he had pretty much relieved him, aka fired him, and he was replaced with General Matthew Ridgway. But after which there would be a stalemate between North Korea and South Korea, as both sides wasn't really gain many ground and would even keep pushing back to the 30th parallel and keep pushing down from the 30th parallel. Pretty much gaining little territory and large-scale bombing with North Korea had continued, and many armistice negotiations as soon began. But soon, in March 5th, 1953, Joseph Stalin would die. He would just die. And Soviet new leaders had engaged in their internal power struggle and had no desire in supporting China efforts and had called an end to the hostilities in the Korean War. But China could not continue without Soviet aid, as in which, North Korea wouldn't even continue without either both of their aids. As soon the KPA, PVA, and United Nations Command had signed the armistice agreement on July 7th, 1950, as South Korean President Syngman Rhee had refused to sign, and the war had ended at this point. But there was no peace treaty, so it was pretty much a ceasefire, meaning nobody had won the war, but both sides had claimed they had won the war. And under the agreement, the belligerents established the Korean Demilitarized Zones, aka the DMZ, which mostly follows the 30th parallel in the eastern part of DMZ, which runs north of the 30th parallel to the west, as it travels south of Kaesong, site of the initial negotiations, was in the pre-war South Korea, but now in part of North Korea. And DMZ has been since patrolled by KBA, the ROKA, with the United States still operations in the United Nations Command. And still to this day, North and South Korea is still divided, as the DMZ is one of the most dangerous borders in the whole world, as pretty much both sides are heavily fenced, heavily monitored, filled with landmines, alongside, most of the region in that area is home to many rare animals, because nobody ever goes there. And even though the Korean War is still technically over, it's really not, because it's still going on to this day. as there have been many cross-border incursions. Alongside an attempt to pretty much assassinate South Korean President Park Chung-hee in the Blue House raid, in 1979, the Korean axe murder incident, which was highly publicized, which had almost started World War III, alongside many invasion tunnels that was leading to Seoul underneath the DMZ. Alongside in 2010, a North Korean submarine had torpedoed and sank the South Korean corvette, which had resulted in the death of 46 sailors. And then again in 2010, North Korea had fired artillery shells on the Hwaseda Right Yampanyong Island, killing 2 military personnel and 2 civilians. Alongside, North Korea having nuclear weapons. And it's estimated around 3 million people were killed during the Korean War, mostly civilians, making it perhaps one of the deadliest conflicts in the Cold War era. A brief armed conflict between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China, which is Taiwan, which had focused on a few islands that was controlled by the Republic of China, a few miles from the Chinese mainland and Taiwanese Strait. Now, a bit of background. After Chiang Kai-shek Nationalist government had pretty much fled to Taiwan, at first the United States had pretty much said that they would not pretty much be involved with the civil conflict in China, alongside would not provide military aid to national forces on Taiwan. But when the Korean War had pretty much broke out, America would soon start sending aid to the Republic of China and sent the U.S. Navy fleet into Taiwan Strait. As on June 27, 1950, Truman had pretty much stated the following statements: "The attack upon Korea make it plain beyond that with all doubt that communism had passed beyond the use of subversion to conquer independent nations. It would now be used as an armed invasion and war. It had defied orders of the Security Council of the United Nations to issue and to preserve international peace, security in these circumstances, and the occupation government of Formosa by communist forces would be a direct threat to the security of the Pacific area, and to the United States performing their lawful and necessary functions in that area. Accordingly, I have ordered the 7th Fleet to prevent any attack on Formosa. As a corollary of the actions, I am calling upon the Chinese government on Formosa to cease all air and sea operations against the mainland. The 7th Fleet will see that this is done. Determination of the future status of Formosa must await in restoration of security in Pacific. A peace settlement with Japan were considered by the United Nations." But soon Truman, he would not run for president for re-election in the presidential campaign during the Korean War, because he was very less popular about how he handled the Korean War. So the election was won by Republican Dwight D. Eisenhower, a general from World War II. And on February 2nd, the new president had lifted the 7th Fleet blockade in order to fulfill demands by anti-communists to unleash Chiang Kai-shek on the mainland China, so he can pretty much regain control of mainland China. In a CIA briefing on 13 July 1945 for the White House, NSC indicated the shipping insurance increased across the South China Sea after the Two Pass incident on June 23rd, and certain international liners being turned midway at Singapore, all had a change to plans, as the People's Liberation Army Air Force had moved into Hainan Island to clear another transport route by accidentally shot down a Douglas DC-4 airliner of the Cathay Pacific Airways with 10 deaths on July 22nd, and then 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, Hornet and Philip C., arrived for a rescue mission and shot down 2 Chinese fighters. In August 1955, launches had placed over 50,000 troops on the Kinmen and 15 troops on the Mastu Islands, as the Republic of China had began building defenses and structures, and the People's Republic of China began shelling Republic of China installations on Kinmen. Zhou Enlai, People's Republic Premier, responded with a declaration on 11th August 1945 that Taiwan must be liberated, and he dispatched the People's Liberation Army to the area and began shelling both Kinmen and the Mastu Islands. And despite many warnings from the United States from any attack on the Republic of China, 5 days before signing the Manila Pact, the People's Liberation Army unleashed heavy bombardment on Kinmen in September 3rd, and during which 2 American military advisors were even killed, as Mao Zedong had pretty much sought to avoid United States involvement, even especially from the Korean War, and pretty much had repeated orders that the People's Liberation Army should avoid engaging with American forces off coast. And this had renewed the Cold War fears of communist expansion in Asia at the time, when the People's Republic of China was not recognized by the United States Department of State, and Chiang Kai-shek government was supported by the United States. And because the Republic of China was part of the United States policy of containing communism in Asia, America would soon assist Taiwan. As the People's Liberation Army had initially planned to attack the Yangshan Islands in late 1945, but had delayed the attack by American forces because of the military exercises in that area. As fighting had continued on nearby islands off the coast of Jiangxing, as well as Kinmen and Maotu Islands in Fujian, as on the 29th of January 1955, the formal resolution was approved by both houses of U.S. Congress, authorizing Eisenhower to use U.S. forces to defend the Republic of China in its position in Taiwan Strait against an armed attack, as the United States military then assisted nationalists in evacuating their forces from the touching islands. And during the crisis, President Eisenhower even threatened to use nuclear weapons against China military targets in Fujian, as even people in the U.S. government even recommend the use of nuclear weapons against mainland China. But Prime Minister Winston Churchill of Britain had warned the United States against using nuclear weapons. U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles stated publicly that the United States would seriously consider a nuclear strike. However, on Eisenhower, he also reframed his willingness to use nuclear weapons. In the April 1955, during the Bandung Conference, China declared its 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, and Premier Zhao and now publicly said, Chinese people do not want to have war with the United States. The Chinese government is willing to sit down and discuss the question of relaxing tension in the Far East, especially the question of relaxing tension in Taiwan area. A month later, Mao likewise told Indonesian Prime Minister that all the problems, including the status of Taiwan, could be resolved through negotiation. And the crisis had soon de-escalated. The United States and China began ambassadorial level discussion in Geneva on August 1st. 2 years of negotiations with the United States followed and covered many issues, although no agreement was reached on the primary issues of Taiwan. As there would be soon still many Taiwan conflicts with America and China in Taiwan, even a second crisis, which I'll explain later, with China still classifying Taiwan as its territory, even celebrities like John Cena actually apologized for even calling Taiwan a country, and around a couple years ago, as pretty much House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had visited Taiwan, which China had pretty much viewed as a violation of its sovereignty, and pretty much conducted live fire drills around Taiwan, even pretty much flown jets over Taiwan. And with Eisenhower pretty much threats to use nuclear weapons during the crisis, this had prompted Mao to begin China's first nuclear program, in which China's first nuclear test that took place in 1964, and the first ever nuclear hydrogen bomb test conducted in 1967. And Taiwan will have lost 500 troops, the United States will have 2 killed, and China 993 killed. The Cuban Revolution. Now, the Cuban Revolution was a military and political movement that overthrew the dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista, who ruled Cuba from 1952 to 1959. And since 1906, there have been many corruption in Cuba. As throughout the early years of Cuba, when it had gained independence since 1902, there have been many corruption, such as bribery and theft, a lot of government corruption, pretty much many leaders trying to gain power and stay in power. In the early stages of the revolution, Bastia, who was a military officer who had ran for Cuba president for the first time, had seized power for a second time in 1952 by seizing power in a military coup and canceling the 1952 elections. Although he was pretty much been very progressive in the first term, in his second term he was more dictatorial. And during his first presidential term, he was very supported by the original Communist Party of Cuba, later known as the Populist Socialist Party. But during the second term, he became strongly and very, very, very anti-communist. In the following months, March 10th, 1952, coup d'etat, Fidel Castro, then a young lawyer and activist, had put into motion a lawsuit against Bastia, whom he accused of corruption and tyranny. But his arguments were rejected by the Cuban courts, as the coup was perceived as being a de facto revolutionary overturn of the Constitution. After deciding that the Cuban regime could not be replaced through legal means, Castro resolved to launch an armed revolution, as him and his brother, Raul Castro, have founded a paramilitary organization known as the Movement by stockpiling weapons and recruiting around 1,200 followers from Havana disgruntled working class by the end of 1955. And soon, by striking the first blow against the Bastilla government, Fidel and Raul Castro gathered upwards of 126 fighters and planned a multi-pronged attack on several military installations. On July 26, 1953, the rebels had attacked the Moncada barracks in Santiago and the barracks in Bamo, only to be decisively defeated by far more numerous government soldiers and following a call to withdraw when you had pretty much realized lack of adequate knowledge about the barracks as well as lack of weapon experience among the recruited fighters. And this would ultimately lead to failure. And it was hoped that the attack would soon spark a nationwide revolt against the Bastille government. At that hour, most of the rebels had either fled to the mountains or were either killed. And as the Castro brothers were shortly captured after a highly political trial, Fidel Castro has spoke nearly for 2 hours in his defense, ending with the words, "Condemn me, it does not matter. History will absolve me." As Castro's defense was based on nationalism and representation and beneficial programs for non-elite Cubans. In his patriotism for justice for the Cuban community. In October 1953, Fidel Castro was sentenced to 15 years in prison, while his brother was sentenced to 13 years. However, on May 15, 1955, under broad political pressure, Bastille government was soon, freed all political prisoners in Cuba, including the Moncada attackers, to include the Castro brothers in the release. But soon they'd be exiled in Mexico with others while they prepared to overthrow Bastille, receiving training from Alberto Bello, a leader of Republican forces in the Spanish Civil War. And later on, they had named themselves the 26th of July movement as reference to their date of their first attack in 1953. And a month later, in July, Fidel Castro had met Argentine revolutionary Ernesto Che Guevara in Mexico, who soon joined his cause. Now, like 1955, student riots and demonstrations have become more common, and unemployment had become a problematic issue as new graduates could not find jobs. And these protests were dealt with increasing repression as all young people were seen as possible revolutionaries. And due to this, with the continuing of the opposition to Cuban government and much protest activity taking place on its campuses, the University of Havana was temporarily closed on November 30th, 1956. And it didn't reopen until 1959, so all those years throughout the whole revolution. And while the Castro brothers and other 26th July movement guerrillas was trained in Mexico and preparing for the amphibious landing deployment to Cuba, another revolutionary group had followed the example of the Moncada barracks attacks. On April 29, 1958, an authentic guerrilla group comprising of 30 rebels brought together by Bueno Garcia had attacked the Domingo Gorilla barracks. If I said it right again, with a total of 15 rebels had died and was killed during the battle, and the remaining 10 were either captured and executed. And at least one rebel had been executed by Pilar Garcia. And on the 25th of November, 1956, the Castro brothers and 8 others will be on the Granma yacht that deported from Mexico on its way to Cuba. And after exiting the ship, the band of rebels had began making their way into the Sierra Maestra Mountains, which is a mountain range in southeastern Cuba. 3 days after the trek had began, Bastille army had attacked and killed most of the Granma participants. While the exact number is a bit disputed, no more than 20 of the original 82 men have survived the initial encounters with the Cuban army and have escaped into the Sierra Mountains. As the group of survivors had included Fidel and Raul Castro and Che Guevara. And they even have many help with many peasant sympathizers, and will even have a core leadership with the guerrilla army, a number of female revolutionaries, including Celera Sanchez and Haiti Santamara, the sister of Abel Santamara, who also assisted Fidel Castro operations in the mountains. And on 17th of January 1957, the 26th of July movement engaged in armed combat with the Cuban small army garrison stationed in the barracks in La Plata, which is a village in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. As the battle began at 2:40 a.m., initiated by Fidel Castro, as there had been a brief urgency among rebels in the army garrison, but the rebels had pretty much had soon took over the army garrison. With only 2 Cubans died, 5 were wounded, and 3 were taken as prisoners, and only some were able to escape. And this battle had marked the first major victory battles against the rebels. In addition, the men had took advantage of the available loot behind by the opposing party, with 9 weapons were taken, many ammo, clothes, food, and fuel. And on March 13, 1957, the student opposing group, Revolution Territoriate, had stormed the presidential palace in Havana, attempting to assassinate Bastille and overthrow the government. but ended in an utter failure as the DR leader's student Jose Antonio Echarva had died in the shootout with Bastilla forces at the Havana radio station. As the plan was to storm the presidential palace, occupy the radio station, in order to announce the death of Bastilla and call for a general strike. And presidential palace was to be captured by 50 men under the direction of Carlos Guritas Monyo, who I said it right, with a support group of 100 men occupying the tallest building. But it was not carried out, and the men had failed to arrive at the scene due to last-minute hesitation, although the attackers had reached the 5th floor of the palace, and they did not relocate or execute Bastilla. As 26 militants would have been killed, 6 presidential guards and policemen would be killed, and 2 would be arrested and would soon be detained. Alongside another event at the naval mutiny at a Navy base, had staged a rising against the Bastille regime, led by junior officers in sympathy with the 26th of July movement. It was originally to attend to coincide the seizure of warships in Havana Harbor, but it had ended in major failure, and the estimated death toll was 300 men. And the United States would even supply Cuba with tanks, planes, and ships, but soon later would stop doing a trade embargo in 1958, while the Cuban rebels were supplied by Yugoslavia under Joseph Broz Tito. Operation Verano is when Bastilla had finally responded to Castro efforts by pretty much attacking the Sierra Maestra Mountains, as the Cuban army had sent upwards approximately of 10,000 soldiers into the mountains, which half of them were untrained recruits who had little experience with trekking and founding and mountain walking terrain. And the Battle of La Plata was a surprise attack on Fidel Castro base in Sierra Maestra, planned by the Cuban army. And this battle had spanned from 11th of 21st of July 1958, and is widely considered to be a turning point in the revolution. In a tight nearly turn, when Bastilla troops almost destroyed Castro's army of 300 small men at the Battle of Las Mercedes, and with his forces pinned down in superior numbers, Castro asked and received for a temporary ceasefire on August 1st. But on the next day, while negotiations had taken place, Castro forces had gradually escaped from the trap, as Operation Verano had officially ended in a failure for Bastilla government. As after which there will be the Cuban general elections, where Andres Rivero Arguello, I said it right, who won the presidential election with 70% of the vote, but he was unable to take office during the revolution. And soon with the Battle of Santa Clara on New Year's Eve 1958 had took place, as the city of Santa Clara had failed to the combined forces of Che Guevara and many other rebel groups. And with the news of the defeat had caused Bastilla to panic, as he had fled Cuba by air into the Dominican Republic. And after the triumph of the Cuban Revolution on January 1st, 1959, dozens of Bastilla supporters and members of the armed forces and police were arrested and accused of war crimes and other abuses. And 4 were even sentenced to death. And for Fidel Castro, he still became prime minister until 1978, until he, retired and became president of Cuba 2008, until his death in 2015. And this had caused, a big divide on America and Cuba relations, as Cuba was, a communist government and stuff. And many refugees had went to Cuba, but America would even use some of these refugees and exiles to pretty much, try to do an invasion in Cuba. And this would be known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. The Bay of Pigs invasion. Now, the Bay of Pigs invasion, sometimes called Invasion de la Plata Guyana, if I said it right, was a failed military landing operation on the southwestern coast of Cuba in April 1961 by the United States government and the CIA, alongside the Cuban Democratic Revolutionary Front, consisting of Cuban exiles who had opposed a Fidel Castro Cuban Revolution. Now, a little background. After the Cuban Revolution had ended, the Cuban government had begun many reforms, which has pretty much removed many ownership of many Cuba's lands, and soon Fidel Castro will even pretty much postpone many elections and will soon cancel many elections. The United States government was very critical of Castro revolutionary government, and pretty much because of the CIA, knowing Castro was in charge of a communist government literally right in their backyard, alongside banning many elections, the CIA had attempted many assassination attempts, a lot. As ever since 1960, the CIA had pretty much tried to assassinate Castro in many crazy ways. by pretty much trying to like, send them a diving suit contaminated with toxins, using exploding she cells, poison pills, cigars that will literally blow up, alongside even like trying to have the mafia try killing them. Yeah, they even try having the mafia kill Castro. As he pretty much like survived over 600 assassination attempts, by the way. Yeah, the CIA tried killing him 600 times. And he even said this: if surviving assassination attempts were an Olympic event, I would have won a gold medal. And during the 1960 presidential election, JFK would be elected and would be very hard on communism. But before leaving office, Dwight Eisenhower had told the CIA to aid an invasion of Cuba, but with Cuban exiles, so it wouldn't like make it seem that America was really involved. And JFK will approve Operation Zapata, aka the Bay of Pigs, which would be a plan to pretty much attack many Cuban airfields alongside sending in Cuban exiles at nighttime and pretty much trying to like start like a mass like uprising against Fidel Castro to pretty much like remove him. As many rebels were taken to many places such as Nicaragua would be trained, and these rebels would be named after Brigade 2506, which would be a group of over 1,000 Cuban exiles who would pretty much like form to attempt a military overthrow of the Cuban government. And on April 14th, they had pretty much left Nicaragua to the Bay of Pigs at night. But the Cuban government had pretty much knew, as Castro had pretty much learned of training camps in Guatemala through his intelligence channels, such as early October 1960, alongside the Soviet Union even like pretty much alerted the Cuban government of an impending invasion. So the Cuban government was pretty much like known. And on April 15th, 8 U.S. bombers would even bomb 3 Cuban air bases, and a ninth one had been flown into Miami to make it seem like it was hit by enemies, but actually it was a trick to the world that there's an uprising in Cuba to make it seem that the United States wasn't involved, because most of the bombers that the United States used, like B-26 bombers, were being used by Cuba as well. And the 17th of April, the Cuban exiles would soon land. But there have been many problems in the way. As unloading of troops at night was delayed because of engine failures, alongside many boats was damaged by coral reefs. And then when they had managed to land, a firefight broke out when a jeep carrying Cuban militia came by, as the militia had pretty much spotted many Cuban exiles, and a firefight happened, which had alerted a nearby radio tower. And soon this had put Cuba on high alert, as they had pretty much sank a supply ship, as more exiles had came in by paratroopers and supported by tanks. But since many supply ships had started being shot down, there was all of them had just left, so making the Cuban exiles alone. But JFK had sent fighter jets and 5 B-26 to help the exiles. 2 of these B-26s were been shot down, killing 4 American airmen. And with the Cuban army pretty much closing in, all of the exiles didn't even manage to go mainly inland to Cuba, and would soon retreat back into jungles or swamps. As of April 20th, many other Cuban exiles had pretty much surrendered to Cuban soldiers. And 77 Cuban exiles from Brigade 2506 were killed in action, and additionally 10 more were even executed by firing squad, and 10 had lost their lives on a boat who was trying to escape. And 2 had died in prison, as many of them were taken to prison, but in a total, over 106 had died. As about 1,202 members of the exiles were either captured, and 9 had died during their transfer to Havana. And in May 1961, Castro had proposed an exchange to the surviving prisoners for 500 large tractors, alongside $28 million to the United States, in which they had decided to exchange all the prisoners, but some of them had pretty much were executed in prison, for $53 million in food and medicine in exchange. And on December 29, 1962, majority of them had come back, as John Kennedy and his wife would even be there. As this was an embarrassment to JFK in the United States, because this was mainly made to keep it a very secret from the public, even though that it all got out that America was behind it. As this would even further distance relationships with America and Cuba, and then soon there'll be another situation in Cuba. But the next one will be a bit nuclear. Okay, well, almost nuclear. The Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis, also known as the October Crisis, was a 13-day confrontation between the governments of the United States and the Soviet Union, when American deployments of nuclear missiles in Italy and Turkey were matched by Soviet deployments of nuclear missiles in Cuba. As this had led to 16th to 28th October 1962. The competition is widely considered to the closest time the Cold War had became, escalating into a full-scale nuclear war. After the Bay of Pigs invasion, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev had met Fidel Castro and agreed to add many Soviet bases and nuclear missiles in Cuba, mainly to prevent further attacks on Cuba, to have a close alliance with Cuba. Alongside the counterpoint that in Europe, America had pretty much placed nuclear missiles in Italy and Turkey, all aiming towards the Soviet Union in case of an invasion. And as early as August 1962, the United States had spread that Soviet were building missile facilities in Cuba. And during that month, intelligence services had gathered information by sighting on ground observers of Soviet-built MG-21 fighters and bombers, alongside many spy planes finding many surface air missiles in 8 different locations. Alongside, U-2 spy planes had pretty much discovered that there were Soviet troops stationed in Cuba. And after more spy runs over Cuba, on October 14, 1962, a U-2 flight pilot had pretty much took 928 photos on a passenger by DAI analysis, capturing images of what turned out to be a construction of a nuclear missile. And that evening, CIA notified the Department of State, who went to talk to Robert McNamara, former Secretary of Defense. And the next one has showed President Kennedy the U-2 photographs and briefed him on the CIA analysis of the images. And Kennedy had convened a meeting of 9 members of the National Security Council and 5 other key advisors. In a group he named the Executive Committee of National Security Council, or XCOM, alongside Nikita Khrushchev and John F. Kennedy pretty much being in many contact with each other, with Khrushchev saying that the Soviet Union had no intention of disrupting the relationship of two countries, despite the many photo evidence presented John Kennedy nuclear missiles in Cuba. And there are many plans of how to handle it, with many people, saying that there should be a bombing of Cuba alongside a full invasion of Cuba with Army and Marine units supported by the Navy. But Kennedy didn't really want to have a full-out war, but instead ordered a naval blockade to pretty much stop any Soviet ships heading to Cuba. And sent a letter to Khrushchev saying that the Soviet Union must dismantle its missile bases and return all weapons to the Soviet Union. And any Soviet ship that would be entering Cuba will be turned away. Alongside a TV statement informing the people of the ongoing Cuban Missile Crisis. But Khrushchev had pretty much said that this blockade was an act of aggression and had told any vessels heading toward Cuba to keep moving on. And since there were nuclear weapons in Cuba, they had the range to attack many U.S. cities as close range, such as Miami, Atlanta, Dallas, and Washington, D.C. And the United States was put on DEFCON 2, which is the DEFCON phase of Defense Readiness Conduction. And there are 5 phases. DEFCON 5 is fade out, which is the lower state of readiness, meaning everything all clear. DEFCON 4 is double take, increased intelligence and watch and strengthen security measures, which is pretty much getting ready for war. DEFCON 3, roundhouse, increased force readiness that is required for normal readiness, as the Air Force is ready to mobilize in 15 minutes. DEFCON 2, fast pace, which is the next step to nuclear war, as armed forces are ready to deploy and engage in less than 6 hours. And DEFCON 1, cock pistol, nuclear war is imminent or had already begun, and pretty much you got maximum readiness and use everything America got at their enemies. And DEFCON 2 is the farthest America has ever been at. But Khrushchev has said that he will remove the missiles from Cuba if America won't invade the island, alongside saying if America will remove missiles from Turkey, which at first America didn't want to do. And then on that same day, the American Air Force major and pilot Rudolph Anderson was flying a U-2 spy craft over Cuba and was shot down by a surface-to-air missile, which is the only fatality by enemy fire during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Alongside on that same day, the U.S. Navy had dropped a series of depth charges to pretty much make contact with a Soviet submarine to pretty like tell them come back up. But people in the submarine didn't know what was going on because they're so deep, and they already thought that war had begun. And it was armed with a nuclear torpedo that can literally like pretty much destroy the ship above. But the torpedo can only be launched by only need the agreement of the ship commanding officer and political officer. But the commander officer of the submarine, Vasily Arkhipov, hope I said his name right, as everyone who had pretty much chose to agree to launch the torpedo, he was the only one who didn't, and pretty much has said that wait till we respond from Moscow. And he pretty much stopped World War III from actually happening, because if that torpedo had launched, we wouldn't be here. So yeah, thank you, Vasily. You're the GOAT. And on Saturday, 27th October, after much deliberation between Soviet Union and the Kennedy cabinet, Kennedy has secretly agreed to remove all missiles in Turkey on the border of the Soviet Union, alongside those in southern Italy, in exchange for Khrushchev moving all missiles in Cuba. And soon the Cuban Missile Crisis ended like that. No nuclear war. But there will be really mandations, because most of these countries, such as Soviet Union and America, throughout the Cold War, America will have 3,000 nuclear weapons, alongside the Soviet Union too, and soon there'll be the Partial Test Bans Treaty, which will pretty much stop many test bans in the atmosphere, alongside in the 80s for movement of nuclear disarmament, where many countries had pretty much disarmed many of the nuclear weapons. But still to this day, many countries even have nuclear weapons. But this will be one of the closest time we have ever went into nuclear war. But it would not be the last, because there'll be many events after which. The 1960 U-2 incident. On May 1st, 1960, a United States U-2 spy plane was shot down by the Soviet Union while conducting photographic aerial reconnaissance inside Soviet territory, flown by American pilot Francis Gary Powers, as the aircraft was taken off from Peshawar, Pakistan, and crashed near, if I said it right, Sverdlovsk, after being hit by assisted air missiles. Now, in the big background, in July 1958, U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower requested permission from the Pakistan Prime Minister to pretty much establish a secret intelligence facility in Pakistan for many U-2 spy planes to fly from Pakistan to pretty much fly, in the Soviet Union. And they have the U-2 spy planes had pretty much flew at altitude the Soviet Union could not reach. But he was also, not really interested in flying American U-2 pilots over the Soviet Union, because he believed that if one of these pilots would be shot down or captured, the flight could be seen as an act of aggression. But soon, they had pretty much discussed by using British pilots to fly over the Soviet Union, and after many, British pilots had flown over the Soviet Union, Eisenhower has soon decided to, let American pilots do it. As on April 9, 1960, a U-2 spy plane of the Special CIA Unit 1010, piloted by Bob Echerson, had crossed the southern natural boundary of the Soviet Union in the area of the Pamir Mountains, and flew over 4 Soviet top-secret military objects. But the aircraft was actually detected by the Soviet Air Defense Forces, and when it had flown more than 250 kilometers over the Soviet national boundary, it had avoided attempts at interception by a MiG-19 and a Su-9, as the U-2 had left Soviet airspace and led it at the Iranian Strip at Zidane. And on May 1st, 15 days before the opening of the East and West Summit Conference in Paris, Francis Graham Powers had took off in the U-2 flight. But it was unexpected, and all units of the Soviet Air Defense Forces in Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Siberia, Europe, and later the USSR European region in the extreme north were put on high red alert. And soon after the aircraft was detected, Lieutenant General of the Air Force had ordered the air commanders to talk to the violator by all alert flights located in the area of foreign planes course and to ram if necessary. But because of the U-2 extreme altitude, Soviet attempts to intercept the aircraft using fighter jets had failed. It was out of range of several nearest SAM sites. But soon his U-2 would be shot down near the Kuluso Euro region by a certain air missile fired by a battery commanded by Mikhail Voronov. And Powers had bailed out, but neglected to disconnect his oxygen hose and struggled with it until it broke, enabling him to separate from the aircraft. After parachuting to safely onto Soviet soil, he was quickly captured. He had carried a modified silver dollar, which inside of it was a lethal shellfish-deserved sour toxin tipped needle that was pretty much used to if anybody was captured, but he did not use it. And after which, U.S. officials had believed that Powers had died and the plane was destroyed, but they had decided to try covering up, which had failed, and enabling Khrushchev to embarrass President Eisenhower and his administration. As on the 5th of May, 4 days after Powers' disappearance, NASA issued a detailed press release alleging that an aircraft had gone missing north of Turkey. And the press release speculated that the pilot might have fallen unconscious or the autopilot was engaged, even falsely claiming that the pilot reported over the emergency frequency that he was experiencing oxygen difficulties to bolster this. A U-2 spy plane was clearly painted in NASA colors to shown to the media. And that same day, the Senate had made its first comments about the U-2 incident and began a domestic political controversy for Eisenhower. And when Khrushchev heard about American Nazi cover story, he developed a political trap for Eisenhower as he announced that a spy plane had been shot down in Soviet territory, but he did not reveal that a pilot of this aircraft had also been found and that he was alive. And this led to the U.S. officials to believe that they could continue with the cover-up story, that the U-2 was a weather research aircraft built on a lie that a pilot had experienced oxygen difficulties while flying over Turkey. And to make the lie seem real, they also grounded all U-2 aircraft for inspection of oxygen systems. So that's kind of very smart. And Khrushchev attempted to allow Eisenhower to save face and possibly salvage the peace to some degree by laying the blame not on Eisenhower himself, but on the director of the CIA. And on the 10th of May, House Operations Chair Clarence Cannon had revealed the true nature of the U-2 mission, as he told in an open session of the House of Representatives that the U-2 was a CIA aircraft engaged in aerial espionage over the Soviet Union. And it did have many effects on the Four Powers Summit, as it was attended by Eisenhower, Khrushchev, Charles de Gaulle, and British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, hope I said it right, alongside having many anti-American sentiment within the Kremlin leading up to the summit. And gave Powers had told the Soviet captors what his mission was and why he had been in Soviet airspace. And he even pled guilty and was convicted of espionage on August 19th and was sentenced to 3 years of punishment imprisonment and 7 years of hard labor, as he served 1 year and 9 months of sentence before being exchanged for Rudolf Abel, I said your name right again, on the 10th of February 1962. And after this, pretty much, the Soviet Union had pretty much bolstered their air missile technology, and less spycraft having pretty much not active in the Soviet Union. But soon there'd be many developments into more spycraft, such as the Lockheed A2, which was a high altitude Mach 3 reconnaissance aircraft, but it didn't was used much, but it mainly flew over North Vietnam and North Korea, but soon turned into the Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird, which is the fastest plane in the world, as it had flew above North Vietnam, North Korea, the Persian Gulf, many places in Europe and the Soviet Union borders, because it did not flew way over to the Soviet Union because they're really scared. The United States was really scared that if they got shot down, it would be a major pushback. Greek Civil War. The Greek Civil War was a conflict that took place from 1946 to 1949. As it had started right after the end of World War II, and consisted of communist-led uprising against the established government of the Kingdom of Greece. And the rebels declared the People's Republic of the Provisional Democratic Government of Greece, which was governed by the Communist Party of Greece. And for this, we gotta go back to World War II. During World War II, Greece was occupied by Axis powers. In 1941, King George II and his government had escaped to Egypt, where they had proclaimed a government in exile at the same time. And during the same time, the Germans had set up a collaborative government in Athens, which had allowed many support. The power vacuum that the occupation had created was filled by several resistance movements that ranged from monarchist to a communist ideology. Resistance was born first in Eastern Macedonia, if I said it right, and Thrace, where Bulgarian troops occupied Greek territory, and soon large demonstrations were organized by many cities, by Defenders of the North, which was a patriotic organization. However, the largest group to emerge during the whole resistance was the National Liberation Front, which was founded on September 27, 1941. It was founded by representatives of 4 different parties. Although controlled by the Communist Party of Greece, the organization had Democratic Republican rhetoric, and its military wing, ELAS, was founded in February 1942. And there will be many more organizations, such as the Protection of People Who Struggle, which was a security militia, operation mainly in occupied cities. And the Greek landscape was favored to many guerrilla operations. By 1943, the Axis forces and the collaborators were in control of mostly of main towns and connecting roads, leaving the mountainous countryside to resistance. As there be many resistant fighters, with the ELAS will call on nearly 25,000 fighters, with other 80,000 working as reserves or logical support. The EDES roughly had 10,000 members, and the EKKA had around 10,000 members. Ion Wallace, the Prime Minister of the Communist government, had started to combat the rising influence of EAM. It was feared that, the Communist government may take over Greece after Germany defeat. In 1943, he authorized the creation of a paramilitary force known as security battalions, numbering 20,000 at their peak in 1944, comprised of mostly local fascists, convicts, and synthetic prisoners of war. And forcibly impressed conscripts, they operated under German command and Nazi security warfare operations, but they're really known for their brutality. But at the end of the war, the British Foreign Office, fearing a possible communist upsurge, had observed with displeasure the transformation of the ELAS into a large-scale commercial army, more than out of Allied control. And with the armistice with Italy, they had seized more control of Italian garrison weapons in the country. In response, the Western Allies began to favor rival anti-communist resistance groups. They provided them with more ammunition, supplies, and support as a way of balancing the communists' increasing influence. And soon, a lot of weapons and funds to the communists had stopped altogether, and rival EDES received a bulk of the Allied support. In March 1944, EAM established the Political Community National Liberation, or PEEA. I was gonna say that the actual meaning of the whole organization, but I can't say it because I may mess it up. So here it is. So apologies. In effect, a third Greek government to rival those in Athens and Cairo, the PEEA was dominated by, but not composed exclusively of communists. And the movement had threatened the Allied unity in Great Britain and the United States, as the British and Greek troops loyal to the exiled government had moved to suppress the PEEA. And approximately 5,000 Greek soldiers and officers were disarmed and deported to prison camps after the mutiny. Allied economic aid to the EAM almost stopped. In May 1944, representatives from all political parties and resistant groups came together at the Lebanon Conference under leadership of, if I said it right, Georgios Papadio. I really butchered your name, I apologize. The conference ended with an agreement, national contract, for a government of nationality unity consisting of 24 ministers, 6 to be, EAM members. But EDES and ELAS each saw each other as their great enemy. They both saw that the Germans were going to lose, and for the ELAS, the British represented their major problem, even while the majority of Greeks saw the British as their major hope to end the war. In the summer of 1944, as Soviet forces were advancing into Romania and towards Yugoslavia, threatening to cut off the retreating Germans, the government exile, now led by prominent liberal Georgios Papadio, if I said your name right again, had moved to Italy in preparation to return to Greece. Under the Castria Agreement of September 1944, all resistance forces in Greece were placed under the command of a British officer, Ronald Scrooby, and soon the Western Allies will arrive in Greece in October, by the time the Germans were in full retreat. But there was little to prevent many communist forces from taking full control of the country. With the Germans had pretty much left, many of them had pretty much took control of many cities in the countryside. And the issue of disarming many resistant organizations was a cause of friction between the government and many of its EAM members. Advised by the British ambassador, The Greek government had demanded the disarmament of all armed forces apart from the Scared Band and the 3rd Mountain Brigade and Constitution of the National Guard under government control. The communists, believing that it will leave them defenseless against its opponents, has submitted an alternative plan of total stimulus disarmament. But Papa Edo rejected it, causing EAM ministers to resign from the government. On the 1st of December 1944, the Greek National Unity Government of Papadendo, I really hope I'm saying your name right, I deeply apologize, announced an ultimatum for general disarmament by 10th of December of all guerrilla forces, excluding the tactical forces, which was like pretty much mostly allied to like the main Greek government, such as the Mountain Brigade and the Scared Band. But the EAM had called for a general strike by the announcement of reorganization of the Central Committee of the ELAS, a demonstration forbidden by the government. It was organized by the EAM on December 3rd, that pretty much involved at least 200,000 people, my apologies, marching in Athens. And British tanks alongside police units have been scattered around the area, blocking the way of demonstrators, and the shooting had began when the marchers had arrived at the tomb of the unknown soldier in front of the royal palace. Above St. Thomas Square, more than 28 demonstrators were killed and 148 were injured. At this right here, I started the December events, which was a 37-day period of full-scale fighting in Athens between the EAM fighters and small parts of the ELS and the British Army and the government. And there were many conflicts throughout December alongside and beginning of January of 1945 too. As Papadendo had resigned, it was placed by Lieutenant General, if I say your name right again, Nikolaos Plastria. I hope I said it right. And on January 15, 1945, Scooby had agreed to a ceasefire in exchange for the ELAS withdrawal from positions at Pastia and Tarnowski. And in February 1945, various Greek parties had signed the Treaty of Vaskia, which is support of the Allies, as it provided a complete demobilization of many paramilitary groups around Greece, amnesty for political offensive. But this treaty pretty much transformed the Communist Party of Greece political defeat into a military defeat, as the ELISA existence was terminated and amnesty was not compromised because many actions during the German occupation, and the Deep Marina, if I said it right again, were classified as criminal. Essentially, the perpetrators for the amnesty, lawsuiting for criminal offense began to be fulfilled, and it's estimated that around 80,000 people were prosecuted, and as a result, a number of veterans, partisans hid their weapons in the mountains, and 5,000 escaped to Yugoslavia, although it was not encouraged by the communist leadership. In around 1945-1946, anti-communist forces had allegedly killed over 1,000 common civilians and tortured many others, and entire villages that had been helped by partisans were attacked. And the Communist Party had pretty much boycotted the March 1946 elections, which were won by the monarchist United Alliance of Nationalists, and they had claimed that it was rigged so King George can pretty much return to Athens. When the king returned to Greece, reformed British influence in the country, Nigel Cleave, then a liaison officer to the Greek government and later head of Athens station of MI6, stated that Greece was a kind of British procreate, but the British ambassador was not a colonial governor, and there were to be 6 changes of the prime minister within just 2 years, an indication of instability that will characterize government political life. But soon, fighting will have resumed in March 1946, which pretty much be the beginning of the Civil War. As a group of 30 ex-ELAS members attacked a police station in the village of, I said it right, Little Trovo, killed a policeman, and not before the elections. The next day, the Greek Communist Party official newspaper had announced authorities and gangs had fabricated alleged communist attacks. Armed bands of ELAS veterans were infiltrating Greece through mountains, regions near Yugoslavia and Albanian borders, and they are now organized as the Democratic Army of Greece. A veteran of the ELAS, Marcos, also known as General Marcos, was sent by the Communist Party to organize already existing troops and had took command from a base in Yugoslavia. And both Yugoslavia and Albania communist governments have supported the DCE fighters, but the Soviet Union have remained neutral in this conflict and didn't really budge in. And the KKE kept an open line of communication with the Soviet Communist Party and its leaders. His leader, Niko, had visited Moscow on more than one occasion. And by the end of 1946, the DSE was able to deploy 16,000 partisans, including 50,000 in the Peloponnese and other areas of Greece. According to the DSE, the fighters resisted the reign of the terror that the right-wing gangs committed across Greece. In the Peloponnese especially, local parties officials, headed by Vangelis Wokos, hope I said it right again, had established a plan long before the decision to go to guerrilla war, under which number of partisans operating in the mainland would be inversely proportional to the number of soldiers that the enemy would concentrate in the region. And many rural peasants in the rural area were caught in the crossfire. When the DSE partisans entered a village asking for supplies, citizens were supportive or didn't really resist. When government troops had arrived in the same village, citizens who had supplied the partisans were immediately denounced as communist sympathizers, and they were either imprisoned or exiled. In rural areas, the government also used a strategy which had been advised by U.S. advisors in the area, evacuating villages under the pretext that they were direct threats of communist attacks that would deprive the partisans of supplies and recruits to pretty much weaken the communists. And since Greece was now starting to now be rebuild itself together after World War II, the Greek army had now numbered 90,000 men and was gradually being put on more professional footing, mainly being supported by Britain. However, that has spent around 85 million pounds in Greece and couldn't afford this burden. But President of America, Harry S. Truman, announced that the United States would step in to support the Greek government against communist pressure that began a long troubled relationship with the United States and Greece for several decades to come. And throughout 1957, the scale of fighting had increased as DSE had launched large-scale attacks on towns across northern Epirus, Thessaly, Peloponnese, and Macedonia, provoking the army into a mounted counteroffensive, which met no opposition as the DSE melted back into the mountains in a safe haven across the northern borders. In the Peloponnese, where General Georgos Stanios was appointed area commander, the DSE had suffered heavily with no way to escape the mainland Greece. In general, army morale was low, and it will be some time before America will become apparent in the conflict. And later on in the year, the Communist Party leadership decided to move from guerrilla tactics to pretty much full-scale conventional warfare, despite many opposition, alongside announcing a formation of a provisional democratic government with, hope I said it right, Pavadius as prime minister. But this had led the government of Athens to ban the KKE. And no foreign government even recognized the communist government in Greece, not even Yugoslavia and Albania. And but this had pretty much led the DSE into many costly attempts to siege major towns as a seat of government. In December 1947, 1,200 DC fighters were killed in the Battle of Constantia. At the same time, the tragedy had forced the government to increase the size of the army, with control of many major cities. Alongside, the government even cracked down on many Communist Party members and sympathizers, many who were imprisoned on the island of Mykonos. And the DSE had pretty much reached its higher power in 1948, extending to many operations to Attica, which is 20 kilometers of Athens, and it drew more than 20,000 fighters, both men and women, and a number of sympathizers and informants in every village and suburb. And soon the KKE had even had many guidance by many foreign powers, such as the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. So we're just kind of trying to put them on a map. And throughout 1948 and 1949, pretty much majority of the rural area will be pretty much controlled by DSE. But with many Western allies, many of the United States had pretty much had gave many weapons and advisors to Greek government, had pretty much launched a series of major offensives into the mountains of central Greece. And although the offensive did not achieve most of their objectives, it did make serious defeat on the communists. And there'll be another issue where many children have been removed from Greece, as about 30,000 children were supposed to be taken from DSE from territories they had controlled to many Eastern Bloc countries. And this had drawn the attention of international public opinion, and a United Nations Special Committee issued a report that some children had been in fact forcibly removed, while communist leadership had claimed that children evacuated from Greece at the request of popular organization and parents. But after 50 years when the Civil War had even ended, many of those kids who were now adults had pretty much returned to Greece between 1955 and 1990. Alongside most of these kids were even many given up for adoption to American families throughout the war. And by 1949, the insurgency by the communists were pretty much demoralized by the bitter split between Tito and Stalin, which the Tito and Stalin split had pretty much broke off many relationships from the Soviet Union alongside many other communist groups, mainly in Yugoslavia, but this had pretty much weakened many Greek communists. Mainly because Yugoslavia had been a major Greek communist supporter from the years of occupation, and the Communist Party of Greece had pretty much chose to stay loyal to the Soviet Union. Alongside, Tito even closed the Yugoslavia border to the Greek communist side in July 1949 and disbanded many camps inside Yugoslavia. But they were still able to use many Albanian border territories, but with a poor alternative. And this had pretty much, within the KKE, with the split, had also sparked a witch hunt for Titoites, people who had supported Yugoslavia. But the DES division had pretty much lost many troops, especially one of their main commanders of the division, Vaginas Wokos, who was killed in battle. Alongside a counteroffensive, codenamed Operation Torch, it was a major victory for the National Army that resulted in many heavy losses for the communists. And the DES army was, no longer able to sustain many resistance in many pitched battles. By September 1949, the main body of the DSE divisions had pretty much retreated into Albania, and after which almost 100,000 ELS fighters and common sympathizers who were serving in the DSE ranks were either imprisoned, exiled, or executed. Which soon this had pretty much solved the end of the Greek Civil War, as it was a victory in the Cold War against the Soviet Union and many communists. But this war had pretty much left Greece in many ruins and many economic distress after the German occupation. And around 80,000 to over 150,000 people were killed, and 1 million people were temporarily relocated after the war, making it one of the first major European wars after World War II, and into the Cold War. Berlin Crisis 1961. This is one of the conflicts that's related to the Berlin conflict. Pretty much, how both the East and the West pretty much had saw how can they control Berlin as it was divided. As Nikita Khrushchev pretty much wanted to change the status of Berlin by demanding all withdrawal of armed forces from the city and stopping the mass exodus of many East Germans fleeing to the West. Okay, so let's get a little background. The East German exodus, which after the Second World War, Germany and its capital was pretty much divided by the victors, as the United States, United Kingdom, and France had controlled the west side. While the east was controlled by the Soviet Union, and this was also the case of Berlin as well. And by 1958, East German leader Walter Erbich, I hope I said it right, was struggling to maintain control of the German state, and East Germany was facing economic hardships and shortages. And due to the effects of the war and ongoing reparations demanded by the Soviet Union, as well though many skilled and educated workers had begun seeking many better opportunities in the West. So they pretty much had to do is cross the border into Berlin. And about 2.5 million people have fled to the West by walking through Berlin. It was that easy. As Khrushchev pretty much had, simply called this a disastrous situation as it threatened the whole stability of the Eastern Germany and pretty undermined the Soviet Union efforts to consolidate control of the Eastern Bloc. So he gave an ultimatum in 1958 by demanding a solution to the status of Germany within a deadline of 6 months. As a proposal demanded the Western Allies to sign a separate peace treaty with West and East Germany. If they failed to do so, Khrushchev threatened to sign a separate peace with East Germany to make it into an independent state and declare Berlin a free city, with East Germany holding all exclusive access to the city via air, land, and sea. And the consequences of this were for the Allies to withdraw from the city, thereby dismilitarizing it, and ultimately giving East Germany, and by extension to the Soviet Union, to control all over Berlin. However, the ultimatum pretty much failed due to the joint Allied effort to maintain the post-Dam order, which was achieved through contacted military presence. But soon he'll meet President Eisenhower at Camp David, 1959, but there was no immediate resolution that pretty much reached at Berlin. And after meeting Eisenhower, a summit in Paris was scheduled for May 1960 to discuss the status of Berlin disarmament. However, just days before, the U-2 spy incident happened, where Gary Powers pretty much flew over the Soviet Union and was shot down. And this had made more tensions between the Soviet Union and America. And shortly after the inauguration of John F. Kennedy, a summit in Vienna was held between the United States and the Soviet Union, as both leaders had several objectives they wished to achieve. For Kennedy, the summit was an opportunity to recover his credibility and authority following the failed Bay of Pigs invasion. And for Khrushchev, the main objective to reframe his demands regarding the status of Berlin. But there'd be still well-meaning high tension. As Kennedy had delivered a speech on July 25th, 1961, we pretty much said the United States was not looking for a fight and that recognized the Soviet Union historical concerns about the security in Eastern Europe. He said that he was willing to renew talks, but he also announced that he would ask Congress for additional $3 billion for military spending on conventional weapons, as he wanted 6 new divisions for the Army and 2 for the Marines. And Khrushchev was reported to be very angry by this speech. But soon, on August 12, 1961, the leaders of East Germany had attended a garden party and pretty much had decided to close the border of Berlin and erect a wall around West Berlin, which would be known as the Berlin Wall. As East German troops and workers began to tear up streets running alongside the barrier to install barbed wire and tangled fences along the 156-kilometer, and alongside 30,000 troops were deployed for the building of the wall. And this here had pretty much divided, Germany. And after this, there would be a military standoff, as United States Commander General Washington was outraged by the East Berlin attempt to control the passageway of many American military forces. He communicated to the Department of State on the 25th of October 1961. And his men were not doing the part to pretty much avoid many disturbing actions during the time of peace negotiations, and demanded that the Soviet authorities had to take immediate steps to remedy the situation. In which the Soviets had pretty much described American attempts to send armed soldiers across the checkpoint, keeping American tanks at sector boundary an open provocation, and a direct violation of the GDR regulations. And soon, the United States had sent 10 jeeps with infantry troops to escort Hemsing, a former USAI public affairs officer, through East Berlin, alongside 10 M48 tanks that were fitted with bulldozer blades to close checkpoint Charlie. And afterwards, 33 Soviet tanks that drove into the gate, and pretty much was a military standoff between the United States Army and the Soviet Army. And both sides was loaded with Latin nations alongside many tanks were actually armed with real bullets that can actually start World War III. And the alert levels of United States garrison in West Berlin, and then NATO, and then finally the United States Strategic Air Command were raised. It was at this point that the United States Secretary of State Dean Rusk conveyed General Lucas Clay, the United States Commander Officer in Berlin, we had long since decided that Berlin is not of vital interest, in which would warrant determined resources to force, protect, and sustain. Clay was convinced that having United States tanks use bulldozer mounts to knock down many parts of the Berlin Wall would have ended the crisis. But even if they did that, that would pretty much start a war. Alongside the United States soon even deploying Davy Crockett, which was a tactical nuclear gun, which is a little nuclear rifle that pretty much shoot small nuclear bombs into Berlin. But soon Khrushchev and Kennedy had agreed to reduce tensions and withdrawing many tanks and many troops from the checkpoints. But this right here was one of the closest tensions between America and the Soviet Union that wasn't the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this pretty much almost started World War III before the Cuban Missile Crisis even started. And soon the Berlin Wall would have been fully completed, and it would have not been taken down until late 1980 all the way to 1990. Arab-Israeli conflict. Okay. I am talking about wars, but this one and many others down the list will tend to stir up many arguments in the comments. Which, you know what? I know many videos talking about the Arab-Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and I'm gonna say go for it. Have many arguments in the comments, have many opinions in the comments. Just don't be like super duper hateful about it, because I be seeing many people saying some very hateful stuff on both sides. Okay, so just keep it civil in the comics. Don't be very hateful. Okay, this here is an ongoing conflict that pretty much had many major conflicts throughout the Cold War. That is pretty much a variety of geopolitical disputes between Israel and many Arab countries. It is largely rooted in the historically substance of stance Arab lead towards the Palestinians in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is also involved with the Arab-Israeli conflict. Now, I'm going to give a little context of it. The roots of the modern Arab-Israeli conflict lie between Zionism and Palestinian nationalism. Now, every time people talk about the Arab-Israeli conflict, most people always say, they've been fighting since the Bible time. We need to talk about ancient Rome. But that's the other conflicts. Today, I'm talking about the modern conflict, which mainly started with this. Now, one of the early details about this conflict have been given to a response to Zionism. Zionism is a national movement that pretty much emerged in many countries in Europe and Russia in late 19th century to pretty much establish and maintain a Jewish homeland in, historic Palestine. And through the years, Palestine had been controlled by the Ottoman Empire for nearly 400 years, in which many European and Middle Eastern Jewish communities have begun to mainly increase immigration to Palestine and purchase land from many local Ottoman landlords. And during World War I, many British High Commander Sir Henry Macmillan had secretly composed Hussein Abd Ali, if I said it right, who was a patriot of the Hashemite family and Ottoman governor of Mecca and Medina, and he was convinced to lead an Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire, which during World War I, the Ottoman Empire was allied with Germany. And British had pretty much promised the Arabs that if they pretty much supported Britain in the war, they would give an independent Arab state to, the Arabs. But there was a problem. The British didn't really keep their problem alongside the mandate of Palestine, which the British government had pretty much had saw establishment of Palestine for a national home of Jewish people. And there'll be a major crisis among many Arab nationalists that took place with the failed establishment of an Arab kingdom in Syria in 1920. With the disastrous outcome of the Franco-Syrian War, the self-proclaimed Hashemite kingdom, I said it right again, where its capital Damascus was defeated, and Hashemite ruler that took refuge in mandatory Iraq. And the crisis has saw the first confrontation between national and Arab Jewish forces, taking place in the Battle of Talha in March 1920. But this will also cause many problems, as Palestinian Arabs have started as a rapid influx of Jewish immigrants as a threat to their homeland and their identity as people. And moreover, Jewish policies of purging lands and prohibiting the employment of Arabs in Jewish-owned industries and farms have really angered many Palestinian Arab communities. And soon these demonstrations were even held as early as 1920, and protesting what the Arabs had felt were unfair preferences for the Jewish immigrants, set forth by the British mandate that had governed Palestine at the time. And resistance due to this had led to many outbreaks of violence, and later that year, as there been many riots that had broke out in Jerusalem. As Winston Churchill's 1922 white paper had tried to re-raise the Arab population, denying all creation of a Jewish state that was the intention of the Balfour Declaration. In 1929, after the demonstration by Vladimir Jablonski political group, Better at Western Wall, riots started in Jerusalem and expanded throughout the mandatory Palestine. In the 1930s, the population of mandatory Palestine were Jews, an increase of 6% by Jewish immigration had soon peaked as the Nazis that soon came in power in Germany, and causing many Jewish population in British Palestine to double. And soon there'll be another Arab revolt, mainly in Palestine. But there'll be many anti-Zionist and anti-British military organizations that pretty much were revolting against, many Zionists and British. In response, the British mandate authorities had pretty much greatly reduced the number of Jewish immigrants to Palestine. And after World War II, in which the United Nations was newly formed, on May 15, 1947, the General Assembly had appointed a committee. As this was a plan to pretty much create a partition meaning for Palestine alongside great state of Israel after World War II happened with the Holocaust. And on the 29th of November 1947, the resolution was adopted by 33 votes to 13 with 10 abstentions, as all 6 Arab states who were UN members voted against it. On the ground, Arab and Jewish Palestinians were fighting openly to control many positions in the region, as several atrocities were committed by both sides. And it would soon be a civil war in military Palestine, with the Haganah Jewish militia had launched a number of offensives in which they had gained control all over the territory allocated by 9 nations to UN Jewish state, creating a large number of refugees by capturing towns of, I said right, Tiberias, Haifa, Zedavah, Besan, and in effect, Jaffa. In early 1948, the United Kingdom announced the firm intention to terminate its mandate in Palestine, and soon this would lead into the First Arab-Israeli War. As of May 14, 1948, the day mandate over Palestine expired, the Jewish People Council gathered at Tel Aviv to approve the proclamation and declare the establishment of a Jewish state. And soon later on May 15th, the armies of Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq invaded Israel, which marking the beginning of the Arab-Israeli War. By 1949, Israel would soon have won the war and have pushed all the Arab forces back, in which Egypt would soon occupy the Gaza Strip and Jordan would soon occupy the West Bank, which many Palestinian territories would soon be taken over by Israel. And over 700,000 Jews immigrated to Israel between 1948 and 1952, with approximately most of them coming from Arab countries. And there will be soon many with resistance in Palestine, such as the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, which was founded in 1964. And under a charter, including a commitment to the liberation of Palestine, the liberation of Palestine will destroy the Zionist and imperial presence in the region. As soon there will be many other conflicts such in the region, such as the Suez Crisis, the Six-Day War, Yom Kippur War, Lebanon War, which I'll soon explain later. And soon there'll be many, peace talks between, many Arab states and Israel. But soon in the late 1970s, Israel and Egypt had signed a peace treaty in March 1979. Under its term, the Sinai Peninsula would return to Egyptian hands, and the Gaza Strip would soon remain under Israel control with the occupation of Palestine after the Six-Day War. And the occupation of Palestine is still currently going on, which had made, the occupation one of the largest and longest military occupations in history. In December 1987, the First Intifada had begun, which is an intifada which was a mass uprising in Palestine against many Israeli rule in Palestinian territories. And the rebellion had begun in the Jabal refugee camp and soon has spread throughout Gaza and the West Bank, as Palestinian actions have ranged from civil disobedience to violence, in addition to many general strikes, boycotts on Israeli projects, graffitis, and barricades. The IDF had brought the Intifada international attention when the Israeli army heavy-handed response to the demonstrations with ammunitions, beatings, and mass arrest. And even continuing out through the Cold War, there'll be other conflicts that will still be going on, but still be some, close, peace talks, such as the Oslo Accords, when Israel had recognized the PLO as a legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, while the PLO had recognized the right of the state of Israel to exist and renounced many terrorism. But the Oslo Accords, didn't really fulfill, the peace process and ultimately failed to achieve a lasting resolution in the conflict. And throughout the 2000s, things will only, increase in Palestine. Such as the Second Intifada, also known as the Al-Aqsa Intifada, which had a following of, many protests and many bombings and attacks. And Israel army had launched Operation Defensive Shield in 2002. And soon, Israel had pretty much, intensified and pretty much expanded its security apparatus around the West Bank, and soon, will call for a major withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, even by forcing many settlers out of the region. As throughout the 2000s and 2010s, Israel will have many conflicts with Hamas and Hezbollah, which is a militant group located in the Gaza Strip, and Hezbollah located in Lebanon. And both of them will have fired rockets, and soon Israel will have pretty much invaded the Gaza Strip numerous of times. Such as the first Gaza War in 2008, the 2012 Gaza War, the 2014 Gaza War, the 2021 Gaza War, and the current ongoing one for 2023, which is still ongoing. And most of Gaza is destroyed alongside a famine that is going on. And I just find it very weird, mainly on social media, of how many IDF troops are like celebrating killing kids alongside many people in Israel, even like blocking trucks and mocking Palestinians in a very racist way. And soon after the end of the al-Assad regime in Syria, Israel will soon invade parts of Syria and even occupy it still. And this has been a very long and bloody conflict between Israel and many Arab states, as thousands of people have been killed and many people are still being affected by it, alongside many people being displaced. But to get in more detail with it, I'm going to start off with the first Arab-Israeli War. Now, the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, also known as the First Arab-Israeli War, which soon had a civil war in mandatory Palestine, it was a war that had started on the Declaration of Independence of Israel on May 14, 1948. Which soon on the following morning, a coalition of Arab states will soon invade mandatory Palestine in Israel the following morning. And this still followed after World War I, when most of the Ottoman Empire had pretty much collapsed, and many Arab states had pretty much wanted a unified Arab state. But there was a problem. Great Britain and France had controlled many parts of the Middle East, and the Declaration of the British Mandate of Palestine, which in context in Zionism and the mass migration of European Jews to Palestine, and there were many tensions between many Arabs and Jews and the British. Alongside Great Britain even backtracked its promise that an independent Arab state would be formed, as in 1920, Britain had let French troops attack the Arab kingdom of Syria, questioning its army and overthrowing the government, and the Arab opposition has soon delved into the 1936-1939 Arab revolt in Palestine. And soon, a Jewish opposition had developed into 1944-1947 as a Jewish insurgency in Palestine. And the United Nations, on November 1947, had adopted a resolution recommending the adoption of implementing of a plan to partition the British Mandate of Palestine into two states, an Arab state and a Jewish state. And Jerusalem was planned to be an international city, meaning that it belonged to everybody, but it was still being administered by the United Nations. And the General Assembly resolution on partition was greeted by overwhelming joy in Jewish communities and widespread outrage in the Arab world. In Palestine, violence had erupted almost immediately, leading into a spiral of reprisals and counter-reprisals. And the British had refrained from intervening as tensions boiled over until a low-level conflict was soon escalated into, a full-scale civil war in Palestine. And from January onwards, Operation became increasingly militarized with the intervention of a number of Arab Liberation Armies regiments inside Palestine. As each was active in very distinct sectors around different coastal towns, and they consolidated with their presence in Galilee and Samaria. Bud al-Qadir Husseini, if I said it right, came from Egypt with several hundred of men of the army of the Holy War, having recruited a few thousand volunteers, as al-Husseini had ordered a blockade of 100,000 residents of Jewish descent of Jerusalem. In account of this, the Yishuv authorities had tried to supply the city with convoys up to 100 armored vehicles. But the operation became more and more impractical as numbers of the casualties in the relief convoys had surged. And by March, al-Husseini tactic had paid off. Almost all of the Haganah armored vehicles had been destroyed. And the blockade was in full operation, and hundreds of Haganah members who tried to bring supplies in the city were killed. And the situation for those dwelt in the Jewish settlement in the highly isolated Negev and north of Galilee were even more critical. And while the Jewish population had received strict orders from requiring them to hold their ground at every cause, the Arab population was more affected by the Jewish conditions of insecurity to which the country was exposed, as up to 100,000 Arabs from the upper urban and middle class in Haifa, Jaffa, and Jerusalem or Jewish-dominant areas were either evacuated abroad to Arab centers eastwards. And this had pretty much caused the United States to withdraw support for the partition plan, encouraging the Arab League to believe that the Palestinian Arabs, reinforced by the Arab Liberation Army, could put an end to the plan. However, the British decided on February 7th, 1948 to support the annexation of the Arab part of Palestine by Transjordan. Although doubt took hold among Yeshua supporters, as their apparent defeats were due to more than their weight and sea policy than their weakness. As David Ben-Gurion reorganized the Haganah and made conscription a liberty, as every Jewish man and woman in the country had to receive military training. And this is still going on today in Israel, as anybody in Israel has to go in the military. And they pretty much had the funds to pretty much receive military training during this war, to the funds by the Golda Meir from sympathizers in the United States, alongside Joseph Stalin, even supported the Zionist cause. And the Jewish representatives of Palestine were able to sign a very important armament contract in the East, as other Haganah agents recovered stockpiles from the Second World War, which helped to improve the army and equipment of logistics. And soon by this time, Britain was soon, pretty much just start to leave Palestine. And this had pretty much caused many Jewish militias to pretty much rise more, because Great Britain would start to leave. As soon the Haganah, Palmach, and Irgun forces had begun conquering many mixed zones, as the Palestinian Arab society was shaken, as Tiberias, Haifa, Safed, Bisan, Jaffa, and Acre, I hope I said all the cities' names right, were all captured, and more than 250,000 Palestinian Arabs had either fled or were either expelled. And with the British soon, withdrawing their troops, this had pushed many leaders of many Arab states to pretty much intervene. But they were not fully prepared and could not assemble a sufficient force to pretty much turn the tide, as the majority of Palestinian Arab forces hoped to lay with the Arab Legion of Transjordan monarch King Abdullah I. But he had no intention of creating a Palestinian Arab-run state. And he since hoped to annex much of the territory of the British meant for Palestine as he could. And soon the Haganah would have pretty much launched many operations in many places, such as in Yafa and Benam, to secure many Jewish settlements of Galilee. In Operation Killshon, which created the United Front around Jerusalem, an inclusive meeting between Golda Meir and Abdullah I, followed by the Kfar Etza massacre on 13 of May, the Arab Legion had led the prediction that the battle for Jerusalem would be merciless. And on 14th of May 1948, David Ben-Gurion had declared the establishment of the State of Israel. And soon with the war going on in Palestine, this had pretty much into the second phase, which was the beginning of the Arab-Israeli War, as many intervention of many Arab armies had soon came in. As the following morning, the regular armies of neighboring Arab states, Egypt, Transjordan, and Syria, had invaded territories of former Palestinian mandate allocated for the future Arab state according. Although the Arab invasion was denounced by the United States and the Soviet Union. As initial plans for the many Arab armies had called for Syrian and Lebanese forces to invade from the north, while Jordan and Iraqi forces were to invade from the east, in order to meet at Nazareth and then push forward to Haifa in the south. In the south, the Egyptians were advanced to take Tel Aviv. At the Arab League meeting in Damascus, Abdullah had rejected the plan which serve Syrian interests, using the fact that his allies were afraid to go to war without his army. He proposed that Iraqis attack the Jezreel Valley in Arab Legion to enter Ramallah. But Israel knew the plans that they were going to be invaded due to a French consulate in Jerusalem. As of May 15, Egyptians had attacked two settlements, Nerman and Kfar Darmi, by using artillery, tanks, and aircraft. As it had met fierce resistance from the few light armed defenders on both settlements, but it had failed. As on May 19, the Egyptians had attacked Yad Mokra, if I said it right, where inferior forces of 100 Israelis, armed with nothing more than rifles, medium-weight machine guns, and anti-tank weapons, held in a column of, over 2,000 Egyptians, well supported by armored artillery and air units. For 5 days, the Egyptians had took heavy losses, and soon the Egyptians had attacked and laid siege to a number of Kitzbin in the Negev, among those in Kfar Darm, Arim, Yad Mokai, and Nekba. Hope I said it right again. And the Israeli defenders held out fiercely for days against vastly superior forces and managed to buy viable time with IDF's brigade to prepare and stop the Egyptian drive until the eve. In the Battle of Lapton, the heaviest fight had occurred in Jerusalem between Jordan Arab Legion and Israeli forces as part of a redeployment deal with the Egyptian advance. And Israeli had abandoned the Latin fortress overlooking the main highway to Jerusalem, which the Arab Legion had immediately seized. And the Arab Legion also occupied the Lontar Monastery for these positions, and Jordanians were able to pretty much cause supplies to Israel fighters and civilians in Jerusalem. And Israelis had to take back the fortress in a series of battles from the 25th of May to 18th of July. Now, around during the attempts to take back the fortress, Israeli forces had suffered 589 casualties. Among them was Mickey Marcus, Israel's first general, who was killed by friendly fire. And the Arab Legion also took losses, losing 90 dead and some 200 wounded. And throughout the invasion, there have been many truce plans, as the United Nations had declared a truce on the 29th of May, which had came into effect on, the 11th of June, but only lasted 28 days. As well, an arms embargo was declared with the intention that neither side would make any gains from the truce. But neither have respected the truce, and both have found ways to pretty much be around them. As both the Israelis and Arabs had used this time to improve their positions, which was a direct violation of terms of ceasefire. As of which, IDF will soon get many weapons from Czechoslovakia, alongside many training during this time, but his manpower had pretty much increased to almost 65,000 during the truce. As soon fighting will soon begin, as the Egyptian forces under General Mohammed Naguib Razadavite, who was renowned by the war attacking Negba, the following day, Israel Air Force had launched many offensives on all fronts of the war to push back the Arab forces. As the Egyptian army had pretty much bombed Tel Aviv, and the fight had continued for 10 days until on July 18th, the UN Security Council had issued a second truce. And throughout those 10 days, this had pretty much seen many large-scale attacks by Israel. As IDF pretty much attacked Lydia and Ramallah, and after the capture of both of those cities, pretty much over 50,000 to 70,000 people were violently expelled, as hundreds of Palestinians were either killed in multiple mass killing events in Lydia, and many was expelled without provision or transport vehicles, as has been done in Ramallah. And many of these evictees had died on the walk under the hot July sun, as this was part of the Nakba, which was a forced removal of many Palestinians throughout the first Arab-Israeli war. As this had pretty much kicked out many Palestinians from many places in Palestine, alongside many places in Israel. But soon, most of these map territorial changes will soon be consumed by Israel, and most of these Palestinians were either sent to either the West Bank or Gaza, or will soon be sent into Jordan or Egypt. As 750,000 Palestinians were really displaced, as there had been 30 massacres, 500 villages were destroyed, as well 15,000 were killed. On October 22nd, there will be a third truce, but it was, broken. But fighting would soon happen again, as the IDF had pretty much launched Operation Haram and captured the entire Upper Galilee area, driving many Arab forces back to Lebanon. And the operation just lasted 60 hours, which numerous villages were captured, and many locals or Arab forces had put up many resistance. But most of them were killed, because the Arab losses were estimated to be around 400 dead and 550 taken prisoners. And some prisoners were reported to be executed by Israeli forces. And soon there will be many, series of military operations to drive the Arab armies, and secure the border of Israel. As soon as late December 1948, the United Nations General Assembly had passed Resolution 194 to pretty much, make peace between Israel and many Arab states. But many of the resolution articles were not fulfilled. And since these were opposed by Israel and rejected by the Arab states, were overshadowed by the war, and the war had continued until 1949, where Israel had signed separate armistices with many Arab states, with Egypt on the 24th of February, Lebanon on the 23rd of March, Transjordan on the 3rd of April, and Syria on the 20th of July. And soon the war would be over. But after the armistice, Israel had taken over 78% of the territory comprised of former Mandate Palestine, including, taking control of West Jerusalem. And soon there will be, but the rest of Palestine was divided by the armistice lines, or the Green Line, which was the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, alongside East Jerusalem, which were occupied by Egypt and Jordan. And just before signing the Israel-Transjordan Agreement, General Yigal Allon proposed a military offensive to conquer the West Bank up to the Jordan River as a natural defense border for Israel. But he was refused by Ben-Gurion, although he was aware that the IDF was militarily strong enough to carry out the conquest of the West Bank. But he feared the reaction of Western powers and wanted to maintain good relations with the United States and to not prevent the British to pretty much intervene again. But this will change later on. It is estimated around that over 6,000 Israelis were killed in this war. As it's pretty much, the exact number of, Arab casualties is unknown, but it's widely to believe that it's around 4,000 to 15,000. And the estimated deaths that Palestinians had died in the war was around 20,000. But this would not be, the last conflict with Arab states in Israel. Suez Crisis. The Suez Crisis, which is also known as the Second Arab-Israeli War, also known as the tripartite aggression in the Arab world, alongside also being called the Sinai War. This was a British, French, and Israeli invasion of Egypt in 1956. By pretty much, what main objective was trying to reopen the Strait of Tehran and the Gulf of Aqaba, if I said it right, with Egypt pretty much being very tight of and trying to nationalize the Suez Canal. But first we need to get a little context. So long time ago, the Suez Canal was opened in 1869 and the 10 years of work financed by the French and Egyptian governments. The canal was operated by the Suez Company, which is an Egyptian charter company, and the area surrounding the canal remained sovereign Egyptian territory and the only land bridge between Africa and Asia during this time. Even being a very important place for many world powers, for a strategic place, as it provided a short ocean link between the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean. It cannot at ease currents for trading nations and particularly help European colonial powers gain many power from their colonies in India. 1875, as a result of a debt finance crisis, Egypt was forced to sell its shares in the operating company to the British government. They had pretty much attained 40% of the share for the Suez Canal Company. And with World War II pretty much happening, Britain's military strength had pretty much spread throughout the region in the Middle East, including vast military complex in the Suez Canal with a garrison of 8,000 soldiers, making it one of the largest military installations in the world. And the Suez base was an important part of Britain's strategic position in the Middle East. However, it became a source of growing tension in the Anglo-Egyptian relations. As Egyptian domestic politics were experiencing radical change prompted by the economic instability, inflation, and unemployment in Egypt, as unrest had begun to manifest in the growth of radical political groups such as the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, an increasingly hostile attitude toward Britain and its presence, added to many anti-British acts in Egypt during this time, especially with the creation of Israel. As soon in January 1952, British forces attempted to disarm a troublesome auxiliary police force barracks in Ismailia, resulting in the deaths of 41 Egyptians. And this had led to many anti-Western riots in Cairo. And soon there will be a military coup in Egypt, led by Egyptian nationalist Free Officers Movement, led by Mohammed Nekbud, if I said it right, and future Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser, who overthrew King Farouk and established the Egyptian Republic. And soon, Egypt would try to nationalize the Suez Crisis. But Britain and France didn't, pretty much want to lose access to this canal, as pretty much, to import many oil alongside a good strategic advance. And soon Israel will also join Britain and France after Nasser had pretty much closed the Strait of Tehran to Israel shipping, which pretty much hindered Israel access to the southern port of Elad, and this was seen as economic warfare and direct threat to maritime rights by Israel. As David Ben-Gurion outlined to Guy Millet, who was the French Prime Minister, as his plans for a new order in the Middle East. This consisted of Israel pretty much occupying and annexing both the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt, because during this time it was both owned by Egypt. Even plans for Israel to pretty much annex southern Lebanon. Alongside Israel wanted to reopen the Straits of Tehran leading to the Gulf of Aqaba to Israel shipping. As soon both British, French, and Israeli forces would soon invade. alongside British and French paratroopers would soon come in to take the Suez Canal alongside Israeli troops invading the Sinai Peninsula, as both the French and British troops were really experienced, especially the French troops who pretty much was still fighting in Vietnam alongside Algeria. And throughout this conflict, there have been many anti-war protests in Britain, and this invasion had pretty much upsetted many places in the Muslim world, such as in Pakistan, where there was a rally to pretty much show solidarity with Egypt. And in Syria, which they had pretty much blew up a pipeline to pretty much weaken British oil. And the Saudi government had pretty much imposed a total embargo of oil on Britain and France. And this invasion had also upset the Soviet Union, who was pretty much trying to spread more influence in the Middle East. And it had started as as an act of imperialism by Britain, French, and Israel. So the Soviet Union had pretty much threatened military intervention and uses UN Security Council to veto and condemn the attack, alongside threatening to use nuclear weapons if needed. And then the United States would even put financial pressure on the United Kingdom to end the invasion, alongside many other countries pretty much putting economic pressure on both Britain and France. And soon a ceasefire was soon placed, as Prime Minister Anthony Eden had announced a ceasefire on the 6th of November, warning neither France nor Israel beforehand. And Eisenhower was not in favor of immediate withdrawal of British, French, and Israeli troops until the United States ambassador to the United Nations, Henry Cabot Lodge Jr., pushed for it, as Eden's predecessor, Winston Churchill, had commented on the 22nd of November, "I cannot understand why our troops were halted to go so far and not go on was madness." As he soon further added that he might have not dared to begin the military operation, nevertheless, once having ordered it, he would certainly have not dared to stop it before reaching its main objective. And they had pretty much finished withdrawing by the 22nd of December 1956. And the Israelis have refused to host any United Nations force on Israel-controlled territory and withdrew from the Sinai Peninsula and alongside in Gaza in March 1957. But before the withdrawal, Israeli forces had pretty much destroyed infrastructure in the Sinai Peninsula, such as roads, railways, and telephone lines, alongside Israel destroying houses and villages too. Even confiscating many Egyptian national railways equipment too. It may have seemed a victory for the coalition, but a political victory for Egypt, as Egypt had main control of the canal, and soon pretty much a bigger relationship with Soviet Union and many countries in the Middle East, as they were pretty much supporting Egypt during this whole crisis. But when the Suez crisis had pretty much erupted, Nasser had brought a set of sweeping regulations abolishing civil liberties and allowing the state-to-state mass arrests without any charges and stripped away Egyptian citizenship of any group desired. And these arrests were pretty much mostly directed against Jews of Egypt, as around 1,000 Jews were arrested. And majority of them had pretty much left and had fled to Israel, Europe, United States, and South America. And by around the end of the war, the Jewish population of Egypt had fallen to around 15,000. Second Taiwan Strait crisis. So this here is another part of the ongoing Taiwan Strait crisis. As this here was a 3-month crisis that pretty much had include Taiwan and China. As of August 25th, 1958, Chinese combined forces and Taiwanese forces had clashed in the vicinity of Dongding Island, if I said it right, which Nazi troops had controlled. And the action has seen as an attempt by the communists to land on the island, and this was the only naval amphibious landing during the whole crisis. And the communist forces were repelled from taking the island, alongside artillery shelling the island, as American Joint Chiefs of Staff had determined to defend the islands even if the defense necessitated a nuclear response. And throughout the following weeks, as the crisis continued to unfold, contingency plans were developed to pretty much clear that a critical issue was applying Kinmen. And on the meeting of September 2nd, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles met with Joint Chief Staff and other top officials to formulate an ongoing American strategy in the Taiwan Strait. And the group had determined that the use of nuclear weapons would be necessary for the defense of Kinmen, but the United States should initially limit itself from using conventional forces. Man, why do all these crises, like the last Taiwan Strait crisis, they want to use nukes? Come on, people were crazy in the 1950s. And the Eisenhower administration had pretty much responded to the request for aid from the Republic of China, aka Taiwan. According to the obligations in the Republic of China-United States Mutual Defense Treaty that had been ratified in 1945, President Dwight Eisenhower had ordered reinforcements of the United States 7th Navy Fleet in the area, and ordered American naval bases vessels to help the nationalist Chinese government to protect its supply lines on the islands. In addition, the United States Air Force had deployed mini jets such as the F-100D Super Sabres to Taiwan to demonstrate support for Taiwan. And because of this, pretty much China didn't really mainly attack American troops, mainly because they didn't want to bring it into a war with the United States. So they were refrained from firing on any convoys if they observed any United States ships. And the conflict would still go on throughout the fall as there were many air-to-air combat, as 32 Republic of China jets had clashed with 100 People's Republic of China MiGs in a series of aerial engagements, as 25 were shot down. But soon there'll be stalemate, as the People's Republic Army artillerymen have run out of artillery shells. And the Chinese Communist government have announced an unreliable ceasefire on the 6th of October. However, on the 20th of October, they have resumed artillery fire, and that pretty much continued all the way till the crisis had pretty much fully ended in December 1958. But the firing shelling of the island didn't last it until 1979. It was a pretty much short crisis and conflict throughout the Cold War, but this would not be part of the Taiwan Strait crisis, because there'll be another one later on in 1959 to 1996. And this was crisis that was pretty much a series of missile tests conducted by China in the waters around Taiwan, and this had pretty much made America and Taiwan a bit scared, because thinking that they're trying to test weapons on Taiwan and will soon eventually invade. And still to this day, the Taiwan conflict is still going on to this day, as many people still even believe in that America and China may go to war, which hopefully they don't, because that'd be really bad. 1959 Tibet Uprising. The 1959 Tibet Uprising, or the Lhasa Uprising, had begun on the 10th of March 1959. It was a series of protests in the Tibetan capital of Lhasa, fueled by fears the Chinese government had planned to arrest the Dalai Lama. As over the 10 days, demonstrations evolved from expressions for support for the 14th Dalai Lama to demands for independence and the reversal of the 1951 Chinese annexation of Tibet. Because after China had pretty much won a civil war, they had annexed many places, such as Tibet. As in 1951, the 17-point agreement between the People's Republic of China and Representative Dalai Lama put into effect. As socialist reforms, such as redistribution of the land, were delayed in Tibet proper. However, Eastern Kham and Amdo were outside of the administration of the Tibetan government in Lhasa, and they were just treated just like another Chinese province, with land redistribution implemented in full, and the Khampas and the nomads of Amdo traditionally had owned their own land. An armistice soon broke out in Amdo and Eastern Kham in June 1946, and prior to the People's Republic Army invasion, relations between Lhasa and Khampa chieftains had deteriorated, although the Khampa remained spiritually loyal to the Dalai Lama throughout. And because of these strained relations, the Khampa had initially assisted the Chinese communists in their initial invasion before becoming guerrilla resistance. Padat Sang Wapa, hope I said it right again, I really hope I said it right, who was a pro-KMT and pro-Republic of China Khampa revolutionary leader, offered the governor of Chamdo some of his fighters in exchange for the Tibetan government to recognize the independence of North Kham. But he had refused the offer. And after the defeat of the Tibetan army in Chamdo, Rakpa had started meditating in negotiations between the People's Republic of China and Tibetan rebels. And they soon ran negotiations with the Chinese during their assault on Chamdo, where the Khampas either had defected to Chinese army or did not fire at all, and the People's Liberation Army pretty much seceded. By 1957, Kham was in chaos. Resistance fighters and People's Liberation Army, reprisals against Khampa resistance groups had pretty much became increasingly brutal. And Kham monster networks came to be used by guerrilla forces to relay messages and hide rebels. And punitive strikes were carried out by the Chinese government against Tibetan villages and monasteries. And Tibetan exiles insisted that threats to bomb the Potlat Palace in the Dalai Lama And these threats were made by the Chinese military commanders in an attempt to intimidate the guerrilla forces into submission. As Lhasa continued to abide by the 17-point agreement and sent a delegation to Kham to quell the rebellion. And as speaking with many rebel leaders, the delegation instead joined the rebellion. And Kham leaders had contacted the Central Intelligence Agency, aka the CIA, but the CIA under President Dwight Eisenhower insisted or required an official request from Lhasa to support the rebels, in which they did not well at. But CIA has soon provided covert support for the rebellion. And by then, the rebellion aspect of Lhasa, which had filled with refugees from Amado and Kham, opposition to the Chinese presence in Tibet had grew within the city of Lhasa. And by mid-February 1959, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Administrative Office, has circulated on many news agencies for an internal report on how the revolt in Tibet region had gathered pace and delivered a nearly full-scale rebellion. And the next day, Chinese leaders had saw a report from the People's Liberation Army General Staff Operations Department describing rebellions by Tibetan in Sichuan, Yunnan, Gansu, and Qinghai. I hope I said it right again. I'm bad. He again stressed that rebellions like these are extremely favorable for us because they will benefit us for helping train our troops, train the people, provide a specific reason to crush the rebellion and carry out comprehensive reforms in the future. So pretty much just like, annex Tibet. And the Chinese government had used Hu soldiers who were formerly served under Mao Bufang to crush the Tibetan revolt in Amdo. And the Hu cavalry was stationed in southern Kham. And things would be very tense in Tibet with many, people supporting the Khampa uprising and many anti-Chinese communist stuff spreading against the Tibetans. The regional government in Lhasa neither want to back a rebellion nor pretty much oppose it. They're pretty much just, neutral. And the Chinese Communist Party put pressure on the Dalai Lama government to join operations against the rebels and made it increasingly clear that the spread of insurgency leads out to all-out repression in Tibet. In this unstable situation, Chinese generals residents in Lhasa were summoned back to mainland China, leaving the experienced People's Liberation Army commander Tan Gaosen in charge. Just as the date of the Monan Prayer Festival approached, previously used by people to pretty much voice anti-Chinese sentiments. And Dalai Lama would soon be invited to a performance for a religious dance, alongside many Chinese officials have pretty much insisted that they would handle Dalai Lama's security and pretty much give him bodyguards. But many people, mainly Dalai Lama advisors, some of members of the Kashag were alarmed and concerned that Dalai Lama might be adopted after pretty much not supporting China as much. And so on March 10th, several thousand Tibetans had surrounded his palace to prevent him from leaving his palace or being removed, because it was a huge rumor that China was going plan to arrest the Dalai Lama and execute him. As many protesters pretty much publicly pleaded to China that Dalai Lama should not attend the meeting or be anywhere near any Chinese officials, claiming that he'd be kidnapped. As soon violence went out directed at many Tibetan officials who perceived to have not protected the Dalai Lama or who was pretty much pro-Chinese. And soon attack on Chinese had started later, as one of the first casualties of the mob was Senior Lama Pakbalya Somna Gaimako. I hope I said it right again. Who pretty much worked with the People's Republic of China as a member of the Preparatory Committee of Tibet Autonomous Region, who was killed and his body was dragged by a horse in front of the crowd for 2 kilometers. And protesters as soon began using openly anti-Chinese slogans. And the violence was soon spread out through Tibet fully, alongside many protests and riots. And Dalai Lama had informed the protesters that he would not stay at the palace, yet this was no longer enough for the growing crowd, as protesters began to demand Tibetan independence and urged the Dalai Lama government to publicly endorse their actions. And soon barricades went up in the streets of Lhasa, and Chinese government soldiers and Tibetan rebel forces had begun to fortify positions for an all-out war. And with pretty much the conflict going more unstable in Tibet, the Dalai Lama and his close confidants opted to flee Lhasa, alongside many Tibetan troops even were pretty much deployed to the area to secure an escape route from Lhasa to pretty much protect them. And 2 days later, on March 17th, 2 artillery shells had landed near the Dalai Lama palace, which pretty much triggered his fight into exile. and Dalai Lama has secretly left his palace and far at night slipped out of Lhasa with his family and a small number of officials. And the Chinese did not strictly guarded the Potala, as they did not believe that the Dalai Lama would even try to flee. As soon he would pretty much link up with many rebels who began protecting him, and will soon reach the Indian border, in which he's now went to India in exile. And still to this day, as I'm writing this, Dalai Lama is 90 years old, and he still lives in India. And he still pretty much proclaimed the restoration of Tibetan independence. Also, I forgot to say this here, because I'm just going to say it right now. It was not really part of the Cold War. But Dalai Lama is kind of weird. Yeah. And people will soon believe that he was still in the palace. But soon in the city of Lahama, it will soon become very tense, as protesters have seized a number of machine guns. And soon the Chinese army responded by shelling the Nobulinga to disperse the crowd, and this places troops at a barricade that divided the city into the northern and southern part. And the following night, the battle began early on the following day. It was proved to be bloody, as fighting in the streets had continued for the next 3 days. The last Tibetan resistance was centered on the Jokhang, where Khampa refugees had set up machine guns, while a large number of Tibetans circumvented the temple in reverence. And the People's Liberation Army began to attack the Jokhang on the 23rd of March, in a hard-fought 3-hour-long battle with many casualties on both sides ensued. And the Chinese eventually managed to break through using a tank. With that, pretty much after that, placed a flag of China on the temple, ending the uprising. And the Lhasa streets were reported filled with corpses, and at least around 4,000 people were arrested. And soon after this was pretty much the end of the uprising, and soon Tibet would soon be annexed by China. After which, many Tibetans had pretty much fled into India, where they had lived under the Tibetan government in exile, in which they will support Tibet to be free again. And this had made many tensions between China and many Tibetans in exile, where the Dalai Lama had first visited Taiwan in 1997. And it's estimated that around 85,000 to 87,000 Tibetans were killed during this uprising, alongside 2,000 Chinese were killed. As well, for centuries, and still on to this day, there have been many sovereignty debate between Tibet and China. Some people say Tibet should be a country, and some saying Tibet should just be part of China.
Who the fuck are you?
I am Jigme. I come from Tibet. I want to defeat the Chinese oppressors in kickball.
Why?
I hate fucking Chinese!
The Arab Cold War. Now, the Arab Cold War was a political rivalry in the Arab world that lasted around from the early 1950s to around the early 90s a bit. It's a bit complicated because there was still a lot of stuff going on in the Arab world during the Cold War. Now, every time we was in school, when we talk about the Cold War, we always say that it was just between the Soviet Union and America and their allies. But there was another Cold War and political rivalry happening in the Middle East, mainly in the Arab world. After, many decolonization of Asia and many countries in the Middle East, pretty much getting the governments, there have been many ideology differences between the Middle East. And this mainly started with the Egyptian Revolution in 1952. It was a revolution in Egypt that had led to Gamal Abdel Nasser becoming president of Egypt in 1956, and thereafter establishing the Arab republics, which was inspired by the revolutionary secularism nationalism. And soon Egypt had engaged in political rivalries with its more conservative traditional Arab monarchies that was included by Saudi Arabia, alongside with the Iranian Revolution happening. And even though Iran is not in the Arab world, it still had made a major effect with the Arab Cold War. As around 1956, after the Egyptian Revolution, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Tunisia, and Sudan were the republics in the Arab state, as they had pretty much had some degree to Arab nationalism ideology. And Arab nationalism is a political and cultural ideology that emphasizes the shared identity, history, and heritage of the Arab people, and trying to aim at them to unite into a single nation. Alongside, Jordan and Iraq were both ruled by Hashemite monarchies. In Morocco, Libya, Saudi Arabia, and North Yemen pretty much had independent dynasties. In Algeria, South Yemen, Oman, and the true states were either under French colonial rule or British occupation until, they pretty much left due to wars. In 1960, Iraq, Tunisia, Algeria, and North Yemen had Republican governments or around national insurgencies, and while Lebanon was experiencing civil war alongside dealing with Israel and many Syrian and Egyptian allied Arab nationalist factions. As throughout the Arab Cold War, there were pretty much many ideology differences between many monarchies and many republics. Alongside, this will even cause pretty much distance between them, alongside many conflicts happening as well Palestinian nationality. As throughout the Arab Cold War and still on to this day, Palestine is occupied by Israel, alongside being in many conflicts with many Arab states such as Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. Alongside, in 1969, the Kingdom of Libya under King Idris was overthrown by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. And in Saudi Arabia at first, some Saudi princes had pretty much supported Nasser's cause of Arab socialism because of his popularity in the region. In 1962, a Saudi Air Force pilot defected to Cairo. In 1965 and 1966, there are signs of unrest and subversion, mainly in Saudi Arabia oil production region. Alongside, many attempt to pretty much even unite many Arab countries, kind of like how NATO did, but this time with the United Arab Republic, which had ended in 1971, alongside the Islamic revival. With this Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pretty much being smaller than Egypt, it did have oil wealth, a major oil wealth, alongside prestige due to the cities of Mecca and Medina, which is Islam's two holiest cities. As in 1962, Saudi Arabia had sponsored an international Islamic conference in Mecca to use Islam as a counterweight to Nasser Arab socialism, and this had led to the creation of the Muslim World League, dedicated to spreading Islam and promoting Islamic solidarity. And Arab Cold War isn't really talked about as much because this pretty much kind of had changed the Middle East as we had know it, alongside leading to many conflicts which had pretty much changed the whole Middle East, which I'll get to later. Six-Day War. Now, the Six-Day War, also known as the June War, or the Third Arab-Israeli War, was fought between Israel and a coalition of Arab states, primarily Egypt, Syria, Jordan. As soon as the Suez Crisis, Egypt had agreed to stationing a United Nations emergency force in the Sinai Peninsula to ensure all parties would comply to the 1949 armistice agreements. And soon after 1966, Syria has signed a mutual defense agreement with Egypt. And soon after the response to the Palestinian Liberation Organization guerrilla activity, including a landmine attack that had left 3 dead, the IDF had attacked a village of As Selmo in the Jordan-ruled West Bank, and Jordan units had engaged the Israelis but were quickly beaten back. And King Hussein of Jordan had criticized the Egyptian President Nasser for failing to come to Jordan age, and was hiding behind the United Nations emergency force skirts. In May 1967, Nasser had received reports from the Soviet Union that some has said were false or actually real, that Israel was massing on the Syrian border. And Nasser began massing his troops in the 2 defense lines, in the Sinai Peninsula on Israel border, and on the expelled United Nations emergency force from Gaza. In which soon, on May 30th, Jordan and Egypt had signed a defense pact, and following day, Jordan invitation the Iraqi army began deploying troops and armored units in Jordan, and were later reinforced by the Egyptian contingent. And on the 1st of June, Israel had formed a national unity government. As soon Israel had pretty much launched many airstrikes that had started the 6-Day War. As Israel had launched a surprise attack on the Egyptian Air Force, which had majorly weakened them, and then weakening both Jordan and Syria Air Forces, pretty much making Syria lost 2/3 of its aircraft. And at midnight, Israel troops had moved against the Jordan troops in Jerusalem, encircled the entire city. After the day, they had captured a number of strategic sites held by Jordanians. As soon, Israel would soon take control of many places in the West Bank, such as Bethlehem, Jerusalem, and Ramallah, and would soon advance into the Golan Heights in Syria. By June 4th, Israel had completed its final offensive in the Golan Heights, and a ceasefire was soon signed a day after. And Israel had pretty much seized the Gaza Strip, Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, alongside East Jerusalem, which is in Palestinian territory, and the Golan Heights. And about 1 million Arabs were placed under Israel direct control in newly captured territories. In Israel's strategic depth grew from at least 200 kilometers in the south, 60 kilometers in the east, and 20 kilometers in the north. And there will be another displacement of populations in occupied territories, as about 1 million Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza were displaced from their homes, and most of them have settled in Jordan, and the other 7,000 have remained in the Golan Heights, as over 100,000 have fled. And Israel allowed only the inhabitants of East Jerusalem and Golan Heights to receive full Israeli citizenship, applying its law, administration, and jurisdiction to those territories. And after the war, the Arab nations were defeated badly. And this had caused, many populations of minority Jews to face persecution and expulsion following the Israeli victory. As mobs had attacked Jewish neighborhoods in Egypt, Yemen, Lebanon, Tunisia, and Morocco, burning synagogues and assaulting residents. And the war had ended, many anti-Semitic purges had begun in communist countries. As well, many communist countries had pretty much supported the Arab cause. Even around 11,000 Jews from Poland had immigrated to Israel. This war would have been a very quick but very bloody war, and the one that pretty much, still affects the region to this day. Because even after, many peace talks in the 70s, Israel did give up the Sinai Peninsula, but they had lost a lot of territory, and by doing it, and when they had lost the Sinai Peninsula, many, Israelis did not want to leave that area when they gave out to Egypt. Alongside many still tensions between the Golan Heights and many parts of Lebanon being fully occupied by Israel, and Gaza and the West Bank, which was occupied by Israel, and still is occupied by Israel, by the way, as majority of the West Bank is controlled by Israel. As between 700 and 980 Israelis were killed and over 4,000 was wounded. It is estimated that around up to 15,000 Egyptian soldiers were either listed as killed or missing in action, alongside being estimated around 1,000 and 500,000 soldiers in Syria were either killed in action. Alongside many United Nations emergency forces troops that were stationed in the Egyptian side of the border, as around Israel had pretty much attacked many United Nations convoy camps and personnel that conditioned in Gaza, resulting to 1 Brazilian peacekeeper killed, 14 Indian officials killed by Israel forces, and 17 peacekeepers were wounded. And there's one incident that isn't really talked about much throughout the war. It is the USS Liberty incident. On June 8, 1967, the USS Liberty, which was a United States electronic intelligence vessel sailing 13 nautical miles offshore Egyptian territorial waters, was attacked by Israel jets and torpedo boats, nearly sinking the ship and killing 34 sailors and wounding over 171. And Israel has said that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, that the ship had been misidentified as a different vessel, and Israel had apologized for the mistake and paid compensation to the victims' or families. But there were many investigations as well that the incident was an accident and the issue was soon closed, but it's still very untalked about. Moro conflict. The Moro conflict was an insurgency in the Mindanao region of the Philippines, which involved multiple armed groups. As a decades-long peace process has resulted in peace deals between the Philippine government and 2 major armed groups, the Moro Liberation Front and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. But other smaller armed groups continue to exist. Now, this conflict is a little complex because it's a conflict that literally started in the 1960s during the Cold War and ended recently, really recently in 2019, and still have a bit more small stuff going on to this day. The root cause of the Moro conflict is associated in a long history of resistance by the Moro people against foreign rule for centuries, as the region was under control by the Spanish Empire, alongside with the United States even occupying the Philippines. And soon America would soon lead the Philippines after World War II, 1946, as there were pretty much many disputes between the Moro and Filipino Christians settlers as disputes over land had increased. As Moro Muslims and Lumads were largely supplanted during the Spanish and American colonization programs, the Christian Filipino settlers eventually taking control of key areas along newly built roads and disrupting traditional Moro administrative structures and control over resources. American people have preferred the Christians to become the administrators of the newly defined township instead of the Lumad and Moro. environmental degradation resulting from unstable population growth, and the Jabata Massacre, which was the assassination or executions of the Moro army recruits who allegedly mutilated upon learning the true nature of their mission, as this had pretty much ignited the Moro insurgency in the Philippines. As a Senate expose based on testimony of alleged survivor claimed that at least 11 Filipino Muslim military trainees have been killed in a corridor by soldiers of the armed forces of the Philippines. The trainees have been brought to the island of Corridor to a secret commando unit called Jabata, which will infiltrate and destabilize and take over Sabah for the Sulu Sultan who previously owned it. Hope I said it right again. The trainees eventually rejected their mission, and for that reasons that they are still debated by historians to this day. The survivor, Jibin Arua, has said that whatever the reasons behind their auditions, all of the recruits aside from him were killed, and he escaped by pretending to be dead. And the news of this had created, many unrest among Filipino Muslims, especially among students, as both Muslims, intellectuals, and common people suddenly became politicalized. This created the idea of finding integration and accommodation of the rest of the country in creating a sense of marginalization. And various organizations pushing for moral self-rule, either through autonomy or independence, were soon formed. As Lano Disser, Congressman Harun Alash Lukman, who I said it right again, called for Congress to begin proceeding to impeach President Marcos, who was pretty much responsible for many of this, and ended up establishing the, if I said it right, Bangsamoro Liberation Organization, or BMLO, in frustration as the impeachment effort couldn't get many support. And Governor Dato Ukta Matam, who I said it right again, established the Muslim Independence Movement, which openly called for secession of the region to create a Muslim state, although it only lasted until Matalam negotiated with Marcos and sent it a post-administration cabinet. In 1972, the University of the Philippines professor Nur Masari had formed the Moro National Liberation Front, which sought the establishment of a Moro republic through force of arms, attracting many members who broke away from the Muslim independence movement. And they were soon getting many battles with the Philippine government, such as the Siege of Jolo, alongside the mouse bomb massacre, which the Philippine army had killed at least 1,000 Moro civilians who were praying in a mosque. There were many peace attempts, but didn't really convent. And there will be another insurgency group, such as the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, who was formed in 1978 as a suspended group of the MNLF, seeking to establish an Islamic state in the Philippines. And soon conflicts will get into really both sides, where the armed forces of the Philippines, alongside many rebel groups, had continued into the end of President Marcos' regime from 1972 to 1978, and at least around 50,000 people were killed in this conflict. Also, small window fact: when they were filming Apocalypse Now, most of the many Vietnam movies from 1970s, they were pretty much filmed in the Philippines, which was going on in insurgency. And there's a scene with the helicopters. All those helicopters belong to the Philippine military. And right when they're done filming the helicopters, those pilots were actually military pilots, and they literally just left to go fight the insurgency, right after filming. I'm not joking.
Civil war in the South. Every day the government sends different pilots who haven't participated in the rehearsals, wrecking tens of thousands of dollars worth of shots. All day today, a Philippine Air Force general was on the set. There were rumors that the rebels were in the hills about 10 miles away. The Filipino commanders were afraid there could be an attack on the helicopters we were using. In the middle of a complicated shot, the helicopters were called away to fight the rebels.
What? Five? They said 2. Wait a second, stand by. We just heard they're taking away 5 of our helicopters. Should we do it?
You go away.
We'll have them next week. Do it next week.
And Corazino Aquino would soon become president of the Philippines and arranged a meeting with many rebel groups, such as the MNLF, to pave the way for a series of negotiations. In the early 90s, under Fidel V. Ramos, several negotiation peace talks were held, but in 1991, if I said it right, Abu Jawak Janjali, who was a former teacher who studied Islam in the Middle East, had formed the Abu Sayyaf group after reporting we were Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. He recruited many members who were formerly part of the MNLF to pretty much become more radical. And soon, in 2000, there'll be an all-out war against the Moro Islamic Liberation Front as a series of negotiations and ceasefires were pretty much held, and apparently several conflicts around the Mindanao had erupted, and clashes between the Philippine military and rebel groups have resulted in the loss of life. As 3 Italian priests would be kidnapped, as two were released later, but one would be killed. As the Philippine military had launched a successful campaign against many rebel groups in 34 minor camps and 13 major camps. And after the campaign, several Islamic rebel groups have retaliated by bombing several key locations in the national capital region on December 30th, resulting in 22 deaths and 100 people injured. And this conflict will still go on throughout the war on terror, as many conflicts that happened throughout the Philippines, such as even ISIS trying to expand into the Philippines. Sino-Soviet split. Now, the Sino-Soviet split was a gradually worsening relationship between the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. This was mainly caused by divergencies that arose from different interpretations of Marxism-Leninism. And this had pretty much split the whole communist world into two, as both sides of the communist world, with China see who was stronger, which was China and the Soviet Union. And both sides were major superpowers, alongside having nuclear weapons, and they're both really touching each other, alongside many border classes between each other. Now, I mentioned earlier, during World War II and during the Chinese Civil War, the Soviet Union had pretty much supported China. Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong had pretty much worked together. Hell, even Mao Zedong even went to Joseph Stalin's birthday party. So yeah, they're best buds. Alongside, sometimes they would also butt heads with each other, with China was trying to industrialize the country with a drastic result for people on land, where Mao Zedong's unrealistic goals for agricultural production had went badly, in which I called the Chinese Great Famine, which around estimated 30 million Chinese people had starved to death. And then later, Joseph Stalin would soon pass away, when Nikita Khrushchev would soon take his place. But Nikita Khrushchev and Mao Zedong did not like each other, because they did not like each other personally, alongside ideology. When Khrushchev had pretty much started de-Stalinized the Soviet Union, in which he initiated the speech on the cult of personality and conquests and criticized Stalin and Stalinism, especially the Great Purge of Soviet society. And this what kind of made Mao Zedong a little bit mad, because he had pretty much emulated Stalin's style of leadership and practice of Marxism-Leninism and the development of socialism, with Chinese characteristics of the People's Republic as a country. And with the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 against Moscow rule, was a severe political concern for Mao, because it had required military intervention to suppress and current weakened political legitimacy of the Communist Party to be a government. And the Chinese Communist Party even denounced the USSR's de-Stalinization as revisionism, and reframed the Stalin ideology, policies, and practice of Mao government as the correct course for achieving socialism in China. And this event indicated the Soviet differences of Marxist-Leninist practices. And soon, around in 1959, it would be the final face-to-face meeting with Mao Zedong and Khrushchev. When Khrushchev had visited Beijing to mark the 10th anniversary of the Chinese Revolution, by this point, relations had deteriorated to the level where Chinese were going out of their way to humiliate the Soviet leader. For example, there was no honor guard to greet him, no Chinese leader to give a speech to him, and Khrushchev, instead of giving a speech of his own, he had no microphone. They gave him no microphone. And the speech he had to give would turn out to contain a praise of United States President Eisenhower, who Khrushchev had recently met, and obviously to intentionally insult the Communist China. And the leaders of the Soviet Union would not meet again for the next 30 years, which is just crazy. Also, there's something funny I really found about the Sino-Soviet split was, there's a photo where Mao Zedong is swimming in a good pool because he was a good swimmer, but Khrushchev did not know how to swim, and he was pretty much talking, having a conversation with Mao Zedong and Khrushchev. Both had a conversation swimming. Mao Zedong was literally doing laps around him, while Khrushchev needed to wear floaters in the kiddie side of the pool. that is just embarrassing, to be honest. Like, imagine like you're meeting with a leader of another country, and he's literally doing laps around you in a meeting, like in a pool, and you like in a kiddie pool with floaters on. That is just crazy. And soon this would cause the mini Soviet split, as both the Soviet Union and China went their own ways with communism, and were pretty much seen as rivals. Especially since, well, China had pretty much got a nuclear weapon, and that pretty much started a little arms race between both Soviet Union and China. And the split also divided the communist world too, with many countries like being on the Soviet Union, which was the Warsaw Pact, Cuba, North Vietnam, which soon became Vietnam, and Afghanistan. While China had Albania and North Korea, but North Korea pretty much supported both sides during the Sino-Soviet split. Like, they just want both support. As throughout the rest of the Cold War, there have been like pretty much, well, many spying on each other. Like many spy wars involving numerous espionage agents occurred on the Soviet and Chinese territory throughout 1970s. Alongside the Soviet Union, even like pretty much renamed many places in the Far East to Russian language to pretty much, well, like take over in many places that once had many Chinese names. Alongside the Soviet Union and China, even extended like to many like countries getting involved in many proxy wars in Africa and Middle East, trying to like expand their influence, even though that they both hate each other. And these conflicts were such as the Ugandan War, Ethiopian Civil War, Somali Rebellion, the Rhodesian Bush War, and the Angolan Civil War. Which the Angolan Civil War, which was supported by the Imperial LA, which the Soviet Union had supported alongside Cuba, which is fighting the United Forces, which is being backed by South Africa and America, involving China. And during the Vietnam War, China also supported North Vietnam, but they did have really many rivalry between each other, especially after Vietnam had pretty much like won the war. China had also tried to invade Vietnam, which pretty much started the Sino-Vietnamese War, which I'll get to later. And according to some declassified sources from both People's Republic of China and the United States, the Soviet Union had planned to launch a massive nuclear missile strike on China after the Zimbabwe Island incident in March 1969. As Soviet diplomat Arkady Shevchenko also mentions in his memoir, Soviet leadership came close to using nuclear arms on China. And these are just one of the only, well, classified stuff we know about this conflict, because there are many classified stuff still, and there could be like many close calls with the war. And soon, in 1968, the United States and China have soon begun many diplomatic relations, known as the honeymoon period, which was a time when, in the 1970s, when America and China pretty much will start like rebuilding like relationships with each other. Alongside with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, China had pretty much support the Mujahideen, because China had pretty much feared that if Afghanistan was pretty much taken control of, this would probably give them like another space for Soviet Union to pretty much invade China. Alongside the United States, even like boycotted 1988 Summer Olympics in Moscow alongside China. But there were pretty much many attempts to pretty much end the Sino-Soviet split, such as Nino Brezhnev delivered a speech in Tashkent, which he made an appeal for improved relations with China, saying, "We remember well the time the Soviet Union and People's Republic of China were united by bonds and friendship and camaraderie cooperation." And soon Mikhail Gorbachev reframed that the Soviet side had to have serious improvement relationship with the People's Republic of China. And Deng Xiaoping appointed out 3 major obstacles to normalize the relationship with the USSR. One of them was to pretty much the Soviet Union support over Vietnam invasion of Cambodia, the Soviet Union massive military buildup along the Sino-Soviet border, alongside the Sino-Mongolian border, in which, fun fact, Mongolia actually wanted to be annexed by the Soviet Union, but they said no because they're scared of China. And the Soviet armed occupation of Afghanistan. And the Sino-Soviet relations were finally normalized after Mikhail Gorbachev had visited China in 1989 and shook Deng's hand. But this meeting had took place right after the Tiananmen Square massacre in June 1989, for which the Soviet had spread diverging opinions at many levels of the official rhetoric to the media, coverage to public reaction. And even though they're not former allies, they still, get along a little bit. Cultural Revolution. Okay, random, I just gotta say this real quick. So this was on Iceberg twice, so I just want to say that. The Cultural Revolution, formerly known as the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, was a social political movement in the People's Republic of China. It was launched by Mao Zedong in 1966 and lasted until his death in 1976. The stated goal was to preserve Chinese socialism by purging remnants of capital and traditional elements from Chinese society. As this had pretty much came after the Great Leap Forward, which was a massive famine. And as many had pretty much started right after the Chinese Civil War, and when the Chinese Communist Party I assume came out, and which the Great Leap Forward. So the Great Leap Forward was similar to the 5-year plan for the Soviet Union, with Mao Zedong's proposal to pretty much create a brandly new republic, people of China, as an industrial superpower. At the beginning in 1958, Great Leap Forward did produce, at least on surface, incredible industrialization, but also had caused a great Chinese famine due to our agricultural side, as many people have pretty much lost a lot of food, and this famine had roughly killed between 15 to 55 million people. As there's two main periods of the Cultural Revolution, which started out in 1966. And its primary goal was pretty much purge, bourgeois elements in traditional Chinese culture, which Mao had viewed as hindering the progress of communism, and this included targeting 4 old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits, pretty much trying to modernize China very fast. And by 1966, there'll be 8 mass rallies were held, drawing in 12 million people, most of them who were Red Guards. The 8 Red Guards, in traveling, the Great Exchange of Revolutionary Experience program, which had lasted from 1966 to early 1967, and gave them free food and lodging throughout the country. And the destruction of the 4 Olds, mainly began by pretty much changing names and city names, streets, places, and even people names too. With millions of babies who were born with revolutionary names, so no traditional names from before the Communist Party. Alongside many libraries and historical foreign texts were even destroyed and burned, temples, churches, mosques, monasteries, and cemeteries were closed off, and most of the time they're even looted and destroyed. In the remains of Wanao Emperor at the main tombs, Red Guards had dragged the remains of Wanao Emperor and Empress to the front of the tomb, where they're pretty much denounced and burned. And which is really crazy because they pretty much just took the Emperor Xu Huizhang, hope I said his name right, who was buried in 1620 and just burned his body. Alongside Marxist propaganda that depicted Buddhism as superstition, and religion was looked upon as a means of hostile foreign infiltration, as well as the instrument of the ruling class. Clergy was arrested and sent to camps, and many Tibetan Buddhists were forced to participate in the destruction of their monasteries at gunpoint, including many events such as the cemetery of Confucius, who was a Chinese philosopher, was attacked by Red Guards in November 1967. The statue of Yongle Emperor was originally carved in stone, will soon be destroyed in the Cultural Revolution, and now there's a new replica of it, but not the original one, which is in its place. The remains of an 8th century Buddhist monk was attacked during the Cultural Revolution. A fridge, if I said it right, was damaged during the Cultural Revolution, and it was from a garden house from a rich imperial official in Zhao, pretty much destroying many old artifacts and many cultural heritage. Alongside many purges throughout the Cultural Revolution to pretty much get rid of people who were seen either as traitors, people who was not very radical enough, and death of the purges is estimated around 500,000 to 2 million Chinese were killed throughout this. And in 1976, the Tiananmen incident, as the eve of China's annual Qingming Festival, which was a national day of mourning, thousands of people had gathered around the monument of people heroes in Tiananmen Square to commemorate Zhao. As Zhao Enlai, who was a very popular communist leader, had died of bladder cancer. As soon as protests would even happen, as up to 2 million people had visited Tiananmen Square on the 4th of April, with all levels from society, from impossible peasants to high-ranking people, relation officers, and children of high-ranking officers. And soon to attempts to suppress the mourners led to a riot, as police cars were set on fires, and a crowd of 100,000 people was forced into several government buildings surrounding the square, and many of those arrested were later sent to prison. And the deaths during this incident is a bit, confusing because nobody know how many had died. And soon Mao Zedong had passed away in 1976, as soon the Gang of All Four had pretty much ended, and the Cultural Revolution would soon have ended as Deng Xiaoping had soon became the new leader of China. It was not successful, as millions of people had died by trying purge many people who didn't really agree with it, alongside the purge of many China traditional elements. As there have been many atrocities throughout the Cultural Revolution, such as many massacres, many violence, purge, a repression of ethnic minorities, where many copies of the Quran and other books of the Uyghur people were apparently burned, and many Muslim imams were reportedly pardoned and around with paint splashed on their bodies to pretty much humiliate them. And ethnic Koreans in the northeast China clashes as soon take place, alongside many cases of rape. And there have been many plays, in traditional operas that was based on the Cultural Revolution, and some are even banned. Which one of them, The Red Detachment of Women, which is a Chinese ballet which premiered in 1964 and was made as one of the 8 operas which dominated the national stage during the Cultural Revolution. The Indo-Pakistan War of 1965. Now, the Indo-Pakistan War, also known as the Second Kashmir War, was an armed conflict between Pakistan and India that took place from August 1965 to December 1965. Now, I'm going to give a little context of it, because I'm going to explain this more later when we get to the unknown wars. Now, a long time ago, Britain had pretty much controlled a major part of Southeast Asia known as the British Raj, and soon they had decided to partition India, and would soon divide it into, Pakistan and India. And this had, made many several issues, alongside with the Kashmir conflict, which was a predominant issue in dividing the nations with other border disputes that existed. Which is an ongoing conflict as I'm in this video. In the 1960s, Pakistan had received $70 million of military aid from the United States by signing a defense agreement in 1954, which soon modernized Pakistan's military equipment. And after the defeat of the 1962 Sino-Indian War, the Indian military was undergoing major changes in its personnel and equipment. And during this period, despite being smaller than the Indian Army, Pakistan Armed Forces had qualitative edge in air power and armor over India, which Pakistan had sought to use before India completed its defense build-up. As soon Pakistan soldiers began patrolling the territory controlled by India by January of 1965, which was followed by an attack by both countries in each other posed on the 8th of April. And soon on August 5th, 1965, Pakistan soldiers had caught the line control dressed as Kashmiri locals and headed for various areas within Kashmir. These infiltrators had carried out intelligence collection with the help of locals in cities in Gulmarg and Rajouri. The Indian forces, tipped off by the local populace, captured several Pakistani soldiers who felt that their Pakistan was attempt to pretty much start a resistance movement and trying to invade the Kashmir region. As soon days after, Indian forces engaged in skirmishes with several columns of Pakistani soldiers who tried to cut communication lines with a mix of locals doing celebrations. And the Indian army had crossed the ceasefire line on the 15th of August and captured several previously infiltrated peaks overlooking the Singar-Leh highway. Initially, the Indian army had met with considerable success, capturing 3 important mountain positions after a prolonged artillery barrage. By the end of August, Pakistan had made progress such as areas in Titwal, Uri, and Poonch. And throughout the month and into September, there'll be many skirmishes, as there'll be a stalemate placed, with both nations holding territory of the other nations, and the Indian army has suffered over 3,000 soldiers were killed and 7,000 were injured, while the Pakistan army has suffered over 1,500 were killed and 403,000 were wounded. As of the 12th of September, the United Nations Security Council had pretty much passed a resolution which had noted that the 2 resolutions that went unheeded were now demanded, pretty much making an unconditional ceasefire from both nations within 38 hours. And the war was considered a ceasefire, but both sides, India and Pakistan, have both claimed that they have both won the war. And it's still an ongoing dispute within the Kashmir region of India and Pakistan. And earlier this year, there was almost a war had started. And I really don't hope a war start between those two, mainly because both got nuclear weapons. So yeah. Bangladesh Liberation War. Bangladesh Liberation War, also known as the Bangladesh War of Independence, was an armed conflict sparked by the rise of the Bengali nationalist and self-determinant movement within East Pakistan, which had resulted in the independence of Bangladesh. And the war had begun with Pakistan military junta based in West Pakistan under the order of Yahya Khan, if I said it right, had launched Operation Searchlights against East Pakistanis on the night of March of 25th, 1971. Now, a bit of background. I had discussed the British Raj, in which, there was two states, Pakistan and India, after Great Britain had left the subcontinent. But there was a problem. Great Britain had divided both Pakistan and India by religion, as India was mainly Hindu and Pakistan was mainly Muslim. And this had caused the partition of India, and soon there'll be a massive migration. And it's up to around 2 million people were killed during this migration. And there will be, West and East Pakistan, which is now modern-day Bangladesh. And it initially termed as East Bengal, and then later East Pakistan. Although the two zones of population were close to equal, political power was mostly, main in West Pakistan. And it was widely seen as East Pakistan was being more exploited economically, into many grievances in the administration of the two territories. And then there will be the Bola 1970 cyclone that made landfall in East Pakistan, which had killed estimated around 300,000 people. And President Khan had pretty much in his government had made slips and mistakes of his handling of relief efforts to the lack understanding of the magnitude attitude of the disaster, which had made the conflict between East and Pakistan made the split more larger. And soon, Operation Searchlight was a planned pacification carried out by the Pakistan Army that was pretty much started on March 25th, 1971, by using anti-Bahari violence by Bengalis in early March to pretty much justify Operation Searchlight. And because of this violence unleashed by the Pakistan forces, by this, it was the last straw of East Pakistan, and decided to make a declaration of independence. But soon the Pakistan army would soon crack down on the population, and soon the resistance grew as the Mutani Bani had became morally increasive, and Pakistan military sought to quell them. But increasingly, many Bengali soldiers defected to the underground Bangladesh army, and these Bengali units had slowly merged into the Mokai Bani. I said about it again. And both of the weaponry was supplies from India. Pakistan responded by airlifting 2 infantry divisions to reforge their forces. As soon the Bangladesh Liberation War had begun. Alongside, India would soon get involved, which would soon lead to the Indo-Pakistani War in 1971, which I'll get into later. And throughout the year, until December 1971, Pakistan would soon sign the Instrument of Surrender. Alongside the Sama Agreement, if I said it right again, was signed between India and Pakistan. And this treaty ensured that Pakistan recognized the independence of Bangladesh in exchange for return of Pakistani prisoners of war. But this war would have been very, very bloody. At the end of the war, there were widespread killings and other atrocities, including displacement of civilians in Bangladesh and widespread violations of human rights. Beginning with Operation Searchlight, members of the Pakistan military supporting many paramilitary forces had killed, as estimated, around 200,000 people to 3 million people. And there was massive counts of rape, which the numbers goes up to 400,000 Bangladeshi women were in a campaign of genocidal. Indo-Pakistani War, 1971. Now this here was pretty much happened throughout the Bangladesh Liberation War, but it kind of expands into India. And it's also lasted for 1 week. I'm not joking, it lasted for 1 week. When the war began, when Pakistan Operation Chika Khan consisted of perimeter airstrikes on 8 Indian air stations. And this led to India declaring war on Pakistan, making their entry into the war for East Pakistan independence, as on the side of Bengali national forces. As India entry expanded the existing conflict within the Indian and Pakistan forces, engaging both in the eastern and western fronts. In 13 days after the war started, India had achieved the clear upper hand, and the eastern command of the Pakistan military had signed the Instrument of Surrender, as on 16th, 1971, which soon the formation of East Pakistan as the new nation of Bangladesh. And approximately over 93,000 Pakistani service members were taken prisoners by the Indian army. It is estimated around the casualties for India is over 3,000 were killed, 30,000 resistant members who were supporting Bangladesh would be killed, and 9,000 to 10,000 Pakistani soldiers would be killed in this conflict. Korean airline flights 9, 02, and 007 Now, these two airlines flights were both notable incidents that strayed into Soviet airspace, resulting in Soviet military action. And both of these planes were actually being fired upon, and Flight 902 was shot down but was forced to land in a frozen lake, while Flight 007 was shot down by a Soviet fighter jet in 1983 after entering Soviet airspace, resulting in the death of all people on board. Now, Flight 902 had departed from Paris, France at around 13:39 local time on a course to Seoul, South Korea. The plane only scheduled start was in Anchorage, Alaska, where it would have been refueled and proceed to Seoul, while avoiding Soviet airspace. It was commanded by Captain Kim Chang-kyo, if I said it right, with co-pilot Chan So-do, and flight engineer Lee Kun-shik, making up the other flight crew. In 5 hours and 20 minutes after takeoff, it had placed it near CFS alert on Ellesmere Island. The aircraft flight took almost directly over the North Magnetic Pole, causing large errors in the aircraft magnetic compass-based navigation systems. And its course had turned to southeast to fly over the Barents Sea in the Soviet airspace, reaching the Soviet coast. And soon the Soviet air defense had spotted the plane and was very confused of why there was an airplane in Soviet airspace, and thinking that it was like a American plane, and the plane didn't respond as multiple requests from the ground. So a fighter interceptor piloted by Alexander Barzov was dispatched to intercept the airliner. As Barzov had waggled the S-15 wings multiple times, using international signal for the airline to follow the interceptor, but instead, the airline had made a 90-degree turn towards the Soviet-Finnish border, and Barzov reported the attempted escape from Soviet airspace to the Air Defense Command officer Vladimir Tarskov. And soon the latter, based on internal instructions, commanded Barzov to shoot down 902. And Barzov had tried convincing his superior that the plane was not a military threat, it was just like a civilian airliner. But after receiving his order to shoot it down, he just had no choice but to fire it. And after being hit, the airline had quickly descended from an altitude of 9 meters. And the Soviet Union had pretty much mistook the part of the wing that had fallen off for a cruise missile, and had to place another S-15 interceptor to fire it. As soon as the airline had flew across the Kola Peninsula at a low altitude, pretty much searching for a place to land, and it had pretty much landed on a frozen lake. And then about 2 hours after the crash landing, Soviet troops had reached the plane and began to do a rescue effort. But when they do the rescue effort, one Japanese passenger had passed away, alongside another passenger died. And at this incident, the flight navigator were released, and the official news agency of the Soviet Union said that they had been confessed of violating Soviet airspace and disregarded orders from the interceptor aircraft to land. And after this incident, the Soviet Union had billed South Korea $100,000, which is now over $400,000 in today money, for its caretaking and passengers. However, the bill was never paid by South Korea. And the Soviet Union even refused to cooperate with international experts while they investigate the incident, and didn't provide any data from the plane's black box, which is pretty much like a flight recorder that record the whole flight and stuff. Alongside, the airplane would soon be even dismantled. And the crew of Flight 902 had blamed the navigation error for its plane course, and passengers said that Kim had told them upon landing that he supposed the aircraft's navigation equipment was an error, but he had followed it anyway, after being released from Soviet custody. But for Flight 007, this was a whole different story, as this was going on in the early 80s, where core tensions between America and the Soviet Union was very high again. As this here was taken off of Anchorage on its way to Seoul, South Korea, until it had entered Soviet Union airspace, and units of the Soviet air defense have been tracking the Korean aircraft for more than an hour, and soon later it would be shot down. And this had happened on the 1st of September, and the Soviet Union didn't even acknowledge that it was shot down until the 6th. As soon a massive search was in place to find the missing aircraft alongside the passengers, but no body parts would soon even be discovered. And later that they had found shoes, photos, alongside later on they'll have find body parts on the shore of Hokkaido, Japan. And after this, the Soviet Union pretty much kept denying that it was shot down on purpose. And this would soon lead to many of alternate theories, based on evidence of flight recorders, alongside the path and many more. But this would have soon taken the lives of 269 people, and rest in peace to all the victims who had passed away in this tragedy. Black September. Black September, also known as the Jordanian Civil War, was an armed conflict between Jordan, led by King Hussein, and the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And it's mainly had pretty much started after Jordan annexed the West Bank in 1950 and confined its citizenship of the West Bank to Palestinians as part of Jordan. Alongside a Palestinian national organization called Fatah has started organization in the West Bank, which now was still to this day control the West Bank. And they've pretty much been doing many cross-border attacks against Israel, which soon I draw many severe Israeli reprisals upon Jordan, such as many attacks and airstrikes on Jordan. And then after the 6 Day War, where Israel had pretty much occupied the West Bank. And when Jordan had lost the West Bank, Fatah, which is uncontrolled by the Palestinian Liberation Army, has stepped up their guerrilla attacks against Israel from Jordanian soil, making the border town of Kamira their headquarters. And on March 18, 1968, an Israeli school bus was blown up by a mine near Be'er Orwa, which had killed 2 adults and wounded 10 children. As soon after this, the IDF had entered Jordan and launched a reprisal attack on Kamira that was developed into a full-scale battle that lasted a day. And the Palestinian Liberation Organization has suffered around 20 casualties and over 150 were taken prisoner. And 84 Jordanian soldiers were being killed. And Israel had lost around 30 soldiers. And both sides had declared victory, but Israel had kind of failed to capture Arafat, who was the leader of the PLO, and Jordan and PLO had exacted heavily Israel casualties. Although the Palestinians had limited success in inflicting Israel casualties, King Hussein let them take the credit. And the Fedayeen had used the battle-wide acclaim to recognize an Arab world to establish their national claims. And Palestinian Arabs considered the battle as a psychological victory over the IDF, which had been seen as invincible until then. And recruitment into guerrilla units had soon soared, as Fatah reportedly had around 5,000 members that had applied to join within 48 hours after the event. And by late March, there was nearly 20,000 Fedayeen in Jordan. And Iraq and Syria offered training programs for 7,000 guerrillas. And the Persian Gulf states, led by Kuwait, had raised money for them. As soon many Palestinian organizations had began to guarantee a lifetime support for the families of all guerrillas that were killed in action. Within a year after the battle, Fatah had branches in about 80 countries around the world. After the battle, Fatah had gained control most of the PLO in Egypt, and Palestinian Fedayeen from Syria and Lebanon had started to converge in Jordan, mostly in Amman, as Palestinian enclaves and refugee camps in Jordan. But after this, the police and military in Jordan were starting to lose their authority, as the Wadahat and Hassan refugee camps came to refer as independent republics, and Fedayeen had established administrative autonomy by establishing a local government under control of uniformed PLO militants. As soon Jordan would even attack a Fedayeen group named Al-Nasser, which means victory, after the group had attacked Jordanian police. But not all Palestinians were even supportive of Al-Nasser's actions, but the Jordan response was meant to send a message that there would be consequences for challenging government authority. And after this incident, a 7-point agreement was reached between King Hussein and Palestinian organizations that restrained unlawful and illegal Fedayeen behavior against the Jordanian government. And the PLO would not live to the agreement and came up to see more as a state within Jordan. As soon many groups would soon start to become splintered, alongside having behave radically in order to have new recruits. And Hussein went to the United States to pretty much talk with Richard Nixon, who was the new American president, and he argued for Israel adherence to the United Nations. As soon it had asked to pretty much return its occupied areas and that was occupied as a 6 Day War in return for peace. As Palestinian factions were getting too suspicious of Hussein at the time, as this meant had that withdrawal of his policy that was forcibly resent towards Israel. As soon there would be more Palestinian movements, such as the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, led by George Habash, and Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, led by Neef Hatramet, and began to openly question the liberty of the Hashemite monarchy and called for overthrow and replacement with a revolutionary regime. As other radical groups included the Syrian Ba'athist, alongside the Iraqi Ba'athist Arab Liberation Front, as these saw Hussein as a puppet of Western imperialism as a reactionary and a Zionist tool. And they claimed that the road to Tel Aviv passed Amman, but they had started to transform into the Hanoi of the Arab world. as they stirred up conservative and religious feelings with a proactive anti-religious statement and actions, setting up a Marxist and Leninist slogan on many mosque walls. And Palestinians had claimed that there were numerous of agents from Jordan or other security services present among the Fedayeen, who were trying to upset many political relations and provide a crackdown, as there were frequent kidnappings and acts of violence against civilians. Alongside, Zaid al-Wafai had claimed that in one extreme instance, the Fedayeen had killed a soldier and beheaded him, and played football with his head in the area where he used to live. And this situation had put a large, severe dilemma on Hussein, because if he had forced to oust the Fedayeen, he will annihilate himself from Palestinians in the country and the Arab world. But if he refused to act and to strike back at the Fedayeen, he would lose respect from Jordanians alongside the whole regime. So he visited Egyptian President Nasser in Cairo and won his support for taking a tougher stance against the Fedayeen. Alongside of him, publishing a 10-point edict restricting activities of Palestinians organization, which include the prohibition of carrying arms publicly, storing ammunition in villages, holding demonstrations and meetings without prior government consent, and Fedayeen reacted violently to these efforts aimed at curbing their power, which led to Hassan to freeze the new regulation. And soon Libya, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, who were openly supporting the Fedayeen, had sent Jordan financial subsidies, placing Hussein in a difficult position as he saw no external forces to support him other than America and Israel. But that was at that fuel for Fedayeen propaganda against him. And soon the American embassy in Tel Aviv had relayed 3 questions from Hussein to Israel, asking about Israel's stance if Jordan chose to confront the Fedayeen. And Israel have replied that they would not take advantage if Jordan had withdrew its troops from the borders in a potential confrontation. As soon Israel, artillery and air force, had attacked a bridge on the 3rd of June, with positive for the Fedayeen attacked on Beit She'er, killing 1 soldier, as well killing 7 and injuring 26 civilians. And Jordan army had retaliated and shelled Tiberias for the first time in 22 years. And Hussein ordered the shelling, but realized it would be a start of a cycle of violence between America and Israel. As soon there will be fighting between the Fedayeen and the army in Zakra on 7th of June. As 2 days later, the Fedayeen had opened fire on General Intelligence Directorate headquarters, and Hussein had went to visit the headquarters after the incident. But this motorcade had been under heavy fire, killing 1 of his guards. But fire was soon reached throughout Jordan, as around 300 were dead and 700 were wounded, including civilians. As soon as a ceasefire was announced by Hassan Arafat, but the People Front Liberation of Palestine did not abide by it, and it immediately held around 68 foreign national hostages in 2 Amman hotels, threatening to blow them up with the buildings if Shafar Shakir and Sheriff Nasser were not dismissed and the special units disbanded. Arafat did not agree with them, but had to play along as he feared public opinion. Hussein had compromised and reduced tensions by appointing Mashur Hadia al-Jazi, who was considered a moderate general, as army chief of staff. And another ceasefire was signed between Hassan and Arafat on the 10th of July, as it recognized and legitimized Fedayeen presence in Jordan. And Hassan motorcade came under fire again in September, triggering clashes between the army and many Palestinian guerrilla forces. And on the 6th of September, 3 planes were hijacked by the PFLP. It was Swiss Air and TAW jets that had landed in Al-Zaq, Jordan, and Pan Am jet that was flown to Cairo and immediately blown up after the passengers were deplaned. And 2 jets landed in Jordan and had 310 passengers, as they had threatened to blow them up if the Fedayeen from European and Israeli prisons were not released. And then a 3rd plane was hijacked to Jordan from Britain with 115 passengers that diverted from Zakra, and PFLP had announced that hijackings were intended to bring special attention to the Palestinian problem. Alongside, the planes would soon be dramatically blown up and from the international press until December. However, 45 hostages were kept by the organization for around 2 weeks, as Arab regimes and Arafat were not pleased with the hijackings, and later considered them to have caused more harm to the Palestinian issue. But Arafat could not disassociate itself from the hijackings, again because of Arab public opinion. And Syria would soon later invade northern Jordan to pretty much support the Fedayeen, as forces from Syria and the Palestinian Liberation Army had pretty much marched its way towards Irbid and declared it a liberated city. As soon as will have both Syria and Jordan and many Palestinian guerrillas now fighting each other. And Judgment will soon try to break an agreement between them alongside many other guerrilla forces from Iran, such as the Organization of Iranian People Fidayat Guerrillas and the People Mujahideen of Iran. And soon there will be a new agreement known as the Amman Agreement, which is signed by Hussein Arafat on the 13th of October, which had mandated that the Fidayat have respected Jordanian sovereignty and distance from wearing armed uniforms or bearing arms in public. However, it had continued a clause requiring that Jordan had recognized the PLO as the sole representative of Palestinians, but Rossi Tal had rejected this clause. As soon there have been many clashes between many Palestinian guerrillas with each other alongside an army, as soon it will have ended in July 1971. As is claimed that Jordan armed forces had killed 25,000 Palestinians, while other people had estimated that the actual number is around 2,000 to over 3,000, alongside 600 Syrians who have lost their lives in this war, and Jordanian armed forces have suffered around over 500 dead, as this was, part of the Arab Cold War. War of Attrition. The War of Attrition was involved fighting between Israel, Egypt, Jordan, and Palestinian Liberation Organization that was pretty much around many of skirmishes alongside many airstrikes throughout 1976 and 1970. As after the 6 Day War, when Israel had pretty much occupied many Arab places such as the Sinai Peninsula, many places in Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, pretty much there was no issue to resolve the conflict, as the Arab League had pretty much formulated in September the 3 No's policies, burying peace, organization, or any negotiation with Israel. And these have pretty much took the form of limited artillery attacks to many small kills and incursions into the Sinai Peninsula, alongside Egypt even preparing for a large-scale war, and many raids. As hostilities had pretty much started from the end of the 6 Day War to all the way to 1970 in August, where it ended with a ceasefire. The frontiers have remained the same as when the war began, with no real commitment to serious peace negotiations. It's estimated around that over 1,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during this war, and over 200 civilians had died. And it's other estimated around that up to 10,000 soldiers and civilians from Egypt had died. Over 1,000 Palestinians were killed, 300 Jordanians were killed, 25 Kuwaitis were killed, alongside Soviet troops were even stationed there to help. Those 60 were killed, 180 Cubans were killed, and for Syria, 500 were killed. Space race. Now this wasn't really a war in all mankind, good show by the way, but it was still important to the Cold War. Now the space race was a 20th century competition between the United States and the Soviet Union to achieve superiority in spaceflight capability. It had its origins with a ballistic missile program during the arms race between two nations following World War II. As many technical advantage demonstrated by spaceflight achievement was seen necessary for national security, in particular to regard for intercontinental ballistic missiles and satellite reconnaissance, but also became a part of culture and civilizanism and ideology at the time. And space race had pioneered the launches of artificial satellites by landers to the moon, Venus, and Mars, and human spaceflight. Okay, let's go back to the end of World War II. Now, during World War II, Germany was really good at making rockets. Many V-2 rockets that pretty much were launching its way to many cities in Europe. And because of this, the Americans and Soviet Union had, pretty much took many of these scientists, mainly America, even though that these guys were actually the Nazi scientists and did, horrible stuff to people. And they, pretty much, took many of these scientists to help them make, missiles, many intercontinental ballistic missiles, alongside space flights. As public interest in space flights was first around in October 1951, as one Soviet rocketry engineer had published a flight to the moon in a newspaper, even though that there was, kind of concepts of space flights since, years, because there was a really creepy movie called A Trip to the Moon. It's cool, but it's creepy looking. And soon after this, the Soviet Union and America began working on many missiles with the help of many Nazi scientists that had captured. But the Soviet Union pretty much flying the R-7, which had become the world's first intercontinental ballistic missile. And 2 months later, the R-7 had launched Sputnik, the world's first artificial satellite, into orbit, and became a basis for the R-7 family, which includes Sputnik, Luna, Monila, Vostok, Voshad space launchers, as well as the Suez variants, which had put the Soviet Union ahead during the space race. This had put a real concern ahead of the Americans as well. If they can't put something in space, people had thought that, oh, they can put like a nuclear weapon into space. We gotta do it first. So on April 2nd, 1958, President Eisenhower had pretty much, started NASA, aka the National Aeronautics and Space Act, which soon turned into National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And both America and Soviet Union had sent many animals into the Earth's atmosphere to determine safety for the environment before sending human first. And the Soviet Union had sent dogs at first, and America had sent monkeys and apes, which the first mammal in space was Albert II, who was a rhesus monkey launched from the United States on a suborbital flight. But he died. He actually died to a parachute malfunction. But soon after this, the Soviet Union had sent the dog Laika into orbit on Sputnik 2. And intended for a 10-day flight, Laika did not came back because they didn't have any technology to return Laika back to Earth. And it was reportedly that Laika had died when oxygen had ran out. But rest in peace, Laika, because that is very sad. And it breaks my heart every time hearing this story. And they were sending other animals into space, but most of them had died. And after this, they will start sending men to space, alongside the first robotic exploration of other planets, with mission to Venus being considered by the Soviet Union and the United States, as robotic landings on the moon had pretty much started in the 1960s. And in 1961, Yuri Gagarin, who was the first man to go into space in a single orbit around Earth, and they dubbed Gagarin the first cosmonaut. Also, I'm gonna get this little because people get this confused every time about space. Astronaut is American, cosmonaut is Russian. Okay, they both space people, but they have different suits, kind of, and they have different names. Astronaut, cosmonaut. And after this, Gagarin became a national hero of the Soviet Union in the Eastern Bloc and a worldwide celebrity. And soon they will send other people to space, such as Valentina Tereshkova, who was a Soviet cosmonaut who was launched on June 16th, 1963, who was the first woman into space. So yeah, way before America. Why am I laughing to that? May 5th, 1961, Alan Shepard had became the first American into space and was, the second person to go into space. As this soon had saw, a chance to, land man on the moon, as John F. Kennedy had, planned that in the next decade, later on at the end of this decade, he would send man into the moon, as the Apollo program had to take place. But there have been many accidents with the Apollo program. With the Apollo 1 fire, which had caused when the Apollo 1 command module had pretty much, messed up during the test and had killed all 3 astronauts on board in 1967. And throughout the 1960s, during the Apollo program was doing testing, the Soviet Union had even tried sending men to the moon, but at first had sent many probes to the moon surface, alongside sending probes to Mars and Venus, which was the first ever, probe we had sent to, another planet. And Venus was really interesting for many scientists during this time, because it's science and it's thick atmosphere, which means people have believed that Venus was raining, which it does rain, but it rains like hell there. And soon, on July 1969, Apollo 11 would soon, reach the moon, as Buzz Aldrin had came the first man on the moon, as they had landed in the Sea of Tranquility. And the trip to the moon only took 3 days. And this here was, a massive success for America, alongside, a massive achievement for, the whole world, because we pretty much sent a dude to a place in space. And after losing the moon race to America, the Soviet Union had soon decided to concentrate on many older space stations. And soon after which, America would stop leaving the moon, and the Cold War would soon be over. But it's still a bit, complicated of who won the space race. I think people say the Soviet Union had went to space first and launched the first satellite, but America went to the moon first. But to be honest, I think the real winners of the space race was humanity, because achievements like this with going to the moon was really pretty impressive for both countries. And this was one of the more peaceful events in this list. People and animals did die, so rest in peace to them. Also, please watch For All Mankind. It's a really good show. It's really good. It's crazy. Operation Entebbe. The Entebbe Raid, also known as Operation Entebbe, was officially codenamed Operation Thunderbolt, and then called Operation Yonatan, if I said it right, was a 1967 Israeli counter-terrorist mission in Uganda. As the launch as a response to a hijacking of an international civilian passenger flight operated by Air France between the city's citizens of Tel Aviv and Paris, doing a stopover in Athens. As the aircraft was hijacked by two Palestinian PFLP-EO and two German RZ members, who divided the flight to Libya and Uganda, when they had landed at Entebbe International Airport. So the hijacking had pretty much started on the 27th of June 1976, as Air France Flight 139 had departed from Tel Aviv, Israel, carrying around 246 mainly Jewish and Israeli passengers and a crew of 12. As the plane had flown from Athens, Greece, where it picked up additional 58 passengers, including the 4 hijackers. As it departed from Paris, they tried to take off, and it was hijacked by 2 Palestinians from the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine and by 2 Germans, who were from the German Revolutionary Cells, which was one of Germany's most dangerous leftist terrorist groups. And the hijackers had diverted the flight to Benghazi, Libya, where it was held on the ground for 7 hours for refueling. And during that time, hijackers had released British-born Israeli citizen Patrick Martel, who pretended to have a miscarriage. And the plane had soon left for Benghazi, as it had arrived at Entebbe International Airport. Now, at Entebbe, the hijackers were joined by at least 4 others, supported by the forces of Ugandan President Idi Amin. And Israel had tried using political avenues to obtain the release of the hostages, and it was prepared to even release Palestinian prisoners if military solution as seemed unlikely to succeed. But over the next 2 days, around 148 non-Israeli passengers would soon be released. But the hijackers had pretty much threatened to kill many of the captives, and if not a specific prisoner were not released. And pretty much Mossad had the decision to use military intervention in Entebbe as a rescue operation. As Israel would soon send 100 commandos, even a 29-person assault unit team who would be led by Lieutenant Colonel Yahan Netanyahu, yes, Benjamin Netanyahu's brother. And it started at nightfall on the 3rd of July as Israel transport planes had flew into Uganda for the rescue. And over a course of 90 minutes, 102 hostages were rescued successfully, with 3 having been killed. But one of the dead hostages, Dora Block, if I said her name right, was murdered by Ugandan authorities at a hospital in Kampala shortly. And the Israeli military had suffered 5 wounded and 1 killed, who was Yahan Netanyahu, who was Israel's sole fatality of the main operation. And the Israel commandos had killed all of the hijackers and 45 Ugandan soldiers, alongside destroying 11 of Uganda fighter jets too. And over the course of the operation in Uganda, Israel had received support from neighboring countries as Kenya, and Idi Amin, then president of Uganda, he was not very happy because of this raid, and he even issued orders for the Ugandan army to kill all Kenyans living in Uganda, which soon had led to the deaths of 245 Kenyan Ugandans and the exodus of around 30,000 from Uganda. And because of this, there be the aftermath of reactions. Many countries in the Western Bloc have pretty much supported the raid, as West Germany had called it as self-defense. For the United Nations, the chairman of Organization of African Unity had pretty much charged Israel with an act of aggression, but the Council had allowed Israel ambassador to the United Nations and Uganda foreign minister to participate without voting rights. Alongside the Norfolk Hotel in Nairobi, which is owned by a prominent member of the local Jewish community, was soon be bombed on 31st December 1980. As the bomb had found the hotel, killing 20 people of several nationalities, injuring 87 more. And it was believed to be actual revenge of pro-Palestinian militants for Kenya's support in the Israeli operation. Iranian Revolution. The Iranian Revolution was a series of events that pretty much culminated in the overthrow of the Pahlavi dynasty in 1979. As the revolution had pretty much replaced the imperial state of Iran by the Islamic Republic of Iran, as the monarchical government of the Shah Mossadegh Reza Pahlavi was soon suppressed by Ruhollah Khomeini, I hope I said her name right, as an Islamic cleric who had headed one of the rebel factions. Now, a little context. I had said this earlier, but I'm going to get in more context now because of it. So in 1953, the CIA and MI6 had backed the 1953 Iranian coup that overthrew Iranian democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh, who had nationalized the country's oil industry to reclaim sovereignty from British control. As his coup had pretty much reinstated Mohammad Reza Pahlavi as an absolute monarchy and established increased United States influence over Iran. He was pretty much the king for Iran, but he's still backed by the United States, so America can get oil and have influence in the Middle East, because Iran, during this time, was bordering the Soviet Union. With America, well, pretty much getting involved with the Vietnam War in the 1960s and 70s, there's pretty much, well, unable to maintain its interests globally. As I thought the Nixon Doctrine, effectively shifting the burden of regional security to allied states, and Iran under the Shah became regional policemen in the Persian Gulf, with Iran defense budget had increased around 800% over 4 to 5 years. As they had purchased many advanced weaponry from the United States, and also fun fact, most of the weaponry from that they purchased from America from this time is still being used by Iran. So just saying that. And during the same time, the Shah regime had became more authoritarian, and those that even spoke out were even tortured or arrested. Alongside, the Shah had pretty much launched the White Revolution, which was a top-down modernization and land reform program that pretty much alienated many sectors of society, especially the clergy. And Khomeini had emerged as a vocal critic and was exiled in 1964 too. But this will soon cause, well, a little aftermath, as ideological tensions presented between Pahlavi and Khomeini anti-government demonstrations as soon began in October 1977, developing into a campaign of civil resistance that included communism, socialism, and Islamism. As there would be many mass protests after this, and a key turning point that pretty much started the Iran Revolution was on August 1978, where a cinema wrecked fire had killed around 400 people, while the arson by Islamic militants was soon later alleged. A large portion of the public believed it was a false flag operation, while the Shah, secret police, to discredit the opposition and justify the crackdown, fueling a nationwide outrage and mobilization. By the end of 1978, revolution soon became broad-based uprising that paralyzed the country for the remainder of that year. As there be many protests, mainly by students, and the 4th of September 1978 had marked Eid, and a permit for open prayer was soon granted, in which 200,000 to 500,000 people were attended, and instead the clergy had directed the crowd on a large march to the center of Tehran. While the Shah reportedly watched from his helicopter, unnerved and confused, a few days later, even larger protests even took place, and for the first time, protests are called for Khomeini's return and the establishment of an Islamic Republic. As of the midnight of the 8th of September, the Shah declared martial law in Tehran, and soon 11 other cities throughout the country would soon be in martial law, as all street demonstrations were banned and a 19 curfew was soon established. But 5,000 protesters had took to the streets, either in defiance or because they had misheard the hearing of the declaration, and had faced off with soldiers at Giles Square. After warning shots were failed to disperse the crowd, troops had fired directly in the crowd, killing 64 people. While the general of the Iranian military who was stationed there, he had claimed that 30 soldiers were killed by snipers in surrounding buildings, as additional clashes throughout the day, which would be called Black Friday. And it does had shocked the country and damaged any attempt of recolonization between the Shah and the opposition. And Khomeini had immediately declared that 4,000 innocent protesters were massacred by Zionists, which gave him a pretext to reject any further compromise from the government. And the Shah himself was horrified by the events of Black Friday, and actually criticized the events. As soon as this, there'll be, a major strikes around Iran, mainly with oil, which had led to a drop around of 4.8 million drop of crude oil production every day. And soon Khomeini was soon moved to France to pretty much support the revolution, as there be many marches and many other protests throughout the end of 1978. But 1979 is when the revolution pretty much, started. As soon in January 16, 1979, the Shah would soon, leave Iran. And his departure was initially described as a vacation, but became permanent exile as the revolution had pretty much unfolded. And he had moved to Egypt, where he had lived there until 1980, where he had passed away to the cancer. And after the Shah had pretty much left, Khomeini would soon go back to Iran, as he was welcomed by a mass crowd of people in Tehran from his exile. And soon throughout the rest of the year, there will be major armed battles, and the monarchy would soon collapse. And Iran was in revolutionary crisis mode, and Ayatollah Khomeini would soon come to power in late 1979. But there'll be many other situations throughout the Iran Revolution, such as the Iran hostage crisis. Because when the Shah was pretty much getting treated for cancer in Iran, there was outcry to pretty much demanded the Shah to be returned to Iran and pretty much trial him and kill him for execution. Wait, how you gonna put a man on trial and then kill him if you're gonna kill him? That don't make no sense. I'm just saying that. As on the 4th of November 1979, youthful Islamists calling themselves the Muslim student followers of the Imam line had invaded the United States Embassy compound and seized its staff. And this hostage crisis literally lasted around from 1979 to 1981. And America almost had even invaded Iran to get the hostages back, but it had failed. And between June 1981 and March 1982, the theocratic regime had carried out the largest political massacre in Iran history, targeting communists, socialists, social democrats, liberals, monarchists, moderate Islamists, and moderate members of the Baha'i faith, if I said it right, part of the Iranian Cultural Revolution that was ordered by Khomeini. And it's estimated around over 2,000 people will be executed. And the exact number of the deaths during the Iranian Revolution is very debated, as many people believed it is around a few thousand to 10,000s, and some sources, including the Iranian government, have claimed that 60,000 people were killed. Other sources have pretty much said that it was about 2,000 people were killed. But either way, this was one of the bloodiest revolutions in history. But this would not be the end for Iran, as soon after the revolution, Iran will be thrown into a bloody war with Iraq, known as the Iran-Iraq War. And this was an armed conflict between Iran and Iraq that lasted from September of 1980 to around 1989. As hostilities began with the Iraqi invasion of Iran that lasted for nearly 8 years. And this war is really bloody, mainly because it wasn't really a fully invasion. It was mainly a stalemate, just they were pretty much landlocked on the border of Iraq and Iran, fighting out for 8 years. Now, this mainly had started after Ayatollah Khomeini had pretty much called on Iraqis to overthrow the Ba'athist government, which was received a considerable anger in Baghdad. As on 1979, despite Khomeini's call, Saddam had gave a speech praising the Iranian Revolution and called for Iran-Iraq friendship. But when Khomeini had pretty much rejected those terms by calling it for an Islamic revolution in Iraq, Saddam Hussein was alarmed, and Iran new Islamic administration was regarded in Baghdad as irrational and a threat to the Ba'athist government. Because not only that, when the Iran Revolution pretty much started, many countries in the Middle East, such as Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, were all pretty much feared that their government may be overthrown like the Shah and will soon have an Islamic revolution. And having a secular nature discriminated against and had posed a threat to the fundamentalist Shia movement in Iraq, whose clerics were Iran allies within Iraq, and whom Khomeini had saw as oppressed. On April 1st, 1980, the Islamic Dawa Party, an Iraqi Islamic group who supported ties to Iran, had attempted to assassinate Tariq Ayaz, a high-ranking Ba'athist and Iraqi deputy prime minister, in retaliation for a 30th March decree declaring membership of Dawa to be a capital offense. The attempt had failed and instead killed several civilians. And this failed assassination plot had carried out by Iran group formed a part of Iraq Cassius bail for an invasion of Iran. As Iraqi immediate response was to order the execution of Muhammad Bakr al-Assadi, an Iraqi Shiite cleric seen as the public face of the Dawa movement, alongside al-Sadari's sister. And Saddam's primary interest in the war had also stemmed for the desire for the right to oppose the wrong of the Algiers Agreement, in addition to finally achieving his desire of becoming regional superpower in the Middle East. As Saddam's goal was pretty much supplant Egypt as leader of the Arab world, because during this time, the Arab Cold War world, Egypt was pretty much seen as the strongest until Iraq as soon started coming up. Because during this time, Iraq had around 200,000 soldiers alongside many aircraft from France, Soviet Union, alongside even tanks from the Soviet Union, as well as over 1,000 tanks and APCs and 200 Soviet-made aircraft. While Iran mainly had stuff mainly borrowed from either places in Europe alongside America. And Iraq would soon launch a full-scale invasion of Iran on the 22nd of November 1980, as the Iraqi Air Force had launched surprise attacks on many Iranian airfields with the objective of destroying the Iranian Air Force. And the attack had crippled the Iranian Air Force while damaging many of its air-based structure. As soon as the next day, there would be a ground invasion. As Iraq would soon head into the city of Korshmir by satellite, eventually leaving around 7,000 dead on each side. And even though the city was captured, the battle had delayed many Iraqis to even allow the large-scale deployment of the Iranian military. But this war wouldn't be really fast because it would be a major stalemate in 1981. And this war would be very different because this wasn't like no other modern warfare. This year was resembling World War I, as many, both sides had used human wave attacks, meaning pretty much charge into the enemy trench, which will lead to up to thousands of dead. And there'll be many trench warfare throughout this war, alongside many child soldiers, mainly in Iran, who have fought in this war. Estimated around 20% of the soldiers who died in this war were children. As both sides pretty much was in a stalemate throughout the war, and there'd be many airstrike attacks, mainly artillery attacks, and especially chemical weapons as well. Alongside many Iraqi oil tankers would even be attacked by many Iran aircraft, which even had started the Strait of Hormuz being closed down. And the United States had pretty much threatened to even intervene in the Strait of Hormuz closed, alongside even escorting many Iraqi oil tankers. And I kind of forgot to mention that America even helped Iraq throughout this war, because during this time, the Iran hostage crisis was still going on a bit, alongside how America and Iran relations didn't really patched up. So America started supporting Iraq, even though Iraq even used chemical weapons on civilians. Alongside throughout the war, many Kurdish people even resisted against Saddam Hussein's rule as they were being suppressed by him. But because of this, he had set a campaign on the Kurdish people known as the Anfal campaign, which will soon lead to a genocide, as many of them would have been executed, tortured, and killed, mainly by chemical weapons, which had killed around 100,000. And after which, there would be a ceasefire. As Saddam had sent a warning to Khomeini around in mid-1988, threatening to launch a new powerful scale invasion on Iran, even using weapons of mass destruction. Wait, what? Because Iran had, many chemical weapons, and the fear out of all chemical attacks, Iran soon asserted a ceasefire on both sides, as both countries were pretty much mainly weakened in their economy and their military. And even though both sides, pretty much didn't really, won the war because of the ceasefire, many people believe that Iran had, won the war. And it's really estimated around that both sides throughout the war was around 500,000, making up to 1 million people had died throughout this war, making it one of the bloodiest wars in modern history. Alongside, America mainly getting really involved throughout this war, with America pretty much having a trade embargo on Iran. Even the United States government even using, knowing that Iraq was using mustard gas and sarin gas in Iran. In the U.S.'s Stark incident, when an Iraqi fighter jet had pretty much launched 2 missiles at USS Stark, killing 37 crewmen and injuring 20. And it's really not known was the Iraqi leadership authorized the attack, but it's still unknown. Especially with America even heavily supporting Iraq throughout the waters, trying to patrol and defend many oil tankers, alongside the Iran Flight 655, which was a Navy cruiser, had shot down a passenger plane, killing all 290 passengers and crew on board. And it had been mistaken for an Iran fighter jet, making it one of the most controversial events throughout this war. But this conflict will actually change the Middle East, and will soon change the perspective of Iraq with America, which will soon lead to two wars that will change Iraq forever, which I'll get into one of them later, because the other ones is, in the Cold War. 1969 Libyan Revolution. The 1969 Libyan Revolution, also known as the Al-Fatah Revolution or September 1 Revolution, was a coup d'etat and revolution carried out by the Free Officers Movement, which was a group of Arab nationalists and Nasserist officers in the Libyan army, which had overthrew the insidious monarchy of King Idris I and resulted in the formation of the Libyan Arab Republic. And this was led by Muammar Gaddafi. And the government of Idris was very unpopular by the late 1960s due to internal mismanagement, alongside the rise of Arab nationalism throughout the Middle East. And Sentiment further weakened his regime as on the 1st of September while Idris was in Turkey, a group of Libyan officers under the leadership of Gaddafi had launched a coup from Benghazi and quickly established control over the country, like, very fastly. And soon, like, later on, they'll get, like, recognition throughout the whole world quickly, and the United States would soon recognize the new Libyan government on the 6th of September. But after this, there'll be very tensions between America and Libya as well. Many, high officials in the American government didn't really trust Libya, which soon in 2012 will lead to, a war in Libya, which soon had removed Gaddafi from power. So yeah, sorry for this quick spoiler alert. The Vietnam War. Now, this was a war that's literally talked about throughout history as one of the most known wars in history. So I'm gonna keep this a little quick because almost everybody know about the Vietnam War. So this was a war that pretty much was an armed conflict in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, also known as the Second Indochina War, as it was fought by North Vietnam against South Vietnam and their allies, with North Vietnam being supported by the Soviet Union and China, alongside having many guerrillas in the south connected to the Ho Chi Minh Trail, while South Vietnam being supported by the United States, Australia, Korea, the Philippines, Thailand, and many other countries too. Now, a little background. Vietnam and the rest of the majority of Indochina was under control by French as part of French Indochina since the 1800s. And there have been many Vietnamese independence movements, such as the Vietnamese National Party, where they face suppression and go support for its diverse reformist revolutionary nationalist cause. And Nguyen Sinh Khanh, if I said it right, has established the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, which is a Marxist-Leninist party that was aimed to throw French Revolution and establish a communist state. But they're pretty much fractured between the nationalists and the communists throughout the 1920s. And they had different visions for a post-colonial Vietnam. And soon in World War II, Japan will soon invade Indochina and will occupy the majority of it, especially when France had pretty much surrendered, and the Vichy French government, which was a puppet state by the Allies, would soon have to take over Indochina but not fully take over it. Which had started the Viet Minh, which was a small guerrilla force that was pretty much backed by America and China and pretty much the rest of the Allies. But after World War II, the French government had pretty much came back and thinking that they'd be in charge again. But soon another war would happen, and soon France would soon leave Indochina and Vietnam, as pretty much the majority of Indochina countries would soon gain their independence. But Vietnam will be very different, as there's a little political differences, as one side will be communist and one side will be anti-communist. So they pretty much split, as the north will be ruled by Ho Chi Minh and the south will be ruled by Ngo Dam Diem. And these guys were not good people. They were actually horrible people, as Ngo Dam Diem literally had pretty much tried making Vietnam, which was mainly Buddhist, into a very, very, very Catholic country. It didn't work well as a Buddhist protest, alongside an event where one Buddhist monk has set himself on fire. And I'm not gonna show the image of it because it's actually very graphic. And yeah, I remember my high school teacher showing us this, and it was just very shocking. Alongside Diem had launched a Denounce the Communist campaign, which had pretty much either captured, tortured, or executed many suspected communists. But this will also launch an insurgency in South Vietnam, as many Viet Cong guerrillas will pretty much be supported by North Vietnam to pretty much spread communism alongside try to take down South, which America was feared that there was a communist uprising in Vietnam, and will soon support South Vietnam by pretty much sending weapons, advisors, and even CIA agents to pretty much help. But our government didn't really want to be fully in Vietnam. But there will be a coup to remove them, and soon he'll be replaced with General Nguyen Khan, as this coup was pretty much backed by the CIA to also assassinate him too. And then the Gulf of Tonkin incident. This was an incident where a United States intelligence ship, USS Maddox, had pretty much did intelligence mission across North Vietnam coast, and was fired upon and was damaged by torpedo boats approaching the Gulf of Tonkin. And the second attack was reported 2 days later as on U.S. Turner, Joy, and Maddox. But this second attack didn't really actually happen. Yeah, like it was declassified years later. This attack pretty much didn't happen, and this had soon led to airstrikes in North Vietnam, which would soon lead to the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which had made President Lyndon B. Johnson be able to deploy troops in Vietnam. As soon throughout 1965 and 1968, there will be a massive bombing campaign known as Rolling Thunder, which was millions of tons of missiles and rockets and bombs will be flown over North Vietnam. Not just North Vietnam, but also Laos. As pretty much the fact that Laos was supporting Vietnam alongside the Viet Cong guerrillas, which was using the Ho Chi Minh Trail that was supplying South Vietnam. As this was also caused Laos to be the most bombed country in the whole world. And on March 8th, 1965, 3,000 U.S. Marines were landed near Da Nang, South Vietnam, and this had marked the beginning of American Ground War. As throughout the Vietnam War, American Ground War would have pretty much been mainly fought in cities, but the majority of it would have been mainly fought in the jungles, which was very hard for, a lot of U.S. troops, mainly because, they haven't been really trained to fight in jungle environments, especially that the Viet Cong was using, their own, environment, guerrilla warfare, to pretty much, attack Americans. By pretty much having, very underground tunnels that had, snakes, poisonous gas, and bombs and booby traps. And don't forget the whole lot of booby traps throughout Vietnam. And later on throughout the whole world, many American allies would soon join, like New Zealand and Australia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Korea. What Korean troops during Vietnam War they were very, very, very brutal. And this soon had caused many other communist allies in the Cold War to pretty much send supplies into Vietnam, making it a proxy war. Such as countries as China and the Soviet Union had even sent weapons and even troops to Vietnam. China did send troops, but there's still a little internal conflict between Vietnam and the Chinese, the history they had each other. But Soviet Union had been one of the major suppliers to Vietnam during the Vietnam War by sending in a lot of missiles for Soviet air missiles, weapons, even training tanks, and even sending military advisors who even shot down many American jets. And even rumors of Soviet fighter pilots even engaging with American fighter pilots during the war. Even North Korea even fought in Vietnam too. But it's a bit information to find of it because it's a bit, fishy. Because we don't know much about North Korea because they're very secretive. And throughout 1968, there'll be almost 1 million, American troops stationed in Vietnam. And there were even, plans called Fractured Jaw, which is a contingency plan to use nuclear weapons just in case if the Vietnam War got a little extreme. So yeah, we almost had nuclear weapons in Vietnam. But there'll be one incident that will pretty much change the Vietnam War, pretty much the turning point, as the Tet Offensive. Now this here was an offensive that's being celebrated on the Vietnamese lunar holiday of Tet, as over 100 cities was pretty much attacked by Viet Cong and North Vietnam troops, including attack on military installations, headquarters, government buildings, including the U.S. Embassy siege in Saigon. And this here was a massive surprise attack that pretty much infected many, American troops. As there were battles such as in Hue City, Tri-City, the Battle of Khe Sanh, which had lasted throughout January 21st to July 9th, 1968. But the offensive was a failure, but it did weaken and caught many Americans by surprise. And this was also being recorded by news stations. Because the Vietnam War was happening throughout, a time in America wherein TVs was being, almost everybody had TV. And the news was pretty much very popular. And the news had pretty much caught many footage of Vietnam. And not just footage, but also many atrocities being committed by American troops. Alongside many of these atrocities being filmed on camera and being sent to many news agencies in America, such as the My Lai Massacre, where on March 1968, the American military had killed up to around 404 civilians. Almost all of them were either women, children, and the elderly. And some soldiers had even mutilated many people, young as 12 too. Alongside the use of, well, the flamethrowers and napalm throughout the Vietnam War, which napalm was very deadly because it stick to people and it burnt your skin. This had caused major protests, anti-war protests back at home. Alongside the draft, which pretty much, well, if you were born on like a certain day, let's say, they would pretty much like call your name up to pretty much fight in Vietnam. And you had no choice. Like if you didn't win, you either went to jail, and some people even like literally dodged the draft by burning the draft cards and going to Canada. Alongside, if you were rich, you were pretty much just like you can just like bail out a draft, like a certain somebody did. A rally on May 4th, 1970, which is a rally that is expanding the Vietnam War into Cambodia after, well, America started banning Cambodia. At Kent State, the National Guard had, well, shot into a crowd of college students. 9 were injured, but 4 were killed. And soon with all this pressure, well, on Lyndon B. Johnson, he would not, well, run for re-election. And he would soon, well, be replaced by Richard Nixon, who had pretty much begun his withdrawal of troops in 1969, alongside, well, planning to, well, have a DMZ zone against North Vietnam and South Vietnam, known as Vietnamization. But this never really happened. Because soon there'll be a ceasefire on 28th of January, as soon majority of American soldiers would soon withdraw from Vietnam, pretty much ending the Vietnam War in America. But Richard Nixon had pretty much implied that America would intervene if North Vietnam had pretty much launched a full-scale offensive. But this didn't really happen. As well, after America just left, North Vietnam pushed down and just invaded South Vietnam. As in the middle of 1975, North Vietnam forces was literally at the edge of Saigon. And this had pretty much broke panic, like all out, as many South Vietnamese officials and civilians had come to leave. And soon American helicopters from the American embassy would soon begin evacuating many South Vietnamese and American and foreign nationals from, well, Vietnam. As there'll be, well, many helicopters that be sent on like many aircraft carriers that would pretty much, well, try to make room to like add all the civilians, and they literally just push all the helicopters into the water because of it. But soon later on, South Vietnam would soon fail and Vietnam will be unified as Social Republic of Vietnam. And still to this day, Vietnam is, well, still communist, kind of. And this here will be one of the most controversial war in American history, with the war crimes committed by the United States, alongside, well, majority of American veterans that are still alive to this day have pretty much fought in Vietnam. And most veterans who had came back from Vietnam were treated harshly, as majority of them were like, well, either attacked, and most of them couldn't even get jobs, and most of them ended up homeless. As this is pretty much will be, well, America war we have pretty much lost. Alongside Agent Orange, which is a herbicide that killed plants, but also affected many people, by many people getting cancer, alongside causing birth defects. And the casualties may have varied, but it's very suggestive, an estimated amount that up to 3.8 million people were killed in this war. Majority were civilians. 58,000 American soldiers were killed in this war. And majority of the veterans who have fought in this war have suffered post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as PTSD, due to drug use, racial tensions, and fraggings, which is an attempt to pretty much kill officers during the Vietnam War. Alongside, well, many soldiers even seen in combat who were very young, because majority of the soldiers were drafted, and they're like literally out of high school, like 18, 19 years old, seeing war. And this war will also be, well, very intertwined with American culture, with like music such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Especially right when the Vietnam War had ended, there was many Vietnam movies, like a lot of them, like Apocalypse Now, Platoon, Full Metal Jacket, Green Berets, Casualties of War, Good Morning Vietnam, and Born on the 4th of July. And please, watch Full Metal Jacket. It is a good movie. Laotian Civil War. The Laotian Civil War was a war waged between Communist Pathet Lao and the Royal Lao government from 1959 to 1975. Alongside this war even being part of the Second Indochina War, aka the Vietnam War, which is soon spread out when America pretty much got involved. And during the Vietnam War, Both sides would soon receive heavy support in a proxy war between the Soviet Union and the United States. And its conflict mainly started right after the end of the First Indochina War, when Indochina had soon gained independence, and soon Laos. But Laos' royal government would even sign many treaties, especially the Treaty of Immediate Association on 1953, which transferred the remaining French power to a royal Lao government. And with the First Indochina War, there would be a communist militia called the Pathet Lao. And with the war in Vietnam, starting up in 1955, soon 1959, North Vietnam would soon invade Laos, alongside sending, many troops to pretty much penetrate northern Laos to assist the battalion of Pathet Lao forces to pretty much, assist Pathet Lao in overthrowing the royal government, alongside even supporting the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which had traveled through Laos, by sending many weapons and troops to help many communist guerrillas, aka the Viet Cong, in South Vietnam. And this had also, feared, America, because this was throughout the Cold War with the domino effect, domino theory, which they believed that if one country in Asia had failed, then many others next to it would soon fail. And with North Vietnam pretty much attacking, South Vietnam, and even attacking Laos, they had to, help. And because of this, America would soon send many advisors, alongside even sending special forces into Laos during the Vietnam War, which had even expanded the Vietnam War into Laos and neighboring Cambodia. As soon, America would soon do many bomber operations in North Vietnam, especially in Laos, which Laos is actually the most bombed country in the world, when America had pretty much dropped around over 2 million tons of bombs in Laos between 1964 and 1973. But the total number of bombs is really estimated around, because it's really unknown, but the estimated number is around 270 million bombs were dropped. And majority of those bombs did not detonate, and they're still active and can actually go off anytime, as I'm speaking right now, in Laos. And with the help of Vietnam, the Laotian Royal Army was soon be weakened, especially when America was soon even withdrew from Vietnam. This gave Pathet Lao in North Vietnam more manpower to actually pretty much take over Laos. With the takeover of the Laotian communists, it was an evacuation at many places, and the Hmong people had begun an insurgency against the new government, but they were persecuted as traitors, and they would be very horribly abused. And the Laotian royal family would soon be arrested by the Pathet Lao and be sent to labor camps, where majority of them had died, including King Savana Vatana and Queen Kampri, and Crown Prince Vong Savang. How about I said it right? And this war was very bloody, but majority of people don't even know about this war, mainly because it was overshadowed by the Vietnam War, especially since many Americans also fought in this war. It is estimated around 20,000 to 62,000 people had died in this war. Cambodian Civil War. Now, the Cambodian Civil War was a civil war in Cambodia between Communist Party of Kampuchea, known as the Khmer Rouge, who was supported by North Vietnam and China, used to be supported by North Vietnam, against the government of the Kingdom of Cambodia. And this is part of the Second Indochina War, which around the Vietnam War and the Laotian Civil War. After the First Indochina War, when Cambodia had soon, pretty much gained fully independence, Prince Senar Kruk had pretty much made many policies, which a lot of people didn't really agree. Mainly many, communist guerrillas, alongside with the Vietnam War, alongside in the Laotian Civil War, had pretty much, he wanted to stay neutral, because he did not, wanted to, pretty much drag Cambodia into another war. But soon, in 1970, when he was on a trip to France, anti-Vietnamese rioting had took place in Phnom Penh, which North Vietnamese and Viet Cong embassies were pretty much sacked, and the prince's absence had pretty much, affected everything, as Lao Nao, who was general, had did nothing to halt these activities. As Senator had pretty much tried by going back, as he headed to Moscow and Beijing in order to demand the patrons of North Vietnam to exert more control over their clients. But Lao Nao had kept the National Assembly to pretty much vote the future of the prince's leadership of the nation, and he was soon ousted by power, alongside many communist guerrilla groups such as the Khmer Rouge, who was led by Pol Pot, as they had pretty much led their followers into highlands of northeast into the lands of Khmer Lao, and had pretty much committed many offensives against Royal Cambodian military, alongside gathering weapons and spreading propaganda in seizing territory. as their insurgency has soon grown, even with like North Vietnam and the Viet Cong even supporting them, which soon had pretty much called for America to pretty much invade Cambodia during the Vietnam War. And around the same time when South Vietnam had failed, alongside with the Laotian government had soon collapsed, 1975, the Khmer Rouge was soon had won the war. And it's estimated around over 300,000 people had died in this war and had caused a major refugee crisis. Alongside this war would have been many atrocities. The Khmer Rouge had even killed murders of civilians, destruction of many Buddhist monuments, killing of monks, abduction and assassination of journalists, even use of child soldiers. But this would not be the end of the Khmer Rouge, because soon, after, this would lead into the Cambodian genocide, which was ordered by Pol Pot pretty much as a systematic persecution and killing of all Cambodian citizens, as many Cambodian citizens who were a different ethnicity, religion, were either killed, and majority of Cambodian citizens were even like forced to go in the countryside and were pretty much forced to do hard labor. And majority of them even died for executions, starvation, and even being overworked because of it. Alongside Cambodia even being renamed to Democratic Kampuchea. And this here will lead into another conflict right after the Vietnam War, known as the Cambodian and Vietnamese War, alongside the Third Indochina War. And some of the wars I'm about to talk about right now are pretty much jumbled into one, so I'm just going to add this here. Third Indochina War includes Cambodian-Vietnamese War, the Cambodian conflict, the Cambodian-Thai border conflict, the Sino-Vietnamese War, the Thai-Laotian border war, the Hmong insurgency, alongside many conflicts between China and Vietnam. Now, it mainly started right after the end of the Vietnam War, alongside when the Sino-Soviet split happened. Many places in Indochina and many places in the communist world was kind of a bit divided, as many communist countries didn't support each other, like China against support from many other communist countries, alongside the Soviet Union. And there will be many conflicts and border clashes between Cambodia and Vietnam, as many Khmer Rouge forces had advanced deep into Vietnamese territory, invaded many villages, and killed hundreds of civilians. And Vietnam had counterattacked and soon invaded Cambodia. And when they had pretty much invaded Cambodia, Vietnam was very shocked to see what was going on with the genocide that was happening. And because of this war, it even started a longer civil war that ended around 1989, as Vietnam had pretty much occupied the country trying to start the Khmer Rouge and ended the Cambodian genocide, which many of the Khmer Rouge would even be put on trial. But Pol Pot, he was responsible for the genocide that had killed millions of people, but he was never brought to justice by the International Tribunal, as he had died reportedly of heart failure while under house arrest. And when Vietnam had invaded Cambodia, this had upsetted China, starting the Sino-Vietnamese War, as China had pretty much supported the Khmer Rouge and didn't really like how Vietnam invaded Cambodia, and they pretty much saw it as a threat that since Vietnam was allied with the Soviet Union, and they'll be pretty much surrounded by the Soviet Union and Vietnam, and it could be easily invaded. So China has soon invaded Vietnam for 3 weeks, but they didn't really fully breach into Vietnam. There'll be a ceasefire on March 16, 1979. And it's very disputed on who had died on this war, because many people pretty much say, oh, this many had died or this much had died. But due to Western estimates, it's around 26,000 Chinese were killed and 30,000 Vietnamese were killed in this war. But this would not be the end for Vietnam, as there will be many border clashes and naval conflicts that pretty much ended all the way up to 1979 to 1991. As there will be many border skirmishes and many naval skirmishes throughout this war. But soon there will be many peace relations between China and Vietnam. And this conflict has deaths of estimated around 200,000 Cambodian civilians, 300,000 Vietnamese civilians, 200,000 Vietnamese soldiers, and over 20,000 Chinese deaths, alongside the Cambodian genocide that had killed up to 3 million people. Sino-Soviet border conflicts. Now, this was part of the Sino-Soviet split, as pretty much there will be an undeclared military conflict between the Sino-Soviet Union and the Chinese government in 1969, where there will be many border clashes which have brought the world's largest socialist states to the brink of war. alongside, well, both of these states have, well, nuclear weapons. As there were, like, pretty much a lot of border clashes alongside when the Soviet Union had invaded Czechoslovakia. This had pretty much made competitions pretty much go higher. As there would be many clashes in the Xinjiang province, as on both sides just pretty much just like shot each other and just like beat each other up with guns. No, literally just like literally photograph images of them hitting each other with guns. And it's estimated around that 58 Soviets were killed in this war and 95 were wounded. Alongside the Soviet Union had even like claimed that 800 Chinese soldiers were killed, while China had claimed that around 72 were killed and 68 was wounded. And this was really, well, pretty much short, as it only lasted for 6 months, but there would be still, well, many tensions throughout the rest of the Cold War. The Sino-Indian War. Now, this was also known as the China-India War, or the Indo-China War. It was an armed conflict between China and India that took place on October to November 1962. As it was a military escalation on the Sino-Indian border, fighting alongside India border with China, in India northeast frontier of the east of Bhutan and the west Chi of Nepal. And there's been a series of border clashes after the Tibetan uprising, when India had granted asylum to Dalai Lama. As Chinese military action had grew increasingly aggressive, after India had rejected proposals to Chinese diplomatic settlements throughout 1960 and 1962. And around during this time, seeing that America was preoccupied with the Cuban Missile Crisis, China had soon abandoned all attempts and will soon invade India. Invading disputed territory in the border in Lakdan and across the McMahon Line in the northeastern frontier, as Chinese troops have pushed Indian forces back to both theaters, capturing all their claimed territory in the western theater and the Tuang Trap in the eastern theater. And the conflict had pretty much ended when China declared a ceasefire on the 20th of November 1962. And Cuban Missile Crisis had ended, and they didn't want America to like pretty much like, hey, what you doing over there and stuff. And it was also part of the Sino-Soviet split when India, well, pretty much didn't get any military aid from America and the United States. Pretty much they didn't really want to sell advanced weaponry to India. So pretty much India had soon like went to the Soviet Union to pretty much help, especially during the Sino-Soviet split. It'd be like, okay, here you go. And this war had pretty much resulted in a Chinese victory, as around 700 Chinese were killed and over 1,000 Indian soldiers would be killed in this war too. And they are still, well, fighting each other. Well, not like actually like using guns or bombs and stuff, because that'll start World War III. Instead, in some parts of the Chinese border with India, they are allowed to pretty much, well, do mini skirmishes. And they're not allowed to use guns, but they're only allowed to use clubs and rocks. I'm not joking, by the way. They're actually using clubs, rocks, and sticks. So yeah. 1986, United States bombing of Libya. Now this was the United States Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps to carry out airstrikes, codenamed Operation El Dorado Canyon, against Libya on 1986, April 15th, in retaliation for the West Berlin bombing. 10 days earlier, which the United States President Ronald Reagan had blamed Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi for, as there were 40 reported Libyan casualties, as one United States plane was shot down, and one of the claimed Libyan deaths was of a baby girl, reported to be Gaddafi's daughter, Hana Gaddafi. But there are doubts whether as she was really killed or if she truly existed. As Libya had represented a high priority for Ronald Reagan after his inauguration in 1981, as Libya leader Muammar Gaddafi was very anti-Israel and has supported many resistance organizations in the Palestinian territories and in Syria. As it reported that Libya was attempting to become a nuclear power, and Gaddafi occupied a Chad, which was rich in uranium, which was a major concern for the United States, alongside Gaddafi's ambitions to pretty much set up a federation of the Arab and Muslim states in North Africa, and was pretty much, well, a big warning to American interests. Furthermore, then U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig wanted to take particular measures against Gaddafi, as he had been using former CIA operatives to help set up terrorist camps. And after the 1958 Rome and Vienna airport attacks, which had killed 19 and would approximately, well, wounded 140, Gaddafi indicated that he will continue to support many groups such as Red Army Faction, the Red Brigades, and the Irish Republic Army, aka the Provisional IRA, as long as the European government allegedly supported anti-Gaddafi Libyans. And on the 5th of April 1986, alleged Libyan agents had bombed a nightclub in West Berlin, killing 3 people, including 2 U.S. servicemen and a Turkish woman. and injuring 229 people, including 79 Americans. As Ronald Reagan had pretty much used this to say, okay, let's bomb Gaddafi. As the targets will be at a barracks in Tripoli, Vienna International Airport, and many barracks used by the Jamari Guard, which had began on the early hours of April 15th, which the United States Air Force had pretty much target many planes and bases. As around 45 soldiers and officials would be killed, and 30 Libyan civilians would be killed in this attack too. And there'll be one aircraft that will be shot down and 2 airmen will be killed. And Gaddafi had soon announced that he had won a spectacular military victory over the United States, and the country would soon be renamed to the Great Socialist Republic Libya Air Jamara. Internal conflict in Peru. The internal conflict in Peru is an armed conflict between the government of Peru and the Maoist militant group, the Shining Path, with the conflict main phase had began in around May 17, 1980 and ended in 2000. But it would still continue with the war on drugs. And the fighting had mainly intensified in the 1980s, as Peru had one of the worst human rights records in the Western Hemisphere, and experienced thousands of forced disappearance, and while both the Peruvian armed forces and the Shining Path acted with impunity, had sometimes massacred entire villages, as up to 50,000 people to 70,000 people were killed, making it the bloodiest war in the country's independent history. And this included many civilians who were deliberately targeted by all factions, and the indigenous people were disproportionately targeted, with 75% of those killed speaking Quechua as a native language. And since 2000, the numbers of deaths had dropped significantly, and recently conflict had become somewhat dormant, as the conflict is also characterized by serious violations of human rights. And it's still going on as there's a low-level activity. Operation Condor. Now, Operation Condor was a military campaign and political opposition by right-wing dictatorships of the southern cone of South America, involving many intelligence operations, coups, assassination of left-wing sympathizers in South America. As this had went on from 1975 to 1983, as there been many coups and assassinations, and majority of these coups were all backed by America, which had collaborated and financed many covert operations. In France, who denies their involvement, in Venezuela and Colombia, who was also alleged to be collaborating with the operation, has soon ended with the fall of the Argentine junta. And due to this clandestine nature, the precise number of deaths is very highly disputed, as many people estimate that around 60,000 people had died, as there will be many wars in Latin America throughout the Cold War, alongside many coups and assassinations. And there will be many human rights violations alongside the many people will be disappeared. And American political scientist J. Patrick McSherry estimated around 450 people were killed in cross-border operations. And people were either kidnapped, tortured, and killed in allied countries or illegally transferred to their home countries to be executed. Hundreds or thousands such as persons and numbers have still not been fully determined. And the countries that will be mainly affected by Operation Condor would be Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and supported by the United States, France, which is alleged but they deny it, Venezuela, and Colombia. The Congo Crisis. Now, the Congo Crisis was a period of political upheaval and a conflict between 1960 and 1965 in the Republic of the Congo, which is now known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And this crisis began almost immediately after the Congo had become independent from Belgium, as there be a series of civil wars alongside be a proxy war when the Soviet Union and the United States had pretty much supported both sides. As ever since the late 19th century, Congo had been occupied and ruled by Belgium as a European colony. But soon, right after World War II, many colonies, mainly in Africa, would soon start getting independence. But there'll be many, problems, as many of European colonists did not want to leave. But soon, a nationalist movement soon had started and demanded end of colonial rule, which had led to the country being independent on the 30th of June 1960. And minimal preparations have been made in many issues such as federalism, tribalism, and ethnic nationalism have remained unresolved. As in the first week of July 1960, a movement had broke out in the army, which had erupted violence between black and white civilians. And Belgium had sent troops protecting fleeing white citizens. And Kantaka and South Kaza had seceded with Belgian support. Amid unrest and violence, the United Nations had deployed peacekeepers, but Union Secretary refused to use these troops to help the central government in Libreville. And Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, the charismatic leader of the largest nationalist faction, he had reacted by calling assistance from the Soviet Union, which had probably sent military advisors and other support such as weapons and money. And the involvement of the Soviets has split the Congress government, which had led to an impasse between Lumumba and President Joseph Kasavubu, right to the right. But during that time, Lumumba, chief military aide and lieutenant colonel in the army, had broke this deadlock with a coup and expelled the Soviet advisors, which established a new government under his control, and Lumumba was soon taken captured and will be soon executed in 1961. And there'll be a new rival government called the Free Republic of the Congo, which was founded in the eastern city of Stanleyville, but by many supporters of Lumumba, and it gained Soviet support, but it was crushed in early 1962. And meanwhile, the United Nations had took more aggressive stance towards the secessionists after the Secretary General was killed in a plane crash in 1961. Supported by Union troops, the Portugal had defeated secessionist movements in Canada and South Kaza by the start of 1963. And with the Katanga and South Kasai back under the government control, a reconciliatory compromise constitution was adopted. An exiled Cantonese leader, Mose Tshisekedi, was at the right. It was called the head of interim administration while the fresh elections were organized. Before these could be held, however, many Maoist militants had called themselves Simbas rose up in the East country, and Simbas took control of a significant amount of territory and proclaimed a communist People Republic of the Congo in Stanleyville. And government forces had gradually retook its territory in November 1964, and Belgium and the United States will even soon be intervened military in Stanleyville to recover many hostages from Soviet captivity. And Simbas was soon defeated and collapsed. And following the elections of March 1964, a new political stalemate was developed, which had forced the government into a near perilous, and soon there'll be a second coup in November 1965, as under Mobutu rule, the Congo had renamed itself Zaire in 1961, which would soon lead into another war, the First Congo War, also known as Africa's First World War for how many countries were involved in this. And this would have been a very bloody conflict, as over 100,000 people have been killed. But this had soon start the stage of the Congo conflict, as after this had happened, there'll be another war in Congo, and soon after that, there'll be the Second Congo War, which is one of the bloodiest wars in Africa. Eritrean War of Independence. The Eritrean War of Independence was an armed conflict and insurgency aimed at achieving self-determination and independence for Eritrea, Ethiopia rule. Starting in 1961, Eritrean insurgents had engaged in guerrilla warfare to liberate the Eritrean province from the control of Ethiopian Empire under Haile Selassie and later the Derg. Little background. The Italians had soon colonized Eritrea in 1880s and had soon ruled until 1941. In around 1936, Italy had soon invaded Ethiopia and declared it a part of the colonial empire, which they had called Italian East Africa and Italian Somaliland. And Eritrea was also part of that entity ruled by a general governor. And after World War II, it was being occupied by Britain until 1951. However, there was a debate of what should happen with Eritrea after the British left. And the British delegation to the United Nations had proposed that Eritrea would be divided along religious lines, with the Christians to Ethiopia and the Muslims to Sudan. In 1952, the United Nations had decided to federate Eritrea to Ethiopia, hoping to reconsider Ethiopia's claims of sovereignty and Eritrean aspirations for independence. About 9 years later, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie had dissolved the federation and annexed Eritrea, triggering a 30-year conflict with them. As during the 1960s, the Eritrean independence struggle was led by the Eritrean Liberation Front, or ELF, as resistance to the Ethiopian annexation of Eritrea after Italian control had ended. As the Ethiopian monarchy's actions against Muslims and the Eritrean government also contributed to revolution. And at first, the group was factionized in the liberation movement along ethnic and geographic lines, and the initial 4 zonal commands of the ELF were all lowland areas and were primarily Muslims, but a few Christians did join the organization. As soon there'll be another command called the Highland Christian Command, and there'll be eternal struggles with the ELF command, coupled with sectarian violence against many various zonal groups and separate organizations. And the war started on the 1st of September 1961 with the Battle of Adil, when Hamid Idris Arati and his companions had engaged occupying the Ethiopian army and police. And at first, the war had pretty much started by, well, many guerrilla operations and many surprise attacks on the Ethiopian military. And the Ethiopian Imperial Army had pretty much made many counterinsurgency campaigns against them through the 1960s and terrorized the civilian population, leading to, more local support for the insurgency. But Ethiopia will have a revolution, as Emperor Haile Selassie was soon ousted in a coup, and the collapse of the Ethiopian Empire has soon coincided with the end of the war. The new Ethiopian government, called the Derg, was a Marxist military junta. Between June and mid-November 1964, the Derg was under control of Eritrean-born General Aman Adam, who had soon called for a ceasefire in Eritrea. And the ceasefire had aimed to persuade the Eritreans to lay down their arms and find a political solution to the conflict. But despite this, many policies have soon emerged within the Ethiopian leadership, as one advocating for military solution in Eritrea and others supporting political solution by granting some little confidence to the Eritreans. However, Adam will soon be assassinated by many officials in the Derg regime, and this had marked the end of a pursuit to a political resolution, which has soon led to the Ethiopian government has shifted towards pacifying the Eritreans with brute force. And the Derg has sent an army of peasants to pretty much crush the Eritrean rebels, but that still outnumbered the Ethiopian army and managed to overrun Ethiopian garrison at the siege of Nakfa, and this heavily demoralized Ethiopian garrisons throughout Eritrea. Within a few months, the Eritrean People Liberation Front would soon even take control of many garrisons across Eritrea, pretty much causing a disaster en route for government forces. And the EPLF was able to counterattack and push the armies far back. And throughout the 1980s, the Derg Empire was soon had declined and was overwhelmed by many Ethiopian insurgent forces. And many Ethiopian forces that were even deployed in Eritrea during May 1991 were pretty much very defeated, even forcing the president Mengistu Haile Mariam to even flee the country. And by 1991, the rebels had captured the capital city of Ethiopia and overthrown the government. And around the same time, Ethiopian garrison Asmara was soon gone, as tens of thousands of fighters were either surrendering or just left. And the war would soon end on 1991, and soon Eritrea would soon gain independence. And this war will also be bloody too, as over 200,000 civilians will be killed, 70,000 Eritrean will be killed, and almost 200,000 Ethiopians were killed in this war. Yom Kippur War. The Yom Kippur War, also known as the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, or the 4th Arab-Israeli War, or the October War, or the Ramadan War, that's a lot of names, was fought from the 6th October to 25th of October 1973 between Israel and a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. Most of the fighting had occurred in the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights. And once again, this mainly had happened, because of the end of the State War, when Israel had captured the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights from Syria and territories of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. And Syria and Egypt kind of want their territories back. And during this time, Henry Kissinger had made an offer to Ismaili, who was President Anwar Sadat emissary, and Kissinger had proposed returning the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt control, and Israel would soon withdraw from all Sinai except for some strategic points. And Ismaili had said that he would return with Sadat reply, but he never did. And Sadat was already determined to go to war. And soon Egypt would even have many weapons from the Soviet Union, as the Soviet Union will also help. Not only the Soviet Union was also helping this war, but also many Soviet allies such as Cuba and North Korea would even assist Egypt during this war. Yeah, North Korea. As around between May and August 1973, Egypt had conducted many military exercises near the border, and one Mossad spy had inaccurately warned that Egypt and Syria would launch a surprise attack in the middle of May, as the Israeli army has soon mobilized their military in response to both warnings. Even Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev had even warned Richard Nixon, had said that he proposed that a deal with Nixon saying Israel should pull back to a 1967 border, and Brezhnev had said that if Israel did not, we would have difficulty keeping the military situation from flaring up, as they actually wanted to not have Egypt in this war because it can maybe spy out into the Middle East. As Egypt would soon start training near the Suez Canal, alongside Syrian military will even be near the border with Israel. And soon they will attack Israel on 6th October 1973, during a surprise attack on the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, which had coincided with the 10th day of Ramadan. Indigenous Syrian forces had soon crossed their persistent ceasefire lines, with Israel advancing into Sinai Peninsula into the Golan Heights. Indigenous forces had crossed the Suez Canal in Operation Badr, establishing positions, while Syrian forces had gained territory in Golan Heights. Indigenous forces would continue advancing into the Sinai Peninsula on 14th of October to relieve the Syrian front, which was coming under increasing pressure. After 3 days, Israel halted the Egyptians' advance and pushed most Assyrians out back to the Purple Line. And Israel had launched a counteroffensive in Syria by shelling the outskirts of Damascus. Even exploited the failed Egyptian advance to breach the Suez Canal, advancing north toward Ismailia and south towards Suez to sever the Egyptian 2nd and 3rd armies. The United Nations had soon called for a ceasefire, which was largely negotiated by the Soviet Union and the United States, as America was Israel's ally, and the Soviet Union was also supporting Egypt, alongside many Eastern Bloc countries even supporting the Arab forces. But there will be still fighting right after the ceasefire attempt. And there will be a second ceasefire, with Israel pretty much succeeding in advancing south, but had failed to capture the Suez Canal, and soon they had pretty much ended conflict on a ceasefire on the 25th of October. And this war had many consequences, as many countries in the Arab world have felt really humiliated because of this war, especially right after they had lost the 6 Day War and lost many of their territories. But this will soon lead to the Camp David Accords, as Israel has soon returned the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt in the Israel Peace Treaty, which Israel and Egypt, this was the first ever peace treaty between an Arab country with Israel, as this was the first time an Arab country recognized Israel. And Egypt has soon drifted away from being part of the Soviet Union allies, and eventually leaving the Eastern Bloc. In response to America supporting Israel, many Arab members, led by King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, had decided to reduce oil production by 5% per month. As Saudi Arabia had pretty much declared an oil embargo against the United States, later joined by other oil exporters in the Gulf states, and extended against the Netherlands and other countries, which caused the 1973 energy crisis. And around 2,800 Israelis will be killed in this war, 15,000 Egyptian soldiers will be killed in this war, 3,500 Syrians will be killed in this war, 6 dead Moroccans, 278 Iraqis, 180 dead Cubans, 20 Jordanians will be killed in this war, 18 Kuwaitis will be killed in this war. It is unknown of how many North Koreans had died in this war, but my policy guess is probably all of them, because North Korea likes to keep very secret, so yeah. 1955 Argentine coup d'etat. Now, I'm not going to say this actual word because I'm very bad at Spanish, but it's mainly called the Liberating Revolution. As this was a civic military dictatorship that had ruled the Argentine government after overthrowing President Juan Domingo Perón and shutting down the National Congress, removing members for the Supreme Court, as well provincial and municipal and university authorities, placing the entire judiciary on a commission. This occurred on the 16th of September 1955. Now, in 1946, President Perón will soon be elected. In 1949, a constitutional amendment sponsored by Peronism had introduced a number of labor reforms along with unrestricted presidential re-elections. The legitimacy of the new constitution is still controversial, as he was re-elected in 1951. At this time, his administration was supported by many labor unions, the military, and the Catholic Church. Economic downturn, some of them product of the government foreign trade policies, Perón's own personality cult, the regime increasing authoritarian tendencies, including suppression of freedom of press, representation of perceived political rivals, and persecution of exile of dissidents, and dismantling of several labor unions, alongside clashes with the church and leadership of the armed forces, had led to a weakening of his base. At the same time, public discontent had grew, as writers, artists, politicians, and for anyone perceived as dissident were harassed, blacklisted, or even jailed, with some even forced exiled. As the church increasingly distanced himself from Perón and the government, which at first respected the church privilege, and by 1954, the Catholic clergy was openly anti-personist, which also influenced some military factions of the military, while a Christian Democratic Party was founded soon after. And he had lost most of his support. A large contingent of the military who could comprise with other political actors, members of the Radical Civic Union and Socialist Party, as well as many conservative groups, there was in turmoil in different parts of the country. As on the 14th of June, Catholic bishops had spoken against Peron during a Corpus Christian prosecution, which soon turned to anti-government demonstration. And soon later, in June 16th, the Argentine Navy and Air Force had bombed Plaza de Mayo, Buenos Aires main square, killing over 200 civilians and wounding hundreds more. And the attack remained to this day as the largest aerial bombing ever executed on the Argentine mainland. And the bombing had targeted the adjacent Casa Wodiza in the official seat of the government, as a large crowd had gathered there expressing support for President John Peron. And the strike had took place the same day of a public demonstration to condemn the burning of the national flag. And many extremist prisoners groups who supported President Peron had burned several churches at that night, allegedly instigated by Vice President Alberto Tazier. And the only important political support Peron came from the General Confederation of Labor, which had called workers to defend the president. And on September, a new uprising led by General Eduardo Landari, General Pedro Aramburu, and Admiral Isaac Rojas. I hope I said it right again. My Spanish is horrible. I really apologize. Disposed Peron and established a provisional government for several days. And there's some fighting in places like the city of Córdoba and Puerto Belgrano naval base, and another naval base at Rio Santiago near La Plata. And there be many fighting all across Argentina, which this had almost sent the country to the Civil War. And soon, Peron had decided to avoid massive bloodshed and had left presidency by seeking asylum in Paraguay after taking shelter aboard a Paraguay gunboat. And on the 23rd of September, Lonare had assumed presidency and gave a speech from the balcony of the Casa Wodiza, saying that there would be neither victors nor vanquished. And 2 years after the dictatorship had organized presidential elections, which had transferred power on the 1st of May 1958 to a constitutional government led by radical Arturo Frondizi, who would soon be overthrown by another military-led coup in 1962. Falklands War. The Falklands War was a 10-week undeclared war between Argentina and the United Kingdom in 1982 over 2 British dependent territories in the South Atlantic, the Falkland Islands, and its territorial dependency, South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. And the conflict began on the April 2nd, 1982, when Argentina invaded and occupied the Falkland Islands, which would soon have an invasion of the island by Britain the next day. Okay, small bit of context. These islands here, there have been many disputes in history. At first, it was owned by France, and then Spain, and then Argentina, kind of, and then Britain had came back and claimed these islands again, kind of, and there'd be many battles here from World War I and World War II. So in 1965, the United Nations had called upon Argentina and the United Kingdom to reach a settlement of sovereignty dispute of the islands. And the United Kingdom Foreign and Commonwealth Office regarded the islands as a nuisance and barrier to UK trade in South America. Therefore, while confident of British sovereignty, and the FCO was prepared to cede the islands to Argentina when news of a proposed transfer had broke in 1968. Elements sympathetic with the plight of the islanders were able to organize an effective parliamentary lobby to frustrate the FCO plans. Negotiations have continued, but in general have failed to make meaningful progress of the islands. And islanders steadily refused to consider Argentine sovereignty on one side, because the majority of the islanders on the Falklands were British. In the early 80s, there will be a change to the Argentine military regime, bringing a new office to the new junta, headed by General Leopoldo Galtieri, who was president, if I said it right, and Admiral George Ayana. He was, a main architect and supporter of the military solution for a long-standing claim over the Falkland Islands, expecting the United Kingdom to pretty much, never respond militarily. As there have been ongoing tensions have been pretty much increasing throughout the early 80s, when a group of Argentine scrap metal merchants had raised the Argentine flag at South Georgia Island as an act that would be later seen as offensive in the war. And the Royal Navy Ice Patrol vessel HMS Endurance was dispatched from Stanley to South Georgia on the 25th to respond. And a year later, on April 2nd, 1982, Argentine forces had pretty much the amphibious landing known as Operation Rosero on the Falkland Islands, as the invasion went through a fierce but brief defiance organized by Falkland Islands Governor Sir Rex Hudd, giving command to Major Mike Norman of the Royal Marines stationed there. And it was only 68 Marines there. As soon, Argentina would soon take control of the Falklands, and the British government did not like this. They were not pleased of this. Alongside many countries, around the world, like the United Nations, did not, support this invasion. The United States government even had tried breaking a peace deal based on, authority to take control of the islands and pretty much, negotiations. But Thatcher had pretty much, said the task force would not withdraw unless the Argentina evacuated their troops. Pretty much meaning that, peace can't help, then we gotta go to war. As on the 4th of April, 2 aircraft carriers, Invincible and Hermes, have been pretty much, on their way to the Falkland Islands, alongside Great Britain even using Ascension Island as their main control hub of this war, which is literally in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And the total task force is pretty much comprised of 120 ships, 43 Royal Navy vessels, 22 Royal Fleet Auxiliary ships, 62 merchant ships, which will be pretty much mainly used because throughout this war it will be mainly battles with air to sea combat, as we mean bombing raids on the Falkland Islands by the British military. But one controversial event from this war was the ARA General Brigada, which was a battleship that was sunk by a British nuclear submarine known as the HMS Conqueror during the Falklands War. And this was very controversial because it had happened right outside the exclusion zone established by the British government, meaning it was pretty much being attacked away from the war zone. And this would be the most deadliest event in the war, as around 223 Argentinian sailors had died during this attack. And as many Argentine ships did not went near the Falkland Islands, pretty much meaning Great Britain has soon gained control of the sea. And throughout this conflict, many countries even support both sides, as America will support the British in this conflict, even though they wanted peace between the two. Many countries in the British Commonwealth had even made support from the Falklands War, with most of them even withdrew their diplomats from Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. French has soon declared a trade embargo on many French arms sales, and even stopped assistance to Argentina, alongside even allowing French to allow aircraft and warships on its ports in Senegal. And many countries in Latin America even supported Argentina, such as Brazil, Peru, Libya, Israel, Spain. Spain didn't really send military aid, but it did supported Argentina, Bolivia, Venezuela, and Uruguay. And Chile did not support Argentina through this war, even rumors of Chile even planning an invasion on Argentina during this war. So yeah. And there have been many attacks from Argentine aircraft that had attacked many British naval ships. And during the night of the 21st of May, British amphibious task groups under command of Commodore Michael Clapp mounted Operation Sultan, the amphibious landing on the beaches around San Carlos Water. And it was a scene of repeated air attacks by low-flying Argentine planes, as 4,000 men of 3 Commando Brigade were put on shore. As the next day, they had secured a beachhead from which to conduct offensive operations along the Battle of Goose Green, which was a turning point of this war. And days later, on the night of June 11, 1982, after 7 days of painstaking reconnaissance and logistics building up, British forces had launched a brigade-sized night attack against the heavily defended ring around Port Stanley. As soon, Argentine forces there were soon surrendered, and on June 14th, a ceasefire was declared, and Margaret Thatcher had announced the commitment and surrender negotiations. As the commander of the Argentine garrison in Stanley Brigade, General Mario Menendez had surrendered to Major General Jeremy Moore the same day. And the war would soon be over. Now, this was a very, very small war in the Cold War, but it did have, major culture impact in Argentina and in the United Kingdom. As the United Kingdom pretty much saw this as a quick victory, even many newspapers around the world even saying the Empire Strikes Back as a quick joke to the British Empire. In Argentina, there were many protests against the regime in Argentina. Alongside, President Gautier was forced to resign, and the elections were held on the 30th of October 1983, as he pretty much was no longer president. In the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher's popularity had increased due to the victory of this war, even though she wasn't really liked in history. Alongside, when the war had pretty much ended, there'll be, many, undeclared minefields, in the Falkland Islands. Until in November of 2020, when they'll pretty much, find all the last minefields and will redetonate them. 649 Argentinians will be killed in this war, and around 255 British soldiers will be killed in this war. and 3 islander civilians would be killed by shelling. And still to this day, there are still, well, a bit tensions between Argentina and Great Britain over these islands, as the islands are still in control of Great Britain rule. Soviet-Afghan War. The Soviet-Afghan War was a war that took place in the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan from December 1979 to February 1989, marking the beginning of the 46-year-on and still ongoing Afghan conflict, where it saw the Soviet Union and the Afghan military fight against rebelling Afghan Mujahideen who were aided by Pakistan and the United States. Now, to go a little context back, we need to go all the way back. For centuries, Afghanistan had been involved in many conflicts, but in the 19th century, the British Empire was fearful that the Russian Empire would invade Afghanistan to pretty much threaten many British colonies in India. So, this was a regional rivalry called the Great Game, as in 1885, Russian forces had seized disputed oasis of the Oxus River from Afghan forces, which became known as the Padi Incident. Alongside Britain even sent troops to Afghanistan too, and a border was agreed by a joint Anglo-Russian-Afghan boundary commission of 1885. And throughout these years, the Russian interest in Afghanistan continued throughout the Soviet area, when billions of economic and military aid was sent to Afghanistan between 1955 and 1978. In 1954, the United States had begun selling arms to ally Pakistan while refusing an Afghanistan request to buy arms, because they were fearful that Afghanistan may use weapons against Pakistan, which had drew Afghanistan to be closer to the Soviet Union and India, which were willing to sell them weapons. And soon, when China had defeated India in its border war, resulting in China forming an alliance with Pakistan against their common enemy, India, pushing Afghanistan closer to even both the Soviet Union and India. And soon there will be, a coup in Afghanistan in 1973, which was led by Army General and Prince Muhammad Daud Khan against his cousin, King Muhammad Zahir Shah. As soon to established as the Republic of Afghanistan under a one-party system led by Khan, which would be supported by the Soviet Union. Alongside, even being very anti-Pakistani throughout his military regime, as they wanted to weaken Pakistan, which was the ally to both the United States and China. However, it did not openly try to create problems for Pakistan, as it would damage the Soviet Union relations with many other Islamic countries after this. As soon there will be the Tsar Revolution, which was when Afghanistan had another coup, when Muhammad Daud Khan would soon be overthrown. And after this would lead to 2,000 people even being killed, as Afghanistan would now be ruled by Nur Muhammad Takari. Afghanistan would soon become a communist government. And many people didn't really agree with this new government, but this would have caused, many people to actually be disappeared during this time. Alongside 1978, when Takari had pretty much the government initiated a series of reforms, including radical modernization of the traditional Islamic civil law, especially marriage law, aimed at uprooting feudalism in Afghan society. The government broke no opposition to the reforms and responded with violence to unrest, and many people will be executed during this time. And this will soon start many rebellions, as many people who live in the countryside who are more traditional to the old laws did not really like this new government, and many of them will even be trained, taken from Pakistan, and will be trained. Now, Afghanistan will soon be ruled by Hizbul Amin. I probably said your name wrong, I apologize. Who will be killed in a Soviet-backed coup, as the Soviet Union had pretty much launched a coup in Afghanistan to pretty much kill him, alongside start the invasion of Afghanistan. And this had pretty much mainly start to assist the fight against the Mujahideen, who were Islamic militants that have fought against the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan and the Soviet Union during the Afghan War, as they had a jihad, which pretty much means an eternal struggle against evil. Pretty much a jihad against the Soviet Union, as many fighters from around the world has soon even supported people, Mujahideen, and many countries even supported Mujahideen as well, such as America, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Italy, China, Turkey, West Germany, Iran, United Kingdom, Egypt, Israel, and alongside later on the war, Al-Qaeda. Osama bin Laden and other many Arab fighters who had pretty much participated in the Soviet-Afghan war, jihad, had established Al-Qaeda as they aimed to pretty much fight against enemies of Islam. So I just kind of want to throw that in real quick. And after the Soviet Union had pretty much invaded Afghanistan and many occupying Kabul, Soviet leaders in the KGB had pretty much felt that Prime Minister Hezbollah Aman actions had destabilized the situation in Afghanistan. Following the coup, as they killed him, they would soon take control of many roads and many urban centers in Afghanistan. And this had upset many countries around the world, especially China, America, and Pakistan. As many countries would soon send many weapons to Afghan Mujahideen to pretty much support them. Even Ronald Reagan even inviting many leaders to the White House. And America would even support them heavily by sending in Stinger missiles, which was an anti-aircraft missile that was mainly used to the Mujahideen to pretty much attack many Soviet aircraft. And throughout this war, it will be very, very long and very, very expensive, as the Afghan Mujahideen really just fought in the urban areas, as majority of the war was fought in the mountains. As 80% of the country was outside of Soviet government control, as the Soviet Union had main control many places in many roadways alongside many cities. And this war would go on all the way to 1989, but it would start to decline in the Soviet Union in the mid-1980s when the Soviet Union pretty much wasted a lot of money on this war, especially when the Soviet Union started to dissolve. When Mikhail Gorbachev had soon became General Secretary of the Communist Party, he began planning for a military disengagement from Afghanistan. As soon from April 14th, 1988, the Soviet Union had conducted a total military withdrawal that lasted from February 1989. And this war will be very, very bloody, as this had began the Afghan conflict, which still continues on to this day, as around up to 3 million people had died in this war. Majority of them will be civilians, as 5 million people will be externally displaced and 2 million people will be internally displaced, meaning they did not return to Afghanistan after this war. It is estimated around 26,000 Soviet Union troops will be killed in this war, and 58,000 Afghanis will be killed in this war. 90,000 Mujahideen forces will be killed in this war. Over 5,000 Pakistanis will be killed in this war. And Iran, who has supported in this war, is estimated around 95,000 Iranians who will be killed in this war. This war had many war crimes, such as scorched earth tactics, which pretty much saw many bombings and many chemical weapons being used on Afghan civilians, alongside the butterfly mine, which is a mine that was designed to pretty much spread out throughout the Afghan countryside, but many children have mistaken it as a toy, and many of them will be killed. And Soviet forces had abducted many Afghan women in helicopters while flying in the country in search of Mujahideen. And there'll be many incidents that took place in the country, including Lagma, Kama, where Soviet soldiers had kidnapped young women from the city of Kabul in the areas of Dur Amma and Karkana near Soviet garrisons to rape them. And many women and young girls who were taken in Soviet soldiers were considered dishonored by their families if they returned home, and they were even kicked out. But this would not be the end of the war, because soon right after, it will be into a civil war, known as the First Afghan Civil War. And this war started when the Soviet Union had pretty much left Afghanistan on the 15th of February 1989, and until 1992, ending on the same day after the proclamation of the Peshawar Accords. Mujahideen groups, some even using the part of the Afghan interim government in the years of 1989 to 1992, have become their conviction that they are battling the hostile puppet regime of the Republic of Afghanistan and Kabul. In March 1989, Afghan interim government, in cooperation with the Pakistan ISI, had attacked the city of Jalalabad, and they were defeated in June, which is now known as the Battle of Jalalabad. And soon, when the Soviet Union had pretty much was gone, President Mohammad Najibullah had agreed to step aside and make way for the Mujahideen coalition government. One Mujahideen group had refused to confer and discuss the coalition of government under the Pakistan's sponsored Peshawar Peace Accords, and invaded Kabul with the help of many Khalist generals. This had triggered another civil war, which had started on the 25th, 1992, between 3 Mujahideen groups at first, until 6 Mujahideen groups had supported. And this would not be the end of Afghanistan, because after this, there will be a third civil war, which didn't ended until the 2001 invasion of Afghanistan. Because throughout the 1990s, Afghanistan was just in civil war, and throughout the 2000s and 2010s, Afghanistan would be in a longer war that lasts for 20 years. And still to this day, there is still conflict in Afghanistan. 1989, Tiananmen Square protest and massacre. Now, Tiananmen Square protests, known within China as the June 4th incident, were a student-led demonstrations held in Tiananmen Square in Beijing, China, from 15th April to the 4th of June, after the weeks of unsuccessful attempts between the demonstrators and Chinese government to find a peaceful revolution. And what will happen here will be a massacre. A massacre that is actually forgotten in Chinese history. Now, to give a little background, after the Cultural Revolution had ended, when Chairman Mao Zedong had died in 1976 and the rest of the Gang of Four, the movement that was spearheaded by Mao had caused severe damage to the country's internal, diverse economic and social fabric. As a result, the country is now mirrored in poverty, as economic production has slowed or came to a halt. Political ideology was paramount in the lives of ordinary people, as well as the inner workings of the party itself. As Deng Xiaoping, 1977, had proposed the idea of the Bulong Fanzine, bringing order out of chaos, to pretty much correct the mistakes of the Cultural Revolution. As soon in 1978, Deng has soon emerged as China's de facto leader as he launched a controversial program to reform the Chinese economy. But since several years, the country focused on ideology purity was replaced by a concentrated attempt to achieve material prosperity. To oversee his reform agenda, Deng had promoted his allies to the top of the government party post, as Zhang Ziyao was premier and head of the government in 1980, and Hu Haobang, who I said it right again, was CCP General Secretary in 1982. But the protests mainly started when Hu Yaobang had suddenly died of a heart attack on the 15th of April 1989, and students have reacted strongly, and most of them believed that his death was related to a forced resignation, as he provided the initial implements for students to gather in large numbers, because many people have saw him as a liberal reformer to pretty much change the Chinese government a bit. And there were many college protests on many university campuses, as many protesters appeared eulogizing Hu, calling for his honorary. Within days, most protesters were about broader political issues such as corruption, democracy, and freedom of the press in China. As there were many gatherings to pretty much mourn Hu on the 15th of April around the monument to people heroes at Tiananmen Square. On the same day, many students at Peking University and Tsinghua University had erected shrines and had joined the gathering in Tiananmen Square. And there were a large number of people to mourn his death. Alongside at his funeral, which had took place on the 22nd of April, it was around 100,000 students had marched on Tiananmen Square, ignoring orders from Beijing authorities that the square was used to be closed for the funeral. And the funeral, which took place inside the Great Hall, was attended by the leadership and was brought out to lie to the students. As General Secretary Zhao Ziyang had delivered the eulogy, and these protests will still continue on in the following month after his death, and the Chinese government has saw this as a threat to the communist authority over China, as many of the students had pretty much asked for freedom of the press, freedom of speech, pretty much more rights and freedom. And there will be many strikes alongside many hunger strikes, which mainly had pretty much started right after Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev was going to visit China, as this would be the first time a Soviet leader had ever visited China in years. And many people, media outlets was going there to see about this. So many students had to this advantage to pretty much protest more alongside hunger strikes. And many people even went to Tiananmen Square to even protest, such as over 200,000 people too. And Deng Xiaoping was very afraid that his movement was spin out of control and ordered the square to be closed off for Gorbachev visit. Executing Deng's request, Zhao again had used a soft approach to direct his subordinates to coordinate negotiations with the students immediately, as Zhao believed that he could appeal to student patriotism, and the students understand that the signs of internal turmoil during the Sino-Soviet summit were embarrassed the nation and not just the government. And they would even stay in the square during Mikhail Gorbachev's visit to China. And they would be even spying on the students as well, as many wherever the students was at, restaurants, hotels, anywhere the students was at, they were actually being wiretapped to pretty much capture and punishment many protesters. As soon on May 20th, China had declared martial law by soon sending military troops to Tiananmen Square. As soon protests was soon increased deadly in June. As on June 3rd, the government had issued an emergency announcement urging citizens to stay off the streets and away from Tiananmen Square. Meanwhile, protesters had made their own broadcasts across various university campuses in Beijing to call for students to arm themselves and assemble insurgents at the square. As 9:30 p.m., the military had encountered a blockade set up by protesters in the Hadan district and attempted to break through, as troops armed with anti-riot gear had clashed with protesters and began firing rubber bullets and tear gas. Our protesters had returned threw in rocks and soda bottles at them, and other troops fired warning shots in the air, which was ineffective. As on 10 p.m., an army officer had picked up a megaphone and urged protesters to disperse. And about at 10:30, still being pummeled by rocks thrown at protesters, 38 Army troops opened fire with live ammunition. And crowds were stunned that the Army was using live ammunition and had flowed back towards Mukden Bridge. And troops used expanding bullets prohibited by international law. I just have bullets that like expand when they hit somebody, causing more damage. And these are only used in like military warfare, but not for like, police, like anti-riot stuff. As soldiers would soon be shooting live ammunition into the crowd, even like shooting like apartment buildings with gunfire, and some people inside their balconies were even shot. As the army had advanced, fatalities were recorded along Chang Avenue, by far the largest occurred, alongside even like driving tanks. And demonstrators that attacked troops with poles, rocks, and Molotov cocktails, alongside even dragging many troops from like military trucks and beat them to death. As in the early morning of June 4th, the first APC had entered Tiananmen Square. As on June 5th, the military had soon secured the square, as the military had begun to reassert control of the city, especially in Chang Avenue, as a column of tanks of the 1st Army Division had left the square. And there'll be one famous photo and video of this war called Tank Man. As the Tank Man, he was a protester who pretty much stand in the middle of the avenue of the whole like tank row and pretty much had a standoff between the tanks. And this was captured by Western media atop the Beijing Hotel. And it's really unknown of the fate of what happened to Tank Man, because many people believe that he was either killed or he was not killed, but we have no idea who he was. But he was really, really brave for actually standing like in front of the tanks that he could have been like, killed. And throughout the whole massacre, Western media was actually there covering it, because Chinese media was not even showing this. But many Western media who was there for the visit of Mikhail Gorbachev, alongside to see what was going on in China, had pretty much recorded it. And many like Western media outlets like BBC News were even like threatened by the Chinese government to like not even like post it like towards like Western like news channels, but they did anyway. And after the protests and massacre had ended, there will be many arrests or many students who were even like there. And the death toll is very disputed, as the government had pretty much suppressed discussion of the casualties after the event. And the Chinese government had pretty much claimed that only 241 people have been killed, including soldiers. However, the Chinese Red Cross initially estimated around 2,600 have been killed, while others like have pretty much said that it was like higher than that. And this is a highly sensitive topic in China, as well, as there's no like Memorial Day for this in China. And some accounts even saying that they don't even teach this in Chinese schools. They just forget about it. Too much like how it actually happened there. Because the only places in like that only like remembers this and have memorials for this massacre is in Hong Kong and Taiwan. And this even hurt China's image internationally as well. People Power Revolution. People Power Revolution, known as the EDSA Revolution or the February Revolution, was a series of popular demonstrations in the Philippines. And it started from February 2nd to the 25th of 1982, and there was a sustained campaign of civil resistance against regime violence and electoral fraud. The non-violent revolution had led to the departure of Ferdinand Marcos at the end of his 20-year dictatorship and restoration of democracy in the Philippines. It's also referred to the Yellow Revolution due to the purpose of yellow ribbons during the demonstration, which was a reference to Tony Orlando and Dawn's song "Tie a Yellow Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree," as a symbol of a protest following the assassination of Filipino Senator Benigno Nimoy Aquino Jr. Hope I said it right. It was widely seen as a victory of the people against 2 decades of prisoner rule, and made news headlines as a revolution that surprised the world. Because this revolution, it wasn't like other revolutions, how they killed their leader or civil war happens. This one was actually very peaceful, as it had involved over 2 million Filipino civilians, as well as several political and military groups and religious groups, as he pointed to have fewer resistance or opposition after years of governments by President Marcos and his cronies. ended with the ruler and his family, and some of his supporters fleeing in exile in Hawaii. And Senator Bengano Nioy Aquinos, if I said it right, widows, Corazon Aquino, had inaugurated as the 11th president of the Philippines, alongside being the first woman president of the Philippines as well. So yeah, really surprising to know that this was a peaceful revolution, and I really wish they even taught this in school to us. Colombian conflict. The Colombian conflict is an internal armed conflict that began on May 27, 1968, between the government of Colombia and far-right paramilitary groups and crime syndicates and far-left guerrilla groups, fighting each other to increase influence in Colombian territory. It is still ongoing as the time I'm talking about this, but I'm going to talk about the Cold War parts, and maybe some parts about the war on drugs. So yeah. And this conflict is historically rooted in the conflict known as the La Violencia, which is a 10-year civil war in Colombia, which was triggered by the 1948 assassination of liberal political leader George Islar Gatia, hope I said it right, in the aftermath of the anti-communist repression in rural Colombia. The 1960s had led liberal and communist militants to reorganize into the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. And the reasons fighting varied from different groups, but the FRC and other guerrilla movements had claimed to be fighting for the rights of the impoverished in Colombia to protect them from government violence and provide social justice through communism. In Colombia, government had claimed the fighting for order and stability to protect the rights and interests for its citizens, as the paramilitary groups had claimed to be reacting to perceived threats by guerrilla movements. In Colombia, the government organized several short-lived counter-guerrilla campaigns in the 1950s and early 1960s. The United States government and the CIA had also aided these efforts, which employed hunter-killer teams and involved U.S. personnel in previous Philippine campaigns who were soon later in the Vietnam War. Along in the 1970s, there'll be another challenge to state authority and legitimacy that came from the 19th of April movement, leading to a new phase in the conflict, as the M19, with mostly urban guerrilla group, had founded in response to alleged electoral fraud in the final National Front election of Misael Pasteur Barrio against former President Gustavo Rojas Pinilla. And soon in the 1980s, it will soon spar out with a cocaine boom, alongside when the cartel known as the Medellin cartel, who was controlled by Pablo Escobar, was soon coming to Colombia, which had brought, more crime to Colombia alongside the drug trade, who will soon be killed. And is still ongoing as well, as it's not just part of the war on drugs, but also part of the war on terror. And the casualties remain up to around 450,000. Carnation Revolution. The Carnation Revolution was a military coup in Portugal by officers that overthrew, oh I said it right, Estado Novo regime on the 25th of April 1974. As this coup had produced major social, economic, and territorial demographic political change in a European country and overseas colonies due to the ongoing revolutionary process, Portuguese colonial war, which I'll get into later in part 2. The revolution had begun as a coup organized by the armed forces movement, comprised of military officers who opposed the regime, but would soon be coupled with the unanticipated popular civil resistance campaign, and negotiations with the African independence movements had begun by the end of 1974. And Portuguese troops were withdrawn from Portuguese Guiana, which became a UN member state as the Guinean Bissau. And this would be followed by, in 1975, by the independence of Cape Verde, Mozambique, Sao Tome and Principe, and Angola in Africa, and the declaration of independence of East Timor in Southeast Asia. And these events have prompted a mass exodus of many Portuguese citizens from Portuguese African colonies, mostly from Angola and Mozambique, as Angola will soon be in a civil war, creating over 1 million Portuguese returned as the returnos. After this coup, it will pretty much, change the Portuguese government, and this will be the end of the Portuguese colonial period. As this had pretty much overthrew the regime, and pretty much it will be a new government after which. And there will be 6 deaths and 45 injuries throughout this revolution. Revolutions of 1989. Now, this was known as the fall of communism, as there were a wave of liberal democracy movements that had resulted in the collapse of many Marxist-Leninist governments in the Eastern blocs and other parts of the world. As this would be pretty much, the main ending of the Cold War, when after the political reforms of Glasnost and Perestroika had affected the Soviet Union, this will also affect many Eastern Bloc countries as well, as majority of them will soon have many revolutions that will pretty much have them no longer be communists and will soon, start to dissolve of the Soviet Union. As this had mainly started with Poland back in 1980, as this will soon continue all the way into the late 80s, when East Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Romania had all made many revolutions. And this didn't just affect many countries in Europe, but also countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And these methods happen from being many government reforms, many mass protests, civil resistance, riots, revolutions, coups, and even wars. And countries who were mainly affected by this would be Poland, Hungary, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, Yugoslavia, Albania, Mongolia, China, Angola, Ethiopia, Mozambique. As in China, there would be Tiananmen Square protests and the massacre. And in Yugoslavia will soon, break up and will start a bloody war after Joseph Tito had died. East Germany will soon, break down the Berlin Wall and will soon reunite later on. And the Soviet Union will soon dissolve later. But it didn't really dissolve as fast, as around 1991, there will be a coup. Well, almost a coup, as this coup was pretty much trying to keep the Soviet Union alive. This was the 1991 Soviet coup d'etat, also known as the August coup. It was a failed attempt by hardliners of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to pretty much forcefully seize control of the country from Mikhail Gorbachev, who was Soviet president at the time and general secretary. And the coup leaders consisted of top military and civilian officials, including Vice President Gennady Yanov, if I said it right, who together formed the State Committee on the State of Emergency, as they opposed Gorbachev's reform program and were angry at the lost control over Eastern European states as they assumed, became no longer communism, in favor of the new Union Treaty, which was on the verge of being signed by the Soviet Union. As the treaty was pretty much, decentralized much of the Soviet Union government and power dispute among its 15 republics. Okay, now we need to go a little context. So during the 80s, when the war with Afghanistan was going on, the Soviet Union was pretty much, not in a good place. When Mikhail Gorbachev pretty much gained power and became president, he had made many reforms to pretty much allow most freedom of press and made many countries in part of the Soviet Union do whatever they want, alongside with doing for Afghanistan. And this had made the Soviet Union gain weaker, even though they was getting more rights. But hey, they got McDonald's though, Pizza Hut. As many countries that was part of the Soviet Union had pretty much declared restored nation from the independence, such as Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Armenia. And soon Russia had declared its sovereignty on June 12, 1990. Pretty much still being Russia, but still being part of the Soviet Union a bit. And this coup was being planned for a while, as the KGB had even began considering a coup d'etat, as Soviet politician Alexander Yakovlev had began warning Gorbachev about a possibility of one after the 28th Party Congress in June 1990. As on August 4th, Gorbachev had went on a holiday on his dacha in Forest, Crimea, as he planned his return to Moscow in time for the new Union Treaty. As on August 15th, the text of the draft was already published, which we had already stripped the coup planners of their authority. But the Gang of Eight, or the committee who was pretty much in charge of this coup, would soon cut communication to his house, as they will soon put him on house arrest as they tried to restore order to the country, as the coup had pretty much started. As soon in the early morning of August 19th, many troops had soon went into Moscow alongside the GKCHP. I hate saying that, I don't know why. Had pretty much broadcasted over state radio and television that the KGB had immediately issued an arrest list that included newly elected Russian President Boris Yeltsin and his allies, the leaders of the umbrella activist group Democratic Russia, the Russian SFSR-controlled radio Rosi in Televadan Rosi, hope I said it right again, plus Echo Moskvy, the only independent political radio station, was taken off the air. However, the latter station has soon resumed podcast and became source of reliable information during the coup. Alongside many foreign news agencies that even came and provided many continues of the coverage. And Gorbachev and his family had heard news from the BBC bulletin that on a small Sony translated radio that had not been seized yet from them. And for the next several days, he refused to take food from outside because Gorbachev had thought that it was going to be poisoned. And Boris Yeltsin even supported Gorbachev and even wanted him to come back and end this coup. And even climb a tank and even telling Russian soldiers, don't do this, man, it's not worth it. And many Western soldiers, even like in Moscow, stationed there, did not even want to do all this. Alongside even like him and many other Western soldiers, even like supported the barricade around the White House to pretty much like defend them. So that's really cool. And throughout the remaining USSR, there'll be many strikes as well against this coup. Especially when the committee who was like pretty much in charge of this coup had tried to take back control of Lithuania, because after before this whole coup had started in 1990, Lithuania had some get independence, but there's still Soviet troops stationed there, and there was plan to forcibly take it back. And many foreign leaders like the United States and United Kingdom did not support of this coup, but China, North Korea, and Cuba did supported it to pretty much keep one of the largest communist countries still communist. And throughout the following days in Moscow, there will be many infighting between both Soviet troops stationed there, and even civilians will be killed in the crossfire. And even on Wednesday, 21st August, Estonia will soon gain independence. And yeah, their goal didn't really kept in mind. Because of this, many of the community will soon flee Moscow, as is pretty much a failure, and the committee will either be arrested or some of them had committed suicide. And soon this will lead into the end of the current party of the Soviet Union, as well the dissolution of the Soviet Union, as many countries and all the members of the state of the Committee of Emergency, they were all charged with treason and form a conspiracy aimed at capturing power. However, on January 1993, they all have been released from custody pending trial. Pretty much granted them all amnesty. 1991, the Soviet Union will soon collapse, making the end of one of the longest communist superpowers in the world. And there is an estimated around 3 civilians were killed on August 21st during this coup. And after this, the Soviet Union was no longer more, and the Cold War will soon be over. And after which, there'll be peace and all good vibes with America and Russia. Yep, no threats, no nuke tests, just good vibes. Just good vibes. Real good vibes. Lebanese Civil War. Now, Lebanese Civil War was an armed conflict that took place from 1975 to 1990. And it was characterized by many shifting alliances as foreign intervention and intense violence among various Lebanese factions, including Christians, Muslims, and Palestinian groups. Alongside Israel getting involved in this war, as this would be one of the bloodiest wars in the Arab Cold War. As they be fighting between many Lebanese Christian militias and Palestinian insurgents, mainly from Palestine Liberation Organization, began in 1975 and generated alliance between Palestinians and Lebanese Muslims, pan-Arabists, and leftists. As this conflict deepened as foreign powers, mainly Syria, Israel, and Iran, have become involved. As Iran mainly became involved throughout the Iranian Revolution and would be supporting many groups such as Hezbollah to pretty much have many more influence in that region alongside attacking Israel, because Iran couldn't really attack Israel because they're far away. As there were many factions in this war, mainly from Christian militias, Sunni militias, Shia militias, and many Palestinian insurgents. And with how deadly this war was, there'll be many United Nations peacekeeping forces stationed in Lebanon during this time. In 1989, the Taif Agreement marking the beginning of the end for the fighting, as the committee appointed by the Arab League began to formulate solutions to the end of the conflict. As in March 1991, Parliament of Lebanon had passed the amnesty law that pardoned all political crimes that had been perpetrated prior to the law of enhancement. As in 1991, all armed factions that have been operating in Lebanon will soon dissolve, except Hezbollah, as Hezbollah will still continue to fire rockets into Israel, as it's still being backed by Iran, especially since Israel will soon occupy southern Lebanon until May 25th, 2000, until there will be another invasion of Lebanon later on in 2000s. This war has led to over 150,000 people will be killed in this war. It will be the start of the ongoing Iran-Israeli and Iran-Saudi proxy wars that still affects the Middle East to this day. The Chadian-Libyan War. Now, the Chadian-Libyan War was a series of military campaigns in Chad between 1978 and 1987 fought between Libya and its allied Chadian forces against the Chadian troops who were supported by France, with the occasional involvement with other foreign countries and factions. As Libya had been involved in Chad internal affairs prior from 1978 and before Muammar Gaddafi rise to power in 1969, beginning with the extension of the Chadian Civil War to northern Chad in 1968, conflict was marked by a series of 4 separate Libyan interventions in Chad, taking place in 1978, 1979, 1980 to 1983, to 1987. All these occasions, Gaddafi had the support of a number of factions participating in the civil war, while Libya opponents have found the support of the French government, which intervened military support to the Chadian government in 1978 and 1983 and 1986. And the pattern of the war delineated itself in 1978 with the Libyans providing armored artillery and air support to their Chadian allies in the infantry. After there were many pro-Libyan Chadian factions supporting Libya, while many anti-Chadian factions that were supported by France, Zaire, Nigeria, and Senegal were against Libya. As there were many wars within these countries, as it lasted from 9 years all the way to the end of 1986, where the turning point of the war would be a conflict called the Toyota War. Yes, you heard me right, the Toyota War, which I got its name from, many Toyota pickup trucks were pretty much used throughout this war to pretty much support many Chadian troops alongside many tentacles. In which, with this war, many Libyan forces were routed and expelled from Chad, putting an end to the conflict. As Gaddafi had initially intended to annex the Azul Strip and most of Chad, which he claimed as part of Libya on the grounds of the unratified treaty of the colonial period, it was soon in a ceasefire when Chadian and French had pretty much won the war and had regained many territories of the Azul Strip and many parts of Chad. In this war, casualties is estimated to be around 500,000 soldiers on Libya's side, while Chad had pretty much lost around 1,000 soldiers. Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Turkish invasion of Cyprus was an invasion of Cyprus on the 20th of July 1974 and had progressed in 2 phases over the following month. As this is part on the ongoing dispute between, Greece and Turkey over the control of Cyprus. As for years, Cyprus used to belong to the Ottoman Empire and then belonged to the British Empire, but many Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots have pretty much both claimed that this island belonged to either Greece or Turkey. It will soon lead into an invasion, as it would be a Greek junta-sponsored Cypriot coup d'etat 5 days earlier, will soon lead to the Turkish capture and occupation of northern part of the island. And the coup was ordered by the military junta in Greece and staged by the Cypriot National Guard in conjunction with the EOKAEB, as disposed the Cypriot President Archbishop Marcos III and installs Nico Simpson as the aim of the coup. And Turkish forces had landed on Cyprus on the 20th of July and captured 30% of the island. And the Greek military junta has soon collapsed and replaced by a civilian government. Following the breakdown of peace talks, Turkish forces enlarged their original beach hand in 1974, resulting in the capture of approximately 36% of the island. And its ceasefire line from August 1974 became the United Nations buffer zone in Cyprus, and its communist fraternized the Green Line. And around 100,000 people were displaced from the northern part of the island, where Greek Cypriots had consisted 80% of the population. As over the course of next year, roughly 60,000 Turkish Cypriots, amounting to half of the Turkish Cypriot population, were displaced from the south to the north. And Turkish invasion ended in the partition of Cyprus along the UN monitored Green Line, which still divides Cypriots to this day. It is estimated around 6,000 Greek Cypriots were either killed or wounded or went missing or have believed to be dead. On the Turkish side, it was around 1,500 to 3,800 casualties, including soldiers. It is still, ongoing tensions of Cyprus still to this day. The Yugoslav Wars. The Yugoslav Wars was a series of separate but related ethnic conflicts and wars of independence and insurgencies that took place from 1991 to all the way to 2001 in what would have been the Social Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. as the conflict had both led to the result of breakup of Yugoslavia, which began in the mid-1991, into 6 independent countries. With these wars, what have been major atrocities happening in all these wars. Now, Yugoslavia was created after World War I, and its population was mostly comprised of South Slavic Christians. Though the nation had a substantial Muslim minority, clear ethnic conflict between Yugoslav peoples became prominent in the 20th century, beginning tensions over the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenians. In the early 20s, escalating into violence between Serbs and Croats. In the late 1920s, at the assassination of Stefan Radic, if I said it right, the nation lasted from 1918 to 1941, when it was invaded by the Axis power during World War II, which had provided support to the Croatian fascist Ustaše, whose regime carried out genocide of Serbs, Jews, and Roma by executing people in concentration camps and committing other systematic and mass crimes inside territory. In the predominantly Serb Chintic, a Yugoslavian royalist and Serbian nationalist movement and guerrilla force had committed mass crimes against Muslims and Croats who are considerably considered by genocide by several authors, although they also supported the extermination of the Serbian monarchy and established the Yugoslav Federation. The communist-led Yugoslav partisans were able to power to all groups, including Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks, and they engaged in mass killings. In 1945, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia was established under Joseph Broz Tito, who maintained a strong authoritarian leadership that suppressed nationalism. But after his death in 1980, relations between 6 republics of the Federation deteriorated, as Slovenia, Croatia, and Kosovo had desired greater autonomy within Yugoslav Confederation. As it was very clear that there was no, greater way to pretty much agree to all parties. As Slovenia and Croatia had moved towards independence, although tensions in Yugoslavia had been mounting since the early 1980s and events in 1990, this would soon lead into war. As there were many people who were still loyal to Yugoslavia and many people who wanted to be their own independent states. As Serbia has secured 4 out of 8 federal presidency votes, it was able to heavily influence decision-making within the federal level, since all other Yugoslav republics only had 1 vote, while Slovenia and Croatia wanted to allow a multi-party system. And Serbia, led by Milosevic, had demanded even more centralized federation and Serbia dominance role. And at the 14th Extraordinary Congress of League of Communists of Yugoslavia in January 1990, as the Serbian-dominated assembly had agreed to abolish the single-party system. However, Slobodan Milosevic, head of the Serbian party branch, he used his influence to block the vote of all other populists from the Croatian and Slovenian party delegates, and this had prompted the Croatian and Slovenian delegations to walk out and thus break up the party. And there'll be a survey on Yugoslav citizens that was conducted on 1990 that has showed the ethnic animosity existed on a smaller scale compared to the results of the 25 years before, as there was a significant increase of ethnic distance among Serbs and Montenegrins towards Croats and Slovenians and vice versa. Pretty much they all were just racist to each other. And upon Slovenia's declaration of independence in 1991, Yugoslavia's federal government attempted to forcibly halt the independent breakup of the country, with Yugoslavia Prime Minister Ante Marković declaring the cessions of Slovenia and Croatia were both illegal and contrary to the Constitution of Yugoslavia. And he also expressed his support for the Yugoslav People's Army to order and secure the integral unity of Yugoslavia. And the Slovenians argued that it was not secession, but disassociation. As soon the Yugoslav wars would have pretty much began, and there'll be a series of mini wars, so I'm gonna break them all down. The first of the conflicts was known as the 10-Day War, which is initiated by the GNA, Yugoslav People's Army, on the 26th of June 1991, after the separation of Slovenia from the Federation on the 25th of June 1991. Initially, the federal government had ordered Yugoslav People's Army to secure the border crossings in Slovenia, and Slovenian policemen and Slovenian territorial defense blockade the barracks and roads, leading to standoffs and limited skirmishes across the public. After several dozen casualties and limited conflict was stopped through a negotiation at Brioni on the 7th of July 1991, when Slovenia and Croatia had agreed to a 3-month moratorium separation, and the federal army completely withdrew from Slovenia on the 26th of October 1991. Croatian War independence, which had lasted from 1991 to 1995. When fighting in Croatia had begun weeks prior to the 10-Day War in Slovenia, when the Croatian War independence had begun, when Serbs in Croatia who were opposed by Croatian independence had announced secession from Croatia. In 1990, parliamentary elections in Croatia as Franjo Tudman had become the first president of Croatia, as he prompted national policies and had a primary goal of establishment of an independent Croatia, as the new government had proposed constitutional changes and reinstated the traditional Croatian flag and coat of arms, and removed the term socialist from the title. And the new Croatian government had implemented policies that were openly nationalistic and anti-Serbian in nature, and the removal of the Serbian Cyrillic script from many public offices, as an attempt to counter changes made to the constitution, as local Serb politicians organized a referendum on the sovereignty of autonomy of Serbian people in Croatia. As soon ethnic tensions would soon rise, fueled by propaganda on both sides of Croatia and Serbia. As on the 2nd of May 1991, one of the first armed clashes between Serbs, paramilitaries, and Croatian police occurred in the Battle of Bovio Selo. On May 19th, an independence referendum was held, which was largely boycotted by many Croatian Serbs, and a majority voted in favor for the independence of Croatia. Croatia had declared independence and dissolved its association with Yugoslavia on the 25th of June due to the Brioni Agreement. A 3-month moratorium was soon placed on the implementation of decision that ended on the 8th of October. The arms incidents of early 1991 had escalated to an all-out war during the summer, with fronts being formed around the areas of the breakaway SOA Kandrina. The GNA had disarmed many territorial units of Slovenia and Croatia prior to the declaration of independence. As many border regions would soon be attacked within Serbia and Montenegro. As on August 1991, the Battle of Vukovar had begun, where fierce fighting had took place with around 8,100 Croat fighters blocking the GNA advance into Slovenia. By the end of October, the town was almost completely devastated, in the result of land shelling and air bombardment. And the siege of Dubrovnik, hope I said it right, started in October with the shelling of a UNESCO World Heritage Site, where international press was criticized for focusing on the city's architectural heritage instead of reporting the destruction of the city, which many civilians were killed. As on 18th of November 1991, the Battle of Vukovar had ended after the city had ran out of ammunition, and the Ovaca massacre occurred shortly after, when Vukovar captures by the GNA. As soon there would be a UN-controlled plan for zones for Serbs in the territory, which was claimed by Serbian rebels in self-proclaimed Proto-States Republic of the Serbian Krajina, and brought to end major military operations, but sporadically artillery attacks on Croatian cities and occasionally intrusions onto United Nations PA zones by Croatian forces had continued until 1995, as the majority of Croatian populations in RSK suffered heavily, fleeing or evicted, with numerous killings leading to many ethnic cleansings. And the fighting in Croatia ended in mid-1995 after Operation Flash and Operation Storm. At the end of these operations, Croatia had reclaimed all of its territories except the UNPA sector, east portion of Slavonia. The Bosnian Civil War. This would be a conflict that engulfed Bosnia and Herzegovina, who also declared independence from Yugoslavia. And this war was predominantly a territorial conflict between the Bosniaks, who wanted to preserve the territory integrity and the newly independent of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the self-proclaimed Bosnian Serb proto-state and the self-proclaimed Croat Bosnia, which were led by supplied Serbia and Croatia respectively, and reportedly the goal of the partition of Bosnia. And the Yugoslav armed forces had disintegrated heavily into large Serbian-dominated military force, and the GNA opposed the Bosnian majority-led government's agenda for independence, alongside with other nationalist armed Serb military forces, and attempted to prevent Bosnian citizens from voting in 1992 referendum on independence, as they failed to persuade people for not trying to vote. And soon, the war in Bosnia broke out, as the siege of Sarajevo had already begun, which would be one of the bloodiest siege in modern history, alongside the Srebrenica genocide, which was a genocide killing of more than 8,000 Bosniaks, Muslim men and boys. As there were many ethnic cleansings against the Bosnians through many massacres and forced removals of Bosniak populations, such as the Prejak ethnic cleansing, the Visegrad massacres, the Foka ethnic cleansing, the Dobaj massacre, the Srebrenica massacre, and the siege of Gaziantep, and many others that were reported. And tensions between Bosnian Croats and Bosnians had rose into the collaboration that fell apart, as in 1993 there would be another conflict known as the Croat-Bosniak War. And this war would be a very bloody war, as it has pretty much made surprises in Europe, as the United States have even tried making many peace attempts. And the Yugoslav Wars would be actually one of the first ever times NATO combat had ever engaged in, as on February 28, 1994, for violating the United Nations no-man fly zone, NATO's had pretty much engaged in the shooting down of 4 Bosnian Serb warplanes, making it NATO's first ever military engagement ever. And the war will soon end on the 14th of December 1995 with the formation of the Republic Srpska Rasovite as an entity within Bosnia and Herzegovina, along the ending of the war. Alongside being an insurgency in Kosovo that will last from 1995 to 1998, which will soon lead into the Kosovo War, which will soon have NATO be more involved within the war. As there will be many NATO bombings of Yugoslavia, mainly in Kosovo, which had led to the deaths of many civilians. As soon the war were over when the Kumonov agreement had ended. But this would not be the end of the war, as there will be an insurgency in Prešernovo Valley from 1999 to 2001, alongside the insurgency in the Republic of Macedonia in 2001, which will be the end of the war. The Yugoslav Wars will be one of the bloodiest wars in Europe since World War II, as there will be many genocides, many mass murders, many mass in this conflict. As it's estimated around more than 35,000 women, children were held in many camps. And it's estimated around 140,000 people have been killed in this war, as this is one of the bloodiest wars in modern history. And the countries that are now, used to be Yugoslavia, are now Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Kosovo. And there are still many past tensions with these countries to this day. United States invasion of Panama, aka Operation Just Cause. So this here was an invasion of Panama in mid-December 1989 to the beginning of 1991 due to the presidency of George H.W. Bush. As the purpose of the invasion was to depose de facto ruler of Panama, General Manuel Noriega, who was wanted by the United States authorities for racketeering and drug trafficking, alongside the death of a U.S. Marine in Panama. Now, for years, the United States had maintained many military bases and many garrisons throughout the Canal Zone to protect and maintain the control of the strategically important Panama Canal. As on September 7, 1977, U.S. President Jimmy Carter and the de facto leader of Panama, General Omar Torrijos, Rasovite, had signed the Torrijos-Carter treaties, which had set the motion in handing over Panama Canal to Panama control by 2000. Although the canal was destined for Panama administration, the military bases as soon stayed in Panama to protect the canal. In one condition of the transfer, that the canal will remain open to American shipping. The United States had long-standing relationships with Torrijos' successor, General Manuel Noriega, who served as a U.S. intelligence and asset because he was a paid informant for the CIA from 1967. As Noriega pretty much sided with the United States rather than the Soviet Union and Central America, by pretty much sabotaging many forces of the Sandinista government in Nicaragua and the revolutions of Fabiano Martinez National Liberation Front in El Salvador. As Noriega pretty much supported America, involvement in Latin America, and he pretty much did many stuff for America and Latin America. And he was even paid up to $200,000 per year. Yeah, he was making bank for doing a lot of espionage stuff. Now, although he worked with the Drug Enforcement Administration to restrict many drug shipments, he was also known to pretty much accept many financial support from many drug dealers and many money laundering stuff. And many of these drug dealers he even worked with had even receiving protection from investigation from the DEA, and due to his relationship with the CIA. As in the mid-1980s, Noriega and the United States relationship had begun to deteriorate. As in 1986, U.S. President Ronald Reagan opened negotiations with Noriega, requesting that Panamanian leader should step down after his criminal activities were publicly exposed in a New York Times published book. And Reagan had pursued Noriega with several drug-related indictments. But since many extradition laws between Panama and the United States are weak, Noriega had deemed this threat not credible and did not submit to the demands. And soon many higher ups in the United States government had began pushing for a US invasion just in case if Noriega didn't do anything. And throughout March 1988 all the way to the end of 1989, there would be multiple coup d'etats against his regime. And because of this had pretty much he made his shift from working for the United States to the Soviet bloc, and even received military aid from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Libya. And this had pretty much upset the United States government as many U.S. military planners had began preparing for plans to invade Panama. Alongside doing the Panama national elections, where he pretty much stop the elections from even happening, so he could pretty much still be in power. And then after another coup d'etat attempt by members of the Panama Defense Force, led by Major Moses Gadori, I said it right, and after this, on December 15th, the Panama General Assembly had passed a resolution declaring that a state of war existed between America and Panama. And on the following night of the war declaration, 4 U.S. military personnel were started at a roadblock outside of PDF headquarters, as Captain Richard E. Haddett, Navy Lieutenant Michael J. Wilson, Army Captain Barry L. Rainwater, and Marine First Lieutenant Robert Paz had left the United States base at Fort Clayton. And they're on the way to have dinner in downtown Panama City, and the Pentagon had reported that the citizen were unarmed and were in a private vehicle. But the PDF forces had pretty much opened fire on them, and Paz was fatally wounded and would soon die. And Lieutenant Adam Curtis and his wife Bonnie had witnessed the incident and were detained by PDF troops. While in police custody, Curtis was beaten and his wife was threatened with sexual assault, as Curtis had spent 2 weeks in the hospital recovering from the beating. As on December 16th, Bush had ordered the execution of the Panama invasion plan at the military set H hour on December 20th. And this would be known as Operation Just Cause, for a justification for the invasion would be safeguarding the lives of United States citizens in Panama, defending democracy and human rights in Panama, and combating drug trafficking in Panama, as Panama had become a center for drug money laundering and transit point for many drugs to the United States and Europe, protecting the integrity of the Todos Treaty to protect the Panama Canal. And many United States bases were even operated in Panama, so it was pretty much an easy invasion. As the invasion had began on the night of 20th of December 1989, and it had involved over 27,000 U.S. troops and over 300 aircraft. An operation had began with the assault of strategic installations such as the civilian Punta Patilla Airport in Panama City, PDF garrison airfield at Rio Hato, where Noriega also maintained a residence, even attacking the central headquarters of the PDF. And this attack had pretty much caused many fires, as one of them had destroyed most of a neighborhood in Panama City. And then there's Operation Nizzy Package, which was an operation launched by United States SEALs to pretty much prevent Noriega from escaping. And they had stayed his boat and destroyed his jet so he couldn't escape. And military operation had pretty much continued for several weeks, mainly against PDF units, but Noriega was the main concern for this war, as he remained at large for several days. But realizing he had pretty much few options to escape, there would be a massive manhunt for him, as well as a $1 million reward for his capture. And he attained refuge in the apostolate Nukitor. I really hope I said it right, but it's pretty much the Vatican embassy, as he hid there in Panama City. And however, United States military forces even found him there, and they couldn't go in because it's the embassy of the Vatican. So what they did was use psychological warfare to pretty much push him out, to get him out. As there many protests outside the embassy, as many Panama civilians pretty much bullied him. They held pineapple heads to make fun of him, alongside blasting rock and roll music very loudly all day and night. As Noriega did not like rock and roll music, and he soon surrendered to U.S. forces on January 3rd, 1990, as he was immediately put on an aircraft flown to the United States to be put on trial. This would have been a very, very short war, alongside even being a major part during the war on drugs, and having many controversies as well. America just had invaded Panama, and without many okay to the world pretty much. And the casualties in this war, it would be 23 Americans who have been killed, while over 300 Panamanian defense forces have been killed in this war. And civilians' death is very mixed because many like countries always say, "Oh, it's this number," but I must say all the numbers. According to the United States military, it's around 202 have been killed. America's watch was around 300. United Nations has said 500, and the United Nations Human Rights Regional Office for Central America and the Dominican Republic had pretty much said it was around 2,000 to 3,000 civilians have been killed in this war. And Mayor Noriega would soon serve 17 years in United States jail. As originally he would probably be sentenced for 40 years in jail, but was reduced to good behavior until he was extradited to France, where he served another 7 years for money laundering, and then was extradited to Panama, where he served like many years for crimes against his rule. Also want to know something, just want to say something. He actually tried suing Call of Duty. Yeah. So in 2012, when Call of Duty had made Black Ops 2, they had mentioned Manuel Noriega in the invasion of Panama. And he didn't like it how he was portrayed as, well, he was a dictator, and he actually tried suing Call of Duty. But I want to know, how did he sue Call of Duty when he was in jail? And how did he knew that he was in Call of Duty? Like, did somebody in jail say, "Hey, I saw you in Call of Duty. That's cool." I don't know. The Gulf War. Now, the Gulf War is an armed conflict between Iraq and a coalition of 42 countries led by the United States. But yeah, 42 countries against one. And the coalition effort was against Iraq that was carried out in two key phases: Operation Desert Shield and Operation Desert Storm, to pretty much help liberate Kuwait. Okay, this is coming right after, well, the end of the Iran-Iraq War. After the Iran-Iraq War, Iraq was, well, in debt because they had lost a lot of money throughout this war, and they were mostly in debt as well as they owed to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. And the Iraq debt to Kuwait amounted to around $14 billion, as Iraq had people even try pressuring both nations to forgive the debts they owed them, but they didn't really refuse. Alongside the Iraq-Kuwait border dispute, and after they couldn't forgive these debts, so someone is saying people try accusing Kuwait of expeding its OPEC quotas for oil production. Alongside even claiming Kuwait was slant drilling across the border into many Iraqi oil fields, people taking many oil from Iraq. Alongside the oil production quota, when Kuwait was pretty much doing it more expensive, and this had made Iraq very mad. And Saddam Hussein even said that if you keep disrespecting oil production, we will take military action and invade you. And Saddam even demanded $10 billion from Kuwait to Iraq to cover the costs from the oil fields. And Kuwait has said, nah, let's say 500 million there. After that, Iraq invaded Kuwait, which started on the 2nd of August 1990 with the bombing of Kuwait City. And before the invasion, the Kuwaiti military I believe to be around 16 men, mainly because majority of the Kuwaiti personnel, they were on leave, they were on vacation. As Iraq almost had around 1 million standing soldiers and almost 600,000 military forces in the Popular Army. And during this time, Iraq was the world's fourth largest army in the 1990s. And the royal family of Kuwait would soon flee to Saudi Arabia as well. And one day, Iraq had soon took control of Kuwait, and there would be a Kuwaiti resistance movement, but majority of people who resisted against Iraq rule, they would be tortured and even arrested. And Iraq had claimed Kuwait was now part of Iraq, and this year had upsetted the United Nations, as they had pretty much called for Iraq to withdraw immediately. I assume they put many sanctions on Iraq alongside many trade embargoes as well, but Iraq still didn't care about leaving. And after this, the United Nations had gave Iraq until January 15th of 1991 to leave Kuwait. If you don't, there will be military action. Alongside even scaring the United States, because Saudi Arabia was feared of getting invaded next, as Iraq had a larger military than theirs, and America did not want one of their largest allies in the Middle East to be invaded. So Operation Desert Shield was soon in place. This would pretty much be a build-up and a defense to pretty much defend Saudi Arabia against Iraq. And majority of the countries who supported this would be United States, United Kingdom, France, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, who all be placed in Saudi Arabia just to prepare for an invasion. But I did say 42 countries, and these are the remaining countries who even like support the Gulf War. These are Afghanistan, Argentina, Australia, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belgium, Canada, Czechoslovakia, Denmark, Germany, Greece, Honduras, Hungary, Italy, Japan, Luxembourg, Morocco, Netherlands, New Zealand, Nigeria, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Romania, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Singapore, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Syria, Turkey, and United Arab Emirates. Woo, that's a lot of talking. All against a single Iraq. But America was probably like the main spear of, well, this war. And the Gulf War, I assume, really began with many air bombarding campaigns on the 16th of January of 1991 for 42 days and nights. As many coalition forces had assisted Iraq to one of the most intensive air bombardment campaigns in military history, as they flew over 1,000 sorties, dropping over 80,000 tons of bombs, which had destroyed many military and civilian infrastructure, as Baghdad would literally light up every night. And after this, Iraq would soon launch many missiles on Saudi Arabia and Israel. Wait, why Israel? You know, Israel didn't do anything. Well, Saddam Hussein had pretty much like hoped that if like they attacked Israel, this would even provoke Israel to pretty much launch a missile towards Iraq, which the Iraq government had pretty much like hoped that many Arab states would soon withdraw from the coalition, as just like still going on during the Arab-Israeli conflict, alongside how many Arab nations didn't really well support Israel and how the Palestinian conflict was still going on during this time. But Israel didn't really well attack back, and because of this, America as soon sent many missile air defense artillery to Israel. Alongside the Royal Netherlands Air Force even like deployed many missiles to Israel as well, and many Israeli civilians had even prepared throughout the whole war. As soon coalition forces would soon break into Iraq and Kuwait, and this was a very fast ground invasion. And the ground battle lasted for like 4 days, and the coalition forces had better weaponry than Iraq, because the majority of Iraqi soldiers were using tanks from the Soviet Union. As soon Kuwait would soon be liberated and Iraq would soon be invaded. But there will be a ceasefire as well. Many people in the coalition wanted to take the battle all the way to Baghdad and pretty much change the Iraq regime alongside getting rid of Saddam Hussein. But George Bush had pretty much said that, nah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna make peace with Iraq after this. Foreshadowing. But at the end of the war, there'll be a controversial event. As on the night of the 26th, the 27th of February, some Iraqi forces have began leaving Kuwait on the main highway north of Al Jawa, known as Highway 80. And there will be a column of over 1,000 vehicles. Majority of them will be Iraqi civilian and military vehicles, on their way back to Iraq retreating. And the United States military were patrolling this in aircraft and have launched 2 airstrikes on many retreating Iraqis. And this will be known as the Highway of Death. As after this, the entire Highway 80 was filled with bodies and destroyed vehicles. As this will pretty much be a very controversial event and be classified as a war crime. And this here was a very, fast and easy war for the coalition. As around 900,000 soldiers against 1 million soldiers in Iraq, it was a pretty much easy victory. As there will be 292 killed in the coalition, 420 Kuwaiti soldiers have been killed in this war. There will be around 50,000 Iraqis will be killed in this war. And for civilian deaths, it's over around 1,000 for Kuwaiti civilians, over 3,000 for Iraqi civilians. Alongside after this, there will be the Iraqi 1991 uprisings, where many Shia rebels and many Kurd rebels have made many uprisings against Saddam Hussein and his government. And because of this, he had committed a genocide and killed over 200,000. And there will be 75,000 killed in Israel, and in Saudi Arabia, there will be 209 will be injured during this war. But this will not be the end for Iraq and America, because after this war, the relations had pretty much ended with Iraq after this. As after this, there'll be 1991 Iraqi uprisings, as many ethnic and religious minorities has soon pretty much like protested and even like rose up against Saddam Hussein regime, and this led to the death of thousands. And after this, United States implemented a no-fly zone in northern Iraq and southern Iraq, pretty much meaning that if it did like any like Iraqi like Air Force plane flying over these territories, they'll be shot down by United States military. And soon, throughout the mid-1990s, there'll be many airstrikes against Iraqi chemical weapons bases. And soon in the 2000s, America will soon invade Iraq for supposedly having weapons of mass destruction. And this will start the Iraq War. And no, Iraq did not have no weapons of mass destructions. They searched and they didn't have any. Also, I want to say this. Please watch Jarhead. It is a good movie. It is a very good movie. I know a lot of people that don't even like this movie saying, oh, well, there's not enough action in this movie. Put people about war. Yeah, that's the point of war. It's the point of view of a U.S. Marine doing this war. So yeah, it's a really good movie. It's sad sometimes. It's weird sometimes. And it's also funny sometimes. So yeah, go watch it.
Them paintball bullets, they hurt? Oh, shit! Fuck, I can't see!
And there it is, everybody. Part 1 of the Cold War conflicts, Iceberg. Yeah, originally, I had, planned to make this entire video, the whole iceberg, but yeah, I'm going to have to make a part 2. And hopefully, probably a part 3, I think. I don't know yet. I'm still making part 2. I'm going to see how that goes. And yeah, I don't know what else to say, but I'm really glad I found this iceberg, because I really love the Cold War a lot. Like my favorite subject in history. I still like learn about it too. And yeah, there's been a lot of wars in the Cold War, so yeah. And also shout out to Hanada28 on Reddit for making this iceberg. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. And I don't know what else to say, but I'm really tired now, because wow, it's like over 5 hours long. I've been yapping about a lot of stuff, so yeah, part 2 is coming out, let's say sometime in either September or August. Either August or September, I don't know. Also, I'm gonna say this real quick. I've been seeing, like, I'm gonna say this right now, I've been seeing a whole lot of like AI channels, a whole lot of AI slop up here, and I just want to say, I'm not AI, guys. I'm literally studying my video. I'm a real person. Okay, AI is bad. If you use AI, you're whack. So yeah, I'm a real person. I'm a real dude. My hand is here. Got Transformers. So yeah, I'm a real person. So I don't know what else to say now, but stay safe out there, y'all. Stay safe out there, and until I see you guys again. So have a good day, or night, or midnight, or noon, or afternoon, or daylight. So yeah, and please remember to stay hydrated too. So until I see you guys again, peace.
Where are you off to now?
Finna hit the block. See what's happening.